help!
Yeah.
let me back up for a minute.
Can you see me?
Welcome to the barn of badly behaved brawlers. I am your host, Spike, or as some others know me as Prickly Pete. And today marks not only the spookiest day of the year, but the beginning of a jaw-jittering journey for 8 of the best Brawl Stars teams in EU and MENA. Not only are their lives on the line, but our $60,000 prize pool awaits our winners at the season's end. But we are a long way from that. So, get comfortable, turn off the lights, grab the popcorn, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season 4 of Brawl Stars!
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look.
And welcome to the Brawl Stars Challenge Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Yes, that's right, it is Season 4. So we've had roster changes, we've had new faces appearing on the scene, and of course the reigning champions returning to the arena, and so much more. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host. Your actual host, by the way, because I heard that a badly behaved brawler has kind of invaded the scene and has tried to take my job. However, I've been assured that he has been shooed away and we won't be seeing any more of him on this broadcast, hopefully. So, with that being said, I'm joined by some familiar faces here in the studio. It is, of course, Ark, Trav, and Kenny. Gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Absolutely delighted to have you all. But for the viewers at home, there's some kind of alternate attire going on right now, if I do say so myself. Trav, what's the occasion, my friend?
What do you mean? What do you mean alternate attire? This is my everyday attire. We got legs out, spooky in hand. I'm feeling good. Let's get some Season 4 underway.
Nice. I like the energy. I really do. Ark, talk me through this fashion choice, my friend. It looks like you're being, you've been dressed by Dolce and Gabbrola.
As my nephew would say, Morris is how he refers to it. But I was going to say, you start the show by saying some faces that we'll all know. But I mean, today, you could mistake me. I think it's fair to say. But I feel very comfortable in this attire. This is like my everyday going out costume.
I know purple leggings are normally my choice as well. I've also got my pea shooter. By the way, if any of you annoy me during this broadcast, you know what's going to happen. Kenny, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the broadcast for the first time with me.
Yeah.
I hope you're doing well. Are we going to keep these two under wraps? Because I hear it can get a bit wild.
Yeah, they actually gave me a call. They wanted me to make sure that Trav was kept in line. Apparently, he's been a little recently, so they brought me in for a second go-around. But it's good to be here, good to be back, and obviously for a brand new season as well on what looks like an average Tuesday. The average Kung Fu Kenny kind of day for me.
Love that. We're off to a gruesome start today so far, and it's only going to get more gruesomely jittering. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. It's going to be bad puns, dad jokes, and people in the chat trying to guess who's older, me or Ark.
Wow.
Let us know in the chat what you're thinking. But for the viewers at home, there is something that you can do. That is follow us on socials. It is at ESL Mobile. Check out the lower third across your screen and pick your poison for whichever platform you use to keep up to date with everything that's going on in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, with all of that being said, this isn't really the beginning of the journey, is it, for our teams? Up to this point, we've had 2 splits. We've had open finals coming up to this point. So, Trav, let's kick things off with you, my friend. Which out of these 8 teams that now remain in the competition, which of them have kind of sparked your interest a little bit more? Which of them have surprised you? Like, who's been putting in the graft? Or as you would say, graft?
The graft. The Northerners, the Northern twang coming in. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, I think SK and Nouns are the real big teams I'm looking out for. I mean, Nouns coming in from the South America region, they've been looking so strong throughout that first split, and they qualified directly through that. Didn't have to come for a try number 2. And I think the other one, it's got to be SK. They've just been looking so good at the moment. An LCQ qualification and a Queso Cup win. That's pretty decent in my eyes.
It is indeed. Ark, I kind of want to touch on a little bit of something with you. Hypercharge. Talk to me about it. How's it going to affect our teams coming into this competition?
It's going to be extremely exciting to see for the first time in Brawl Esports it playing out. As we know it's going to be in the World Finals, well, now we're going to be the first to see it happening in the Snapdragon Pro Series. The initial 6 that came into the scene will be playable today, and then the following 6 that came in the most recent update will be playable next week. So certainly, I'm looking out immediately for a Shelly ban, Spike ban. I think those 2 in particular really can cause some serious issues on the playing field.
Got some gameplay rolling on our screens right now for those of you who are watching online. But Kenny, we've got another thing that we need to touch on, right? Balance changes. What have these balance changes been? They're quite recent as well, so how is it going to impact our teams?
I think it'll definitely impact today. I mean, honestly, there's a hefty amount of balance changes that came in recently, and I think it's really no secret that the Brawl Stars meta has been very tanky recently. So as a fellow Fang right now, I got nerfed. It hurt pretty bad. I think it's going to affect his damage a little bit. I'm feeling a little weaker. And of course, Buster, somebody that's ran rampant in the meta recently. Both of those getting some of their baseline stats and their damage reduced a little bit, I think will impact things. I'm curious to see with the hypercharge included with Shelly. That got nerfed. A few of those got tweaked as well. So I think a lot of newness today. I mean, there's some unknowns and there's some question marks about how much these balance changes will really take part.
Ark? How's things going over there with you? You're looking, I swear, you know, I feel like you're looking comfortable, but slightly uncomfortable. As this gameplay rolls through, talk to me about this. This is kind of how they all kind of qualified and got to this point in the competition. Talk us through what we're seeing and essentially, you know, who's really been putting up the big numbers coming into this side of the competition, because we need to tell the viewers at home who they need to look out for. Right?
Yes, certainly for me, you know, Reply Totem being back in the challenge season is a huge deal. And it almost didn't happen. It happened in the final stages of Split 2, and they are now able to like defend their legacy, so to speak, because in Season 3, they were nowhere to be seen. Obviously, big heavy hitters like Navi, nowhere to be seen this time around as well, and that's a big upset for me personally. I was very much expecting to see them. They had some roster changes. They took on Nob from the VN esporting roster, and it didn't work out. They took a gamble, didn't pay off. But certainly some very well-known names. You know, Zeta Division coming back, the Season 3 champions. Very much looking forward to seeing how they will fare amongst the mix. And, you know, Team Queso as well, to their credit, they've been looking pretty good recently.
I just caught a glimpse of you in one of the monitors wearing that hat. And it looks absolutely fantastic. Look at these eyebrows. Look at them go. I'm going to make them dance throughout this entire day. I'm really excited. Now, we need to, we know the teams now. We know the journeys up to this point. So we need to focus in on the challenge season and how it is going to operate. So lucky for you guys at home, we have a format video to show you. Check it out.
The Brawl Stars season unfolds in 3 exciting phases, each one representing a step closer to regional glory. The Opens, the Challenge, and the Challenge Finals. We kick off with the Opens, a phase consisting of 2 splits. In each, players compete in 6 open cups. Anyone can sign up and compete against the best players. Each cup is a single elimination bracket, and the further you advance in the bracket, the more points you rack up. From here, the top 8 teams are invited to the Open Finals, an exciting double elimination bracket seeded based on accumulated points. The best 4 teams from each Open Finals move on to the next phase, the Challenge. The Challenge is an exciting league that unfolds over 4 intense weeks. It's round-robin format where each team faces all the others once in best-of-5 matches. At the end of the phase, the top 4 teams with the best records secure their spot in the ultimate showdown, the Challenge Finals. It's here in a LAN environment and in front of a live audience that the players will duke it out one more time in a double elimination bracket to determine who is the best in the region and who earns the title of the Snapdragon Challenge Champions.
Oh, the Challenge Finals. Those were some good times. I had an absolutely fantastic time doing that seasons ago. Seasons ago, guys, but I'm back. I've clawed my way back here. Don't you worry about it. So if the format teaches us anything, it's that consistency is key, okay? All of our teams, they need to just keep elevating their performance if they have any chance of, you know, making it to that Challenge Finals stage. So, Ark, is there any kind of grace period, let's just say, coming into this competition? I feel like there's no real excuses to underperform at this stage, right? Whoa! Whoa.
Yeah, well, a 5 and 2 is primarily where you're looking to be in terms of win to loss ratio. I mean, if you get beyond 2 losses, that's where things can get a little bit sticky. But, you know, as a prime example, if you look at Foot Esports last season and how they fared, they lost their first 2 matches, arguably the hardest of them all that they had to face, and then consecutive wins back-to-back to make it all the way through. And they made it then to the Challenge Finals. They then came second in those Challenge Finals. So there is an opportunity to claw things back, but you really can't skip a beat beyond that point in time. You've got to get every single thing on the mark. But, you know, it can be done. But most teams will want to keep things just a little bit more above board and straightforward as much as they possibly can. It's a really, really grueling competition. I mean, especially now Hypercharge, I mean, there's going to be no second chances in that respect this time around.
7 matches and not much room for error. Now, for those of you at home wondering, what are our teams fighting for at this point? Kenny, I'm going to come to you and I want you to talk through our prize pool for the challenge season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just for this competition alone, even before we get to our top 4 at the end of the line, we've got some nice cold hard cash for everybody. $2,250 if you finish first in the regular season, and more money along the way if you make that top 4 cutoff. So not just some glory, not just another tournament on the line. We've got cash going down right now all season long. And as Ark said, every single match matters, and consistency is huge.
does indeed. I wonder what we'd do with the money. Trav, maybe, I don't know, maybe you'd get a haircut. Maybe I would then take some of that hair and fill in some of the gaps, you know, from where, you know, it's rolling back. I'm a dad, I'm allowed to say that. And create kind of a Frankenstein of haircuts. I feel like that's very fitting with what we've got going on here. Oh, cool.
I'll pay someone to cut his hair, honestly.
I will as well at this point. It's desperately in need of doing, to be honest.
I love it. I love it indeed. Well, okay, we've got the schedule that we've got lined up for today as well, because we're going to need to discuss our matches. We're going to need to let them know, all the viewers, when all of our teams are going to be competing and which of these matches look particularly spicy, Trav.
I mean, it's got to be match number 3, I think. I mean, that is incredible stuff. But up until then, we got Reply Totem versus Humble, which is going to be an absolute banger to kick off not only this day, but the season in general. Match 2 will be VN Esporting versus SK Gaming, and then Nouns versus Zeta, which is just incredible. South America's best versus Europe's best at the moment. Obviously, Nouns coming over from that region to play in this competition and play World Finals a little bit later on down the line. And then I don't think we can count out this 4th match. FUT Esports have been looking incredible recently. Team Queso, though, they've been looking a lot better than what we've seen all year long.
Yeah, we're going to dive into that a little bit more, aren't we? Don't we love that from Nouns? Coming down, staying here for like the entire duration so that they can compete. I absolutely love that. Chef's kiss. So, I want to include all of you in this portion of the show because, you know, we tend to do a lot of predictions coming into each and every match, don't we? I'd like to do a season prediction from you guys because you know what? We all talk a big game, and I want to see you back it up because you're locking it in right now because by the end of the season, you ain't changing throughout, guys. I'm going to go left to right. From my left, sorry. Ark, kick us off. Who are you going to have for this season? Who's going to take it? We've got reigning champions coming into the mix. You got the reigning champions from season 3 as well. You got outsiders coming in like Nouns. Talk to me.
For me, I feel like I've got to side with Zeta. I mean, when you look at consistency, they have been the most consistent team this year. I mean, yes, Reply Totem back in the scene, very keen to see how they fare. I think VN Esporting being the #1 seed from Season 3, having some roster changes might go against them in these early stages, so I'm not sure in terms of the top seeding for them at this moment in time, but I have seen some good stuff. But Zeta are just a team that are built diff, and they just keep up with the competition the entire way through. I think it's going to be a closer season, honestly, when you look at the caliber of teams that we've all got, especially with Nouns now coming into the mix too. That's some scary stuff. But I'm going to go with Zeta. I've got to.
Built diff, apparently. I haven't heard that one before. Trav liked that as well, didn't he? Kenny, talk to us about it. Come on, tell me who you think is going to take the dub.
Yeah, I think, don't overthink it, right? Zeta would have been my pick, but if we want to get a little different, let's go with the new hotness in the region. SK has played a fantastic second half. We saw them at LCQ as well. They look legitimate. I mean, we didn't see the best from them at a LAN setting. You know, FUT got them in a 3-0. They lost upper bracket as well. So on final game day, 2 3-0s, not the best showing from them, but if that's the worst we've seen out of them, I mean, they're going to be pretty darn good. I don't expect a lot of teams to go 6-1 this season. We had 2 last season. I don't know if we're going to get that lucky. I think every team's, you got to think, have at least a couple losses in there.
And just before we dive into our first match of the day, Trav, talk to me. Who have you got?
See, I mean, the easy answer is FUT after you two saying it, right? They're the obvious third thing.
I thought Zeta was the easy answer.
I mean, after your guys' answers, obviously, right? Zeta and SK are the obvious answer, but I think FUT after that is the next logical option. But I'm going to say, I think that maybe Humble will make the Challenge Finals this year. They've been looking really, really good, and I was quite sad to see them not make it to World Finals through that last chance qualifier. They played so well, but it just seems like they crumble a little bit under that pressure. And I think if that's something that they can iron out with, you know, the little bit of extra experience that they've had, then I think they've got a chance.
Yeah, I'm thinking FUT. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. I feel like this is their time to step up to the plate and really take this one. Right, we're going to focus in on our first match of the day. We've got Humble taking on Reply Totem. Now let's get up that first roster of Reply Totem. Talk about their strengths. Let's talk about going into this, you know, coming in as reigning champs from Mobile Masters. Kenny, what do you think about this team?
Totem's a weird one to kind of put your finger on, right? They went from the biggest of highs this entire year with winning Masters. And then the second half of the year, they won one of 3 monthly finals. They failed to qualify for Season 3. And now they made it in the Split 2. It wasn't even through Split 1. I'm not sure what Reply Totem we're going to get today, but this is a huge opportunity for them to set the stage going into Worlds and remind the world why they won Masters. Today is a big tone setter for them. Humble have been hot. They're one of those teams that I consider to be kind of feisty. Haven't had the big achievements that Reply Totem have, but they've always been there. They've always been able to get those upsets. And I think Reply Totem need to be a little careful because if this one gets away from them, you don't want those doubts to start creeping in your head as the season progresses.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Reply Totem seem like on paper, they've got that team that can come in and really wipe the floor, but don't underestimate Humble, which is what Trav was talking about earlier. Trav, you got Humble's back on this one?
I do. I mean, just touching on Reply Totem the tiniest bit more, they only just scraped through the open finals as well, the second open finals and coming through the lower bracket. And honestly, the opponents that were good that they faced, they lost to. They had to pretty much, you know, no offense to FA India, but they had to be FA India to get into this stage of the competition, and that is something that Reply Totem should be able to do so easily. And, you know, that's them coming through the tiniest last portion of those qualifiers is a little bit worrying to me, and they've got some things to fix. But Humble, however, they have been looking very, very solid recently.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like Humble have, you know, Snapdragon as... They're pretty comfortable here. You know, we've seen them go through Season 3 and Season 4, but then once they get into the season, putting into that higher pressure situation, they seem to crumble a little bit. Do you feel like it's a lack of potential, like, main stage experience in a way, Ark? What do you think?
Yeah, for me, Humble have always been that team that have just been on the cusp every step of the way, really. You know, and LCQ, as Trav mentioned, did give them that little bit of a lift. They were not able to come through it and be at the World Finals, but nonetheless, it definitely does give the whole roster a bit of a lease of life. And Lukey, Cyclone, and Tomsy, I feel at the moment, are playing the best we've ever seen them. You've got to remember, this is the squad that beat Reply Totem in that upper bracket to qualify for the challenge. That was a grueling matchup. They won it 3-2, and it was convincing stuff. It was like, honestly, I was so proud to watch them play it out. They had to beat VNE Sporting prior to that. I think there was a 3-1 scoreline in their favor as well. I think they've really earned their place, and now that they are in the challenge, I want to see them come back this time around and really do better on their last, you know, season's performance. They got 2 wins out of 7. I want to see them really be in that top 4 this time around.
We can talk a little bit about play styles as well, and what are we expecting out of Humble? Kenny, you've already mentioned that they have that kind of aggression on their side. They really kind of push through, but Reply Totem, what are they going to sit on the back foot a little bit? Are they going to clash heads? What do you reckon is going to happen?
I think the one thing I know about this match is I think it's going to be close. I mean, fun fact about Humble, last season they went 2-5. On paper, that's 6th place, not fantastic. 5 out of 7 of those matches, they lost 3-2. They've been on the cusp, just like Ark said. I think this is going to be a very scrappy back-and-forth match. I don't really expect one side to kind of run away with it. I do think this is going to be a 3-2 affair, and I think this is a big opportunity for Totem to kind of set things straight, set the tone for the season, and really prove to the world why they deserve to be here. So I'm going to lean Totem, but it's going to be close.
This could be a little bit of a mentality push as well, because whoever takes the dub out of these two, obviously you're setting the precedent for the rest of the season, like you've already said. But for Reply Totem, if they lose their opening match, this could be a bit of a dent in their mentality, Trav, right?
That's the thing. I mean, for Totem, if they lose this, it's losses upon losses upon losses, right? Like, they've just not been doing so well recently. And I feel like, as you say, this is something that they need to get their run started in the right way, because we didn't even see them last season. Winning Season 1, winning Season 2, winning Masters. They just seemed like the team to beat in SBS, but after not even seeing them in the previous in the previous season, I feel like they've got to come back with a point to prove here and set, you know, make sure everybody's scared of them once again, as they once were.
It's a fair point. Ark, what's your prediction going into this match? Reply Totem and Humble. I'm getting it hype in the studio, and I can only just about see you because there's a ghost in between us.
I've got to go with Reply Totem. I think that they are that team which will look at them past mistakes and rectify them. And I think with Hypercharge in the mix as well, you know, Reply Totem have always been a very aggressive team. You know, one which like to experiment with the meta a little bit, but at the same time, you know, I think when it comes down to things, when they lose a match, they're very good at coming back around, and they did try to turn their match around against Humble in that Open Finals too, but it didn't quite go their way in the end, and they had to go for that lower bracket. And as Trav said, I think the matches didn't really kind of push them in that lower bracket, so it was a little bit of a concern for me when they actually did qualify that it wasn't under more strenuous circumstances. But I think they've had time to reflect, and I think that in regards to the meta and such, that it might be something in their advantage. Humble, you know, when it comes down to it, might be a bit more prescient under these circumstances, and that's what they've always kind of like faltered in the past.
Ooh, okay. Well, we are just waiting momentarily for the draft to kick off between these first two teams, to kick off Challenge Season 4 of Brawl Stars. We're all very, very excited, but something that I feel like we need to touch on, because a few of the viewers at home may be wondering what on earth is going on when they're looking at these 8 teams, this lineup for the Challenge Season 4. No Na'Vi! I feel like that was a little bit of a surprise for me personally as well, checking it out, but Kenny, I see you gritting your teeth. I don't know, what was the story behind that?
It's hard to put a finger on, and like Ark said earlier, you know, they tried something new with the roster, new starting member, and it didn't work out. It's kind of tough seeing them be on this peak at LCQ, and then when we get to this challenge season, they don't quite get it done. You know, this is kind of the Totem experience of what happened last season, and now we have Navi, somebody who's going to the World Finals, who will be competing against Totem, not here today. It's surprising. I'm sure they're disappointed. I don't think I need to tell them that. You know, I think the expectations that we set for these guys are a lot higher because we've seen that from them. So really confused, kind of went with down, honestly. Definitely surprised, and, you know, it's definitely a shocker. They're a team, especially after LCQ, that I really thought would be here.
Well, we're just waiting for some of our teams to get sorted, and while we do that, there's something that actually myself and Ark had a brief conversation about leading into today, which was, on paper, okay, Reply Totem started to, you know, have a bit of difficulties when a certain member of the Reply Totem squad evacuated and went into a different team called Zeta Division. We are, of course, talking about the coach, Inso, or I'd like to call him Insano, because what's going on? He's moved to Zeta. Zeta are winning everything. He moved out of Reply Totem when they were winning everything. Is this man the key to bringing Brawl Stars victories in? Oh, are you about to crush my dreams and basically just say no, Trav?
I think to a certain extent the coach can help, right? He's obviously got the ability to scout out which players are going to be very good because he picked that roster up for Zeta Division. Like Zeta approached Inso first, and he was like, pick a team for us. He's obviously got the ability to scout out a very solid team. As far as coaching goes in Brawl Stars, I'm not entirely convinced that it's like massively needed and it pushes them that far forward. But a quiet team like Zeta, the players in general, I feel like they needed someone like Inso who's got a bit more of a voice to help them out.
Well, 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 I believe it is almost time because we have our draft who's coming up on the screen right now. Here it is. I want us to kick things off. I'm going to kick things off with you, Ark. You're pointing at the screen. You're looking disappointed. The head is shaking. Talk me through what you're thinking.
How can you not ban Shelly with Hypercharge in play, you know? I mean, straight off the bat, it's the first pick for Reply to him. I said coming in, I want to see a Shelly ban, kind of want to see a Spike ban as well. And it wasn't there. They're going to pick it up. I think that is a very scary start for Humble as we're already just kicking things off. Bans being Crow, Squeak and Nanny for Reply Totem, for Last Stop and Bounty, for sort of Humble, the Crow ban, the Grey ban, and the Gale ban. Sad to see, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm actually really disappointed because one of my biggest excitements as a Gale Mastery, I really wanted to see Gale in play. He's been scrimmed a ton. He was played a ton throughout this week. I was curious to kind of see with the meta change, with the new 6 brawlers coming in.
You're the only person who wants to see Gale in play.
You are the person, yeah.
Standing alone.
I mean, clearly Humble doesn't want to see him in play. I'll tell you that much.
Wow.
Clearly the guy's strong.
Stand on up and move on over towards your casting desk because we are almost about ready to begin this first match of the Challenge Season 4. We are so excited. The scene is set. Gentlemen, take it away.
I'm upset with you right now about that Gale banter. I can't be having that.
You should be, buddy, because, I mean, nobody likes to see Gale. But looking at the draft now, got the Sandy, got the Max. I think that's a very, very solid pairing. You know, back in the old days, I think that was something that was very, very solid. 8-bit, on the other hand, very, very good brawler at the moment. Pretty diverse, got that range, got that damage booster, is pretty solid. Obviously, cheat cards to get out of the way as well. And then Amber is going to be the last pick to burn down some of those bushes on the sides.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting conversation we got going on, too. Sandy was in those balance changes as well, along with Shelly. So maybe Shelly's still really good. I mean, I've seen her scrimmed a decent bit still, but obviously the Queen of Brawl Stars is still the Queen of Brawl Stars. You know, we have in the Hypercharge roughly, but even her baseline stats are so darn good. So I do really like this Totem composition. You know, they've got that max energy as well to kind of charge with some super speed as well. Sandy, I think, is just a solid brawler overall. You know, Eve, 8-bit, Amber, solid composition too, but they're definitely two very different kind of picks here.
Yeah, no, I do feel like they've gone completely different directions. One seems to be a bit more control-based, one seems to be, let's run in a straight line and hope it goes pretty well, and I don't doubt that it will for Totem. Obviously, it wasn't Bounty either, it was Last Stop on the gem grab. A little bit of a UI bug there as well, but early kills coming in for Reply Totem now as Joker picks up 2, or 1 off the start and brings the mid quite low and backs him off. Master Uguay being Lukey, I believe, as well, and they're actually playing with Filippo this time instead of one of their other players.
Interesting start here, in complete control right now for Reply Totem. Good to have them back in the season. We'll see what they'll be able to do here today. But this spawn trap can be so tough in general as Maru just gets a big butt blast on the right-hand side. Opens this up a little more, and just no issues for Totem so far. I mean, perfect start here. They have to watch out for this retake as well. Eve can traverse across the map, but Joker with the speed, Maru keeping the distance, and Maru, oh my goodness, Shelly still looks great. 7 gems to 0, and a hot start here for Reply Totem.
And a Hypercharge available with a super in hand as well, down on the right side for Maru. Eventually we're seeing some pushback from Humble now that 8-bit does have the turret, but the Hypercharge comes in big slow from that. Huge stuff. Cyclone's going to be low, and we see a bit of a trade on the left-hand side there between Filippo and Mori, I believe it was as well. And that's 10 gems for Reply Totem now. Maru's going to go down, but a Sandstorm will assist them a little bit, slowing things down, stopping Humble from healing, and that's going to be huge at this stage in the game.
Yeah, they're just going to play a simple protect the president here. Joker's even jiggling in the bushes down there, just showing off the dance moves as Filippo tries to do something about it, but not going to be enough there. Commanding start here for Reply Totem, especially on this map. One thing that I have really found is control off the get-go is huge. If you get spawn trapped, these are pro players. This is Reply Totem. If you get on your back heels early, it's very hard to claw your way out. And I think that's exactly what we saw there with Humble. They just, off the rip, didn't get their lane victories, and it was a bad beat. And they're going to have to do better here off the rip, maybe pick up a kill or two and just find some kind of piece control.
I mean, look at the damage already coming in from Joker, and Mori can just fly under the radar in those bushes on the left, get control. And with Joker's control of the mid, he's not really even getting pinched that much. Speed comes in from Joker there, and that should be one, possibly two kills if they get Cyclone down now, and he is one shot, so that should be coming in shortly. Joker finishes that off, and just more of the same, Reply Totem domination.
It's pretty wild too, especially considering this team is area control like you mentioned. This isn't the long range of Eve and 8-Bit and Amber. They're just putting in fancy footwork. They're getting good dodges, and that's really the first blunder we've seen, and still complete control. Sniper Shelly on the prowl as well, and they're backed up all the way as a big super goes down. Filippo just trying to dive in, but Joker safely claims all of these, and the 2v3 Totem is successful, and they're close to a countdown.
Yeah, that hypercharge had a bit of movement speed there as well, but he actually uses that super backwards onto the launch pad, and it just gets killed instantly by Maru. But a bit of control coming back for Humble now as they pick up that left-hand side as Cyclone dominates Mori over there. But Joker's still 9 gems in hand, speed available. Going to provide that to Maru as well. Should be able to pick up this 10th with not really much damage going on to him either. Takes about 50% of his health, but still looking pretty good as nobody's pushing towards him. Reply Totem are cleaning up on the offensive side, and this is going to be the first set already.
Yeah, and it looks like to me Shelly has not gone anywhere. I mean, Maru just popping off super after super, pins and spins already. It's only set one trap. Talk about tone setter. Reply Totem setting the stage for a comeback for themselves this season.
I mean, that's exactly what Reply Totem needed to do, right? They needed such a flawless start in that kind of position. But from there, like, why are they bringing in Filippo? There must be some kind of issue where one of the players can't play, because Humble this year have been so good towards this later portion of the season. With the position that they're in right now, I don't see why they'd make a roster change, so I'd imagine maybe Tomsy's away.
Yeah, I mean, switching up something here, and I think more recently they've definitely had success. I mean, that composition, really interesting choice. I feel like they didn't really find an answer to Shelly. Honestly, I think the one brawler that may have helped them there, I feel like a Spike would have been a good call trap, just a gut feeling, but I think that would have been a good choice here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Spike wanted a little bit of a watching on it as well, by the sounds of things. So definitely would have been a solid pick for them to bring in, but he's chose here to stand with us and watch the gameplay instead.
Yeah, I mean, 3 casters on the mic. We'll hear from him a little later, I'm sure. But I think overall, it's interesting, right? I didn't feel like that was necessarily the best draft. I feel like 3 good brawlers for Humble, but I just didn't see how the pieces kind of came together. I mean, I like 8-Bit as a gym grab. I mean, we love it over in NA as well. I mean, across the world, it's become more of a normalized thing. However, it just didn't really feel like they had an answer for Shelly. I feel like Shelly was just dominating. I think that's something in the band stage that Humble's going to internalize and say, hey, maybe I need to watch out for, you know, the hypercharge still. It's one of the newest ones. She's still super powerful. I anticipate she's going to get some more Bands Cup coming here.
Yeah, I'd hope so. I mean, if Maru can play it that well, which we know he can regardless, right? He's been playing it pretty much all year long with how strong Shelly's been. It just seems a little bit worrying that Humble didn't really account for that, didn't ban it out. You know, there's 6 hypercharge brawlers being brought in today, and I don't know if they've just forgot that they're being brought in and that's why they hadn't banned any of them, but you've got to switch on in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough here, right? I mean, we've had little time. You know, the rules have been changing up with all these new brawler additions. We still have the newest 6 set of hypercharged brawlers out of the mix. But you can't forget even brawlers like Shelly, like Spike, you know, even Bull I've seen scrimmed a good bit. Colt, depending on the maps appearing. I mean, all of these brawlers are going to have some relevance. It's just a different meta, lots of balance changes. It's going to take a little time to figure things out, I'm sure, even for as good as these pro players are. So testing things out against Totem, not something I want to be in a spot to do.
Yeah, I mean, testing things out brawler-wise and player-wise, it just seems so odd that a roster change has come in here. How well, I mean, Kenny. They don't listen. They don't listen. Shelly being first picked by Reply Totem again, but the Gene and the RT coming down this time from Reply Totem, hoping that that can help them out a little bit more, because last time they didn't really have a fighting chance.
Yeah, and it's going to be dry season as well, so they're still electing to go for the Shelly here. I mean, Gene, RT, Staples, and Bounty makes a lot of sense for this map, but I think this is just one of those things where you kind of just have to auto-click the Shelly button, right? I mean, they had success with it last time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We saw what they could do with that brawler. It's got a hypercharge available too, especially at a professional level. They're usually going to be able to get that maybe one time on our ladder games at home, Trav. You know, we can get those 2 to 3 times, but obviously the hypercharge a rare commodity here. They round out their draft with Mr. P and Brock.
I mean, obviously Dry Season isn't a Brawl Ball map. We got another UI error here, but we will be seeing them on Bounty, which makes a bit more sense for the Mr. P and the Brock picks in general. Pretty solid long-range brawlers. I don't usually like Mr. P that much at all, to be honest with you. You know, it's very much a South American pick, which means we might see it a bit later on down the line from Nouns. But as far as European meta goes, it's just not what we see too often. It's good against the Gene stopping pulls, good against the RT single projectile, but Carl is something that's going to give it some issues.
Yeah, I think Carl's actually a really good beat here into the Brock, who's a little bit more on the squishy side, and then we've got Mr. P and his porters. Carl's gonna be able to slice right through those things. I mean, they can beef it up, but you only get so many uses of that. Got to charge up your super, take up that time. But once Mr. P is established, I mean, it's gonna be a little bit tougher to destroy the porter, at least on this map. You know, outside of maybe a Gene super going through a wall, they don't really have any wall break options. So I do think there is some validity to the Mr. P. I think it's gonna be pesky, obviously a counter into Gene as well. So I see the vision for what each side's going for. This is kind of our classic chess match in Brawl Stars. Each side gonna have one advantage here, other side responds with an advantage there. It's all about checking your board as we jump in to Dry Season here on Bounty, and exactly as predicted, Carl going to dive in there with a flying hook. Blue star advantage here for Humble to kick off set number 2.
He had some great shots early on for Mori to be able to try and get this super, and they're getting the Gene versus Mr. P matchup that they really do desire. It's not that solid until we obviously see that Mr. P porter coming down, but at the same time, Gene got some great shots there with that Vengeful Spirits, and Maru's going to pick up the left-hand side with a little bit of help from Joker, jumps over the wall to evade that last Vengeful Spirit, and survives this one out a little bit longer. Filippo's going to use that flying hook towards the wall, chose to use it, but didn't find the opportune moment. Filippo's going to go down, get traded out, but not without Humble getting 2, and that means they're in the lead.
Very clutch shot there from Joker. I think if they slide away with that, he was definitely going to live, so it gives him a few extra stars to stay in this. Blue star still on their side as well, which is very important. Being down 1, not fun, but if they can play this clock right, they're going to bring it down to one final push. Ideally, they're going to want to play offense in the final moments here and just walk away with the lead. It's a common strategy we see in professional Bounty. They're not going to just W key the whole time. They're going to choose their spot, build up those supers, and go for one final hurrah. So still 50 seconds to go, plenty of time, and Maru is going to flash that super the whole time and put the fear of God in one of these players if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, Luke, he's got the pull, but he can't really use it on Joker. He's just going to jump away from it, and Mori's going to have these constant porters coming down and tanking out that pull. Eventually being backed off now. I think Filippo getting that super definitely helped him out quite a lot. Still a couple of gadgets in hand of Mori because he has that 4th gadget gear, I would imagine. And now a bit of control coming back into the hands of Reply Totem with Joker connected some beautiful shots here. Another one onto Luki and another one to Filippo as well. Porter's still coming down this right side, but chose not to do it. The slows there as well. It gets the kill, gets the lead. But Cyclone's looking for some shots, doesn't find any, bear in mind, and only 13 seconds to bring it back.
They're going to have to make a breakaway here. Joker with another kill as well. And now the hypercharge unleashed. The pull doesn't matter. Buck Blast goes down. And they run away with a 10-star victory. The lead, almost a detriment to Humble, I would say. They were in their back heels for at least a solid minute there. You know, Totem just played it right. Got 2 kills. There's 1 brawler remaining. Let's walk it home, fellas. They kept it simple. They played the strategy. They didn't over-aggress. They used their supers to advantage. And one thing that you noticed throughout all of that, too, you saw the lanes rotate at least 2 to 3 times. I mean, they were cycling in and out the whole time. They wanted Mari on that RT. They didn't want him to deal with Carl. And it's just a really well-played match. I mean, I think Totem are looking on top of their stuff right now. Need to be careful here as they do lose a brawler and the blue star over to Humble. So no complaints here for Humble to start out game number 2. Much better than what we had last time.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, 3-0 is exactly what they will have wanted, but at the same time, you mentioned they don't want to be backing off. It sometimes seems like the position they're in, the lead they're in with the comp they've got, they want to stay kind of a bit more aggressive and not being backed into the spawn when Mori gets his porters coming and Maru gets the super. It's going to be very, very dangerous for them. Available for Joker now. Chooses to rain down those rockets on the left-hand side. Gets a couple of connections, but not much cycle. Now comes in that flying hook, gets the super along the way as well, gets the kill onto Mori. Beautiful stuff, and the Vengeful Spirits will get the rest low. But pull goes towards Joker, and he had that jump away from the rocket laces. Still should have a few in the bag as well, thanks to that gadget, or gear, I should say.
Impressive stuff from Humble, to be honest with you. I mean, timing is huge, so this pace of play, I think, has been better from them. They don't want to let all the way off the gas pedal. They just want to give enough space to keep themselves up. You know, they timed that super with Carl well, and they even pick up a kill here, so now 7-0. Complete turnaround here from Humble. They've got plenty of time on the clock. I mean, Totem can still pull something similar, but it's going to take 3 kills this time, not just 1.
I mean, with the positioning they're going to be able to get now, it's going to be there. And I mean, that's a wasted pull from Luki. And now they've got to restart from square one to get that back. And get rid of some of this pressure. But Cyclone having his super is a dangerous thing for Totem at this point. But Rocket Rain comes down, brings him down to one shot, and the last rocket connects with him. Now only 4 needed, and this is just 2 kills from from anybody at this point. But they are being backed off quite heavily as Joker's low. The pull comes on. Maru hits as well beautifully. Filippo with 4 and Luki with 3. They're going to need a couple more takedowns if they want it, and there's only 2 of them waiting to fight.
They're going to need to piece up a few brawlers here. Lightning raining from the skies. A complete whiff on that one as Maru fires the shotgun shots. Cyclone releasing the beast off the legs. The static going down. 3 stars making the difference as Totem picks up another one. Close call. But Filippo survives down to the wire. And Humble finally pick up a game.
I mean, the Hypercharge showing its worth at the end there, gets 2 kills. But the thing is, it came too late. And that's the issue with Hypercharge, especially in Bounty. If you're playing the entire game passive, if you're waiting for the opportune moment, then you're not getting your supercharge. You're not getting the hypercharge charge, and that's the issue with Shelly on this map, I feel. First game we saw, beautiful from Maru, but this one, it just wasn't the same energy.
Yeah, and I think, again, the pace that they're going at, they found it there in the final moments. If they had about 2 more seconds, I think they might even win it. Obviously, Maru had low HP to end game number 2. But much better stuff from Humble. I mean, clearly they're playing their positioning, they're going for this blue star, and they're immediately taking the defense. I liked that they kind of got more aggressive there in the mid-game. They reminded Reply Totem, hey, we're still here, don't mess with us. And I think the biggest thing there, they could have even made a bigger breakaway, Trav, if they hit some of those gene pulls. You can't go pulling on the Brock when he's got all those gadgets. You're going to take a lot of supers to bait him out. It's going to be tough for Gene to get as much value in this matchup.
This is the thing, this is make or break for Humble at the moment. They either bring it to 1-1 or they go 2-0 down, and that might be the point beyond repair. Getting some good pressure in now, but that's a great gadget from Cyclone getting the kill, but this Clay Pigeon's going to be used by Maru. Not a lot of value out of it. Filippo going aggressive as well. Not going to be finding the kill in there, I don't believe, but gets his super now and might choose to re-aggress, but Joker coming in. Great shots, but that last one hits the wall. Rocket Rain comes down to break up those walls as well. Gives them a less opportunity to hide behind them, but at the same time, Humble still seem to be dominating.
Yeah, Cyclone with some nice taps there, and I'm with you. I think long-term, this is going to help them out, especially since, the last 2 times we've seen this, it's been left to one last Totem Surgeons. So opening up this left-hand side is not going to have them any places to hide with 40 seconds to go. It's deja vu of games 1 and 2. It's Humble on their back foot, 3-star lead, blue star in their hands, and Totem need at least a couple kills here in our final seconds.
I mean, that super's available from Maru, which means he's going to be able to get slow, and the Clay Pigeon following up after that might be quite dangerous for Humble in this position. But they are taking defense behind some of these walls. Rocket Rain's still not available, which isn't going to help, but eventually some shots coming down from Maru. Might choose to move this a little bit further forward. She does, the slows there, and that's 1 kill, but they're still going to need another as Blue Star is in the hands of Humble, but they're in a perfect position to do so. Maru's still got that super. Pull missed as well, and now RT's in a compromised position. He's going to use the flying hook to that side as well, but they get the kill. The shots from Shelly aren't going to do it, and Humble survive on. That kill on Luki would have secured it, but Totem couldn't guarantee that.
Wow, what a set. I mean, Humble really brought it. We didn't see what we're used to seeing from them more recently. The new era Humble, as I'll call it. They've been consistent. They've been competitors. And Reply Totem, despite being the team that we know they are, that they have been, it's been more Humble recently. Set number 1, I was feeling good about Totem. I still feel good about Totem. I think both of these teams are going to provide the great match that I thought they were coming into this. But at the same time, we can see the cracks a little bit too. Nobody's perfect. Europe has been a very tough region to conquer. Nobody's been on top the whole year long. Zeta's been the most consistent, I would argue, but nobody's had a long stretch of domination. And I think Humble are really starting to show that they're competitors. They were close in LCQ, and I think they're hungry. Look, they don't have Worlds to look forward to. This is it for them for 2023. This is the whole entire shebang, and they're putting all their eggs in one basket, and I think we're going to see them really compete here. I think they're going to drag this along, and I mean, Totem still look good, great set, but definitely some mistakes along the way.
It did seem that way, and I think Totem, their composition wasn't bad, but as you say, it just seems like a game of chess. It's back and forward, and it's always those moving pieces that are going to be the issue, and one brawler can counter another. But if you've got Carl swooping in, getting kills like nobody's business, RT getting some of those sharpshooter shots against Shelly, which just isn't going to have that comparable range without Clay Pigeon being popped, you're going to have some issues.
Yeah, I think this is just a chess match, like you said, and I think it starts in the draft. I'm curious to see if Shelly doesn't get banned again. I think Shelly was really powerful off the start, and I just got a glimpse of the screen too, Trav. I don't know when they're going to learn their lesson, but it looks like back to some classic Shelly stars here for this map. We're going to see the Cordelius, the Edgar, the Barley all banned out. On the other end, though, some hypercharge action out of the mix as well. Bull, Ims, and Nita. Look, when I see Hot Potato, I'm thinking Bull immediately right now because of these hypercharges. He's been everywhere in practice. His hypercharges added a ton of value to him. I think he's a legitimate brawler, and I understand banning him here.
Yeah, I think so too, but the Tara as a return pick against the Shelly first pick of Humble, I like. And then the Spike on top of that as well, which will have that hypercharge now, is a dangerous pick. It's been a bit of a while since we've seen these brawls in competitive. Refreshing to see them return, but you know, I will never say no to a Tara, Kenny.
Similar to how I feel about Gale, I know how you feel about Tara. I mean, the super's dynamic. She can do a lot of damage on the high safe. I think it's going to be a way to kind of counter out Shelly a little bit too. And I mean, Spike's a traditional brawler on this map in general for competitive as well. And now we hand him a hypercharge. Our good friend Spike going to get some action on the playing field as well. So I'm excited to see him. I know he was waiting on the sidelines very carefully. One shout too is Nita shows up a good bit here as well, but obviously with the pet power increase in the gadget as well, I think that gives that even a little more life and maybe brings Nita to that stage where teams are going to have to start banning her depending on the map and mode. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think exactly the same. Willow's going to come in next from Humble, and I think it's a solid pick. You know, with a lot of these tanks probably not going to be available thanks to the Shelly on the map, the Tara, the Spike, all really good tank counters. I think something like a thrower had to be brought in, and Willow's a great option for that. Wonderfully defensively, and I mean, with Cordelius out of the way, it becomes another one of those brawlers. When a brawler goes towards your tank, you move them away, waste all their ammo, put them in a compromised position, and it can help out massively. Carl, we've seen it work for them in that previous set, and I think it might work again.
Yeah, I mean, Carl, a great shout here as well. You've got the flying hook. They can travel across the map really quickly, and especially against some of the more squishy brawlers. I mean, it's going to do well in general. Spike, solid, but doesn't have the most HP. And one good thing about Carl, in particular to these two brawlers, is can pierce through the Tara pets, can pierce through the life plant. I mean, some of what makes Tara and Spike themselves, Carl directly aggresses with just his basic attacks. So really interesting to kind of see how that unfolds. Gray is somebody that I didn't necessarily expect to see on Heist. I don't think he deals the most damage on that Heist safe, but he does add that extra range. He's got the TP. I mean, he's got some great pieces in utility. Maybe there for the walking cane as well, just to open things up, not let Willow and Shelly run as rampant, but definitely not one I expect to see as regularly on this map.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If you've got a damage dealer who can do something as much as Spike to the safe, setting up that TP in a position where Humble are always going to have to defend it is going to be really annoying for them to have in their back of the mind. So I don't mind this pick, and as you said, the walking cane's extremely solid as well, breaking down some of these walls. Getting Willow out of the way can be a great answer, because, I mean, you can bring in Grand Piano, but walking cane gives the wall break, and it gives those extra benefits too.
Yeah, I think Walking Cane's certainly going to be the gadget of choice here as we kick off with set number 3. 2 solid compositions, and no Barley meant that they brought in the Willow here, so Willow going to be lobbing up shots. A nice pull there, but a better takedown onto Mari as well, as Master Oogway is going to trek down the right-hand side. Never thought I'd have to say that in a call-out, Trav, but another Kung Fu master from one to another. Mad respect.
And you really do have to respect it. His position on this right-hand side is very respectable as well, but Super comes down from Filippo, and he's performing beautifully after that first set. Some damage coming down now for Humble, and this control is all in their hands. Cyclone in a position to be able to peek forward, peek backwards, get some damage on safe, get some damage on Maru. They're definitely not going to complain about that, and with Willow's control and positioning on this right, it's not a good spot for Totem, but eventually opening up now as Maru picks up that left-hand side.
Yeah, especially considering how opened up that was. I mean, all things considered, good amount of damage, but nothing crazy that they can't come back from. As Joker going to take advantage of the matchup there. One thing that we didn't really mention is that that TP onto Willow is going to be really solid if she doesn't have that super. In general, Gray can be very useful into those throwers for not only breaking down those walls, but a quick TP, a few shots, and some easy kills. As right now, it's a back and forth affair between both of these teams, each just trying to claim 1 kill to move up the map. Very intelligent play from Cyclone. However, Maru is ready to meet him with a Tara super. A nice pull. I'm going to suction Cyclone right up, so 3v2 situation. A possibility of Totem getting some high safe damage as a result.
Yeah, Lukey dived down there, but a good evasion eventually, and now in a good position once more is Lukey. Teleport built up. Maru accidentally TPs in there, but the auto-aim from the super goes straight into Filippo, and he does not get that off well. No damage there onto Maru, and he's able to heal up now. Pull comes through. Cyclone's going to pop that flying hook as well, not get it off in time, as didn't have that ammo. Those pets are going to go down, but this is going to be a lot of damage. Hypercharge activated, but the defense coming in from Willow. TP from Joker to try and get him down before he managed to do anything else. But this is a very even game, and now with Humble breaking back through those defensive lines of Totem, they're going to be the ones getting the damage.
That super might change how this match goes. I mean, Hypercharge, as good as it gets. You know what's worse? When you're using it against your own teammates. They didn't get much damage out of the interaction, but at least they saved themselves from making things worse, as Willow's going to eat up the Tara pets. Filippo now going to be trekking down the map, and now a Hypercharge of their own activated. Damage pouring in. Cyclone tail spinning down the lane, and well below 20% now. Simply not enough time for Totem to make a resurgence. What a counter strike there from Humble.
I mean, Totem tried to make it happen at the end, but Humble just timed it right. Every play that they made built up to that final push. I mean, the start they had and the end they had with the real damage deals. Totem had control of pretty much the entire middle, but just could not get that comparable damage, and that Willow super was so beautiful coming in from Luki there. And as you said, you know, having a hypercharge is great, but when you're using it against your own team, it kind of gets rid of that greatness.
It feels bad, right? I mean, you charge it up the whole game. It's really difficult in these pro players, and then it's all going to waste and into Willow's hands. Now they're going to make him think twice about using supers like that as Filippo activates his gadget, looking for some longer range shots into Mari as Master Uguay travels up the mid here. Joker with a kill as well, so 2v2 setting, all even right here as both sides look to establish some ground control.
Well, Filippo now coming back up. We have a Spike super available, and that should be pretty useful. Oh, that Walking Cane's beautiful there as well, and already got more wall break than they had in the entire last game within the first 30 seconds. Joker's going to go for a TP in, but a nice dive down there from Luki. And I think that was another Walking Cane, but we're actually going to see Cyclone go up now, and Filippo left alone on the defense. Those are going to come in now, and they should be defended quite nicely. But the Spike is unsafe, and that is going to be a lot of damage. 50% already eradicated directly. And we're going to see Luki going for a Spike defense once again by using that mind control. But he's still alive and still pretty healthy in that top right.
Yeah, not a fair trade at all. I mean, Cyclone kept pushing down that right-hand side, and it just wasn't worth it. 90-20 now. Totem with a massive lead. It's going to take a lot of effort here and pretty much a perfect remainder of their game, and then even maybe some, as Filippo's going to hold on to this super here. Carl, Willow just doing their best as Maru's willing to even teleport in, gets the super necessary, and I think going to be going for Cyclone here. A perfect defense. Well, almost. Cyclone going to get some chip shots in here, but it's going to tread all the way down to 0%. And now all of a sudden, a tie ball game here. This is a big set, Trav. It's set number 3, opening day, and you really want to get a win, especially if you're Humble against the Masters champion.
Yeah, exactly. Reply Totem did it in that game, though. Will they be able to do it again? That is the question. To be able to take this set. Humble wanting to fight back, but that last game was just not good, and all it takes is one spike on the safe, and the game can be over for you.
1-1, 1-1. As close as it gets. A very pivotal moment here for both of our teams. Early aggression from the red roster here, and even a kill along the way as well. Gadget coming out for Shelly, and it's just Mari left to defend as the teammates respawn, and they are paid a king's ransom for it. 71%, and now dipping below 70. Impressive stuff, and nearly a perfect start here for Humble.
I mean, Joker not getting these early Walking Canes is really hurting Totem at this point. Filippo's going to go for some more damage through the mid there with the Clay Pigeon, and some great shots. A nice dive down there from Luke. He should be able to get Joker in this back portion of the map, and actually does, survives it out as well, but gets hit by Maury's spike shot. Super veiled from Filippo, but this should be able to be defended out by the Carl on the right-hand side thanks to his peaking ability. But he's actually just choosing to leave because Willow can defend that Tara better.
Yeah, I mean, easy shots over the wall there, and Tara's going to slowly dwindle in HP all the way down to going elimination. It's going to be Cyclone now, spinning across the safe. A couple supers saved up for the red side as well, and they're nearly at 20% now sub that. This is getting away from Totem. They need to play a defense very quickly. Master Uguay and Filippo just looking to go for it all here as Joker trying to defend. A nice connection there, but still no kill. The teleport is what it's going to take. They burn a very valuable super. They have over a minute to go. They have map control, but it may be too little, too late.
I mean, no damage from them. First signs coming through now, and it's only 5%. Hypercharge is there from Filippo as well, and Cyclone flying hook down this right-hand side. Pull available now, coming in from Maru there, but Joker's going to be able to defend this out, but all it takes is one push, a couple of shots from Luki, and it's going to be done. But eventually, Reply Totem pushing forward. It's got to be a perfect game now. Even the control would have been a good move there to try and get that finished off, but Cyclone moving down this right-hand side, think another player along with him as well, but the support from beyond on the safe. Maury's going to get the defense, but nobody can stop the piercing Carl shots. They get the job done and take set number 3.
Wow. I mean, what an impressive performance there. Games 1 and 2, back and forth. And then all of a sudden, Humble looking alive. I'm curious to think of what Spike thought about his performance. Now off the sidelines here in a moment. We'll get to see him, but he was here for the whole ride. I think Totem going to be a little bit sad about this one. It was a very close set and a nice pull there from Maru. Just some big time plays, and just look at the hefty amount of damage just going through. I mean, back and forth the whole time, but game number 3, Humble. Impressive stuff.
I mean, this is the thing. We've seen some hypercharged brawlers come in, but it's not game-changing. It's not game-breaking like everybody thought it would be. It's just there. It's something you can use. And even, you know, throughout a game of Hype, we've seen one hypercharge being activated by each brawler at that time, and it's not something that's going to be completely changing the game. Spike making an appearance again, and although he didn't have the best performance there, I got a feel for my man.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I mean, not going to win that set, unfortunately. I wish you the best in some future ones, but a quick response here. He'll be watching the whole time. Oh, thank you. You gave me an eyeball. That was really, really sweet of him. What did you get? What did you get?
I got a finger.
Oh.
That's arguably a bit cooler.
You know, I'll go with my eyeball. You keep that. That's all you.
Happy Halloween!
You want it back? Is that? Oh, he took my gift.
No longer a gift, apparently.
I guess I wasn't grateful enough for the eyeball. That's my bad, chat. I really appreciated it, though. I guess we were kind of harsh about him, you know, losing that set and all. But, you know, I just call it how I see it, Trav.
Oh, no, I do as well. But, I mean, the Spike just didn't seem that influential, right? With the Willow against it, it's never going to do that much, especially with the Carl piercing through as well. I just feel like it was a very solid pick. Spike's always going to be very, very solid. But just didn't seem like into that matchup it worked that well. We're on to Brawl Ball in field goal. A few bans coming in as well. Obviously got all 6 here. Nita, Shelly, and Otis banned out from the side of Reply Totem. Mortis, Cordelius, and Primo going to be banned out from Humble. And Spike as a first pick.
Yeah, that's why he had to leave. I mean, he got drafted first overall, back into action, and he's looking for revenge to prove us wrong. Look, on field goal, be somebody that I would definitely expect here. But again, we're seeing Anita banned. We're seeing Shelly out of the mix. We're seeing some good brawlers that you don't see banned a lot. You know, we got Mortis and El Primo out of the picture. It's a tanky. It's an aggressive meta. And I know one thing about Totem is sometimes they can pull off those tanks really well. We've seen them have quite a few El Primo and Mortis games in their heyday. So they're going to just remove those from existence, and they're going to go back to Spike. I'm a little surprised B was the insta-pick into that, though, just considering the life plan is traditionally a really good way to deal with B. And now with kind of these gadget changes and new ones coming in, or excuse me, gears, you can even have 4 of those. So I'm really curious to see how they get around this. And it looks like Buster, a good brawler to just walk your way up the map, shield for your teammates, and just allow them to hit some shots is the way they're going to go about that. I think that's a good call.
I mean, if we see a couple more tank counters, though, from Humble, I feel like it's going to be still pretty comfortable against that Buster. I mean, Buster, ridiculous at the moment. Absolutely crazy. Possibly the best brawler in the game. Just seems to be walking through all opposition. But if you've got enough tank counters, maybe there's a chance to be able to stop him in his tracks. I mean, it's a maybe even with 3 of them, but Max is going to be the next brawler coming in from Humble. And, you know, Totem used it in the first set. It worked pretty well for them, so possibly now it's Humble's turn.
Yeah, I think Max and Spike is going to work out just fine. I feel like nobody's reinventing the wheel with these drafts so far. I think everybody's just picking some really good brawlers. No real compositions or long-time synergies. I think they're just going to go with the good lane, the good speed brawler, and of course, hyperchargers are in the mix. So why not? Let's get Bull in here and get some bulldozer action going, Trav.
I mean, I'll never say no to a Bull, especially with that hypercharge. It's so good with 80% negation of that damage when charging forwards. You basically just eat it all up. And I mean, pair that with like pair that with a tough guy or something like that, and that can be really, really dangerous. Another shield whilst going in as well. So Tara's going to be the last pick coming in from Reply Totem. Overall, looking at it, I think Reply Totem seems a bit safer. Safer picks in my eyes. But Humble, I just love that aggression.
Yeah, in terms of just how excited I am to watch him, I really want to see Bull. It's a brawler that we don't get to see too much, so I'm really happy that he got a hypercharge. He's gotten more relevance. We've seen him a ton in practice. Let's put him into play and see how he does. You know, Brawl Ball, a mode that I think he can be solid in. I think if we're going to be looking out for some of those big-time, super down the sidelines, throw the ball forward, get a little stomp of the foot, and just throw that ball in. I mean, there's a lot of big play opportunity for Bull, and just a lot more familiarity, we'll call it, with the Reply Totem side. I mean, Tara, Buster, B, nothing new to the meta, so let's see how they end up lining up here. It's going to be Bull trying to take on a Tara, not the easiest thing in the world, as Maru gets an easy victory, and as a result, Mari just trekking down this left-hand side. Cyclone thankfully has a super for them. They're going to be looking out for this. If they're not careful, though, Maru might grab this ball, a wall opening as well. The invincibility there, and Master Uguay steps forward for a perfect defense on that goal, but Maru nearly got a cheeky play off there.
Yeah, he was looking for a little bait and switch with the wall break and then just playing the normal shot, but Cyclone might be able to get the trade there against Mori. Not going to get it just yet, but Bull taking control of this left-hand side now, getting that matchup that he desired off the start. Super going to go towards Mori, gets him down perfectly there. Beautiful from him, and another super available too. Filippo's going to go forward with the hypercharge. Thanks so much. The stomper as well, and beautiful from Humble to get the first goal, and that was gorgeous from Filippo.
That's exactly what I was talking about, the big play capability. And look, he doesn't need to have a perfect KD. He just needs to disrupt things. And he charged a hypercharge very early there. Ate all the shots he needed. Even dodges a Tara super there. Goes for a super, collects the ball. And Joker now in trouble. They're going to be going down the sidelines now. It's Filippo with the super. Master Uguay, they dumped this ball off. And they're just going to bide their time. They know Maru is back. But there's so much utility in their pockets right now. I am nervous for Totem.
Yeah, I mean, Cyclone's going to want a super right now, thanks to that hypercharge that he has just popped. It's going to be pretty much wasted if not, and he doesn't really find any shots. Maybe he was just one off and couldn't find the entry frag, but at this point, we've got so much control for Humble now. Mori moving over to that right-hand side to try and take it again, but Filippo does have this super once more, and that's something that Totem needs to be cautious about. Super comes down, but it doesn't slow him as he still has that barricade up. But Humble in so much control. Little pass there goes through the tank forwards from Filippo, and the team wipe from Humble. Match point coming up next.
Goodness me. I mean, that's insane. What Bull just did dictated the entire game. Big plays, and we even saw him on that top left there towards the end. He was just hanging out. He didn't take a single shot. He waited to have his super. He charged on in. The rest was history. Humble on a match point. Totem and their debut for Season 4. It's been a while since we've seen Reply Totem at the ESL big stage. They need to find a way here. Dominant performance in game number 1, and Totem really need to look alive here in this second.
I mean, the support from Beyond gets the kill on the right-hand side, but Luki's going to be the one surviving. Luki being Master Uguay, pull available there as well, might be able to get the bounce on through. Perfectly timed by Maro, and this time they can't stop it with the invulnerability.
Beautiful plays there as now Filippo is looking to get the W key here. Master Uguay going in as well. It's just Maru in the goal, a kick to the right. Cyclone, a pass back, low HP, threads the needle and puts it in the back of the net. Absolutely nasty stuff from Humble.
I mean, look at this. Hypercharge available on the left-hand side as well. Speed's there as well. Can't be too far off the super. Gets it. Just wants to heal up. Now going in, tanking so much. Pulls there as well. But he gets brought down after that charge ends. Mori with the barricade up, sorry. And Tara pull available. He's got to make use of this if they want to get this win. It's 1-1 with 1:30 on the clock.
So much aggression from Humble. If you're Totem, you just got to take a deep breath. You got to get back to your roots. You got to look at your mechanics. But you're definitely nervous at this point, especially as they pick up a kill with Max. And now they're moving down the field as well, looking for this ball and massive pull right there as Filippo looks to get a pinch, blocking out shots from Max. A phase shift away. Gonna stay safe for now. And again, I'm keeping my eyes on Filippo this whole time. Bull has been a problem. Maru's just going to dump this ball top right for now. Not in their possession. And now it might even be an offensive move for Humble. Things looking scary.
3v1 here as well, super available. Joker's the last one left, he goes down, and Humble are gonna do it in the first match of the season. Take down the Titans of Reply Totem. Season 1 was theirs, Season 2 was theirs, Masters was theirs, Season 3 they were vacant, and now it seems like they're vacant again.
Incredible. I mean, Humble with just an absolute showing there. I mean, my prediction, not what I expected. I'm curious to hear what Ark was thinking about that match.
Yeah, I'm eating my words a little bit here, actually, aren't I? Because I did say that I felt Reply Totem had it what it takes, and they were looking so good. That first set immediately was theirs, and then Bounty was still looking convincing as well. But that's where the turnaround began, and Humble started to fight back, and really convincingly so. I mean, when you look at just what they've achieved in this first challenge day, looking ahead, I mean, they are now in such a fantastic spot. I mean, that was phenomenal.
That pendulum swing was outrageous. From the way that Reply Totem started, we were almost sitting back over here on this side of the fence and saying, this might be over very, very quickly. And then Humble just absolutely came back swinging. I've got to say, you were right, Kenny, in saying that with, oh no, so Trav, sorry, it was you saying it, that, you know, you can't really play passive when you've got a Shelly in Bounty, and you're just not going to get that hypercharge, or you're going to get it too late, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the thing for me is as well, you know, was it really Humble playing that incredibly? They had a roster change. If that's how well they're playing with a roster change, then, you know, good for them. But I kind of think maybe Reply Totem just switched off. That, you know, I was thinking the same after that first set. I was like, okay, this is probably going to be a 3-0. So fast. And then the first game of Bounty as well, so convincing. But I'm not sure if it's Humble playing ridiculously well or Humble playing, or Totem playing ridiculously badly.
What do you feel like the actual choice behind not banning Shelly? You guys seemed extremely, you know, I don't know what the word is, you seemed extremely forthcoming when it came to the fact that no one was really banning Shelly. What do you feel like the What do you feel like the choice was behind that, Kenny? Was there method to the madness?
I mean, maybe a little bit, and maybe, you know, one side's just willing to deal with Shelly a little more than we're expecting. I mean, coming into today, you know, there's a lot of question marks. One of the big balance changes was on Shelly. How good is she going to be? Is she still going to be relevant? And I think after that first game, personally, I definitely had probably a little bit of recency bias there. I mean, Totem absolutely popped off with the Shelly on gym grab, something historically that doesn't happen in Brawl Stars. And then we started to see it cool down a bit. I think we saw that it maybe is not as strong as it used to be, but I still feel like Shelly's a pretty good shout in most maps and modes.
The ball. The ball.
Yeah, that was crazy,
That was a
wasn't it?
shout,
Yeah.
wasn't it? I can't believe I just used the word forthcoming. How old? Chat, it's all right. Just put that I'm the oldest in the chat. It's fine. That
Yes.
was awful, wasn't it?
No.
Forthcoming. Who says that? Anyway, great display of mental game, I've got to say, from Humble, because a real, true kind of identifier in how these teams operate, how they think when they're going into the game, is if you go down that quickly against a team like Reply Totem, who we've been egging on about the fact that they're in this comeback, this is their chance to really stamp their ground and say, we are back in this game. It's really easy to fall apart if you go down that quickly, especially after that gem grab opening that they had, which just kind of seemed to fall apart from under their feet. For Humble to come back shows a really good showing of mental strength, right, Kenny?
I think so. I mean, I'm really impressed with Humble. This is a team that I definitely didn't sleep on coming into today, but I think I just had really high hopes and aspirations for Totem. And, you know, in terms of mental stuff, I'm curious to see what they do tomorrow. You know, if the ball keeps rolling in kind of this negative direction going into World, just start to ask questions there too. We've seen the ceiling from these guys. We know what they're capable of. And I think I'm just really looking forward and hoping to see that more.
So who, Ark, I'm going to come to you, buddy, as we talk through this ghost on our in between us. Who, for you, was kind of your MVP of that entire scenario there? Humble, Reply Totem, who took the cake for you?
Honestly, the way that Humble are playing, they're playing like an absolute unit. Like, not one player is shining because they're all working together so well. And even, like, you know, with some doubts in the first early set with Filippo because we weren't sure how that was going to fare. It fared super well. You got to remember, Reply Totem are the team that had the most phenomenal streak throughout seasons 1 and 2. Was it like 27 matches undefeated or something crazy? And then to go from that to the first match in the season and to falter, it's really tough to watch, actually, when you consider they are the number 2 seed in the BSC going into the World Finals for the EMEA region. For me, Humble now, I think, have just opened up the doors massively so. They came in off the back of the Open Split 2 performance and looked, like I said, going into the match, the best we've ever seen them. And that was how they started things. I think that really does set a bit of a precedent for them going forwards.
Well, Ark's discussed his MVP situation, and now I'm going to have to get you to get out of this studio, please, sir. Get up, take your hat with you that's balancing on your head. Make your way over to the Celestrator because this is going to be a very interesting part. I want to see Ark break something down here. It's going to be fantastic. As he's being chased by a ghastly
That is hilarious, by the way.
Studio. Ark, take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much, Banks. Well, the player I want to draw attention to was actually from Reply Totem in Bounty, which is kind of where things immediately after this fell apart for them, wasn't it? But keep your eye on, of course, Maru. I want to just initiate the fact that, using Hypercharge, we could see here, it was so successful. But ultimately, the support as well from Joker and also from Maori on to this man on the top left really did make a big difference when it went forwards into the play that we're about to look at. But ultimately, they're behind on the stars at this moment in time. They need a takedown, and that is the shot there from Maru. The helping hand onto Filippo, that was what really sealed the turnaround. 10 stars then to reply to the 6 of Humble. And if you keep an eye again still on to Maru, who's down in that little bottom part of the screen there, you can't quite see just yet. But having the Hypercharge really did give them a great amount of grace going into this moment where we could see a potential turnaround if Humble were able to. But Cyclone obviously in a bit of a tough spot with this Porter getting a lot of pressure, but it's the gene pull there from Lukey which really does seal it. Hypercharge there, popped by Maru, comes in, seals it, a complete team wipe, and a really convincing round for Reply Totem. But again, that's where it all started to go wrong for them. But nonetheless, a really great showing and a great use of Hypercharge and just demonstrating how effective it can be in Bounty.
Thank you very much, Ark. We've kind of taken a zoom-out perspective of these two teams who have gone up against each other. Humble have come out on top. Let's focus in a little bit on Reply Totem because, they coming into this, looking strong, opening map, extremely strong. Trav, you've already said, going into the second map, it was a bit of a switching off moment. Kenny, what would you identify that Reply Totem really need to focus in on? Maybe adapt, change before they come into their next day of competition because, if they're going to switch off after one map, this could be curtains for them.
It's hard to flag one thing. I mean, it's just been a team that's had these ups and downs all year long. And again, we've seen them be the best in the world. And just to, you know, kind of have these moments where we see those glimpses and those flashes. I know they have it in them. I'm not sure if it's a draft thing, if it's a comfortability thing, if it's a confidence thing. We know they have it in them. We just haven't quite gotten back to that being a regular occurrence. So maybe it is just the new balance. Maybe they're just wiping off the rust a little bit, getting back in the full swing of things in terms of just the new meta, the competition. I mean, these changes are super recent. Any pro player can become a victim to that. So maybe tomorrow they learn from their mistakes. They're like, hey, these drafts didn't go the way we wanted them to. Maybe it was some easy gameplay errors and things like that. I mean, it's just a team that on any given day can be the best in the world. And I'm just not sure what happened in between then and now.
Adaptability, people. That is the key word of the day. Right, we've had one of our matches for the day. We have 3 remaining. That was just the amuse-bouche of the day. Coming up after the break, we're going to have VN Esports team going up against SK Gaming. It's going to be an absolute banger, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
How spooky is this? You know what? I have to give a hats off for sure. Look at these awesome trainers. I have to give a hats off to the production who have put all this together. I know a lot of people in the chat are praising them, but I have to say, hats off indeed, Ark. Thank you very much, or should I say Morris. It's absolutely fantastic to see what they've all done with this studio, and it's... What's in the hat? Ark, what's in the hat?
Do you know what? This is a funny story. It doesn't quite fit on because it's quite deep, but Trav found out last night that if you just put a bit of toilet roll in the top and wedge it in. It's perfect. There you go.
Well, that being said, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're one match in. The scene is set. I'm joined by Ark, Trav, and Kenny in the studio. Match number 2 is going to be VN Esporting, and they're going to be going up against SK Gaming. Trav, earlier on today, you kind of said SK looking extremely strong coming into this, almost the team to beat when it comes to this challenge season. You know, break it down for us. Why are SK so good right now? How have they been playing, adapting to, like, you know, these new metas that are coming in that we've been discussing earlier on? What's your thoughts?
I mean, I genuinely don't know why, because they've had this roster for a while, right? I don't know if they've just kind of settled down into the roster that they've been playing with for like the last 6 months, but their LCQ performance was so convincing, and I think it kind of flipped everybody's opinion on them. If they didn't think they were, you know, the best team or one of the best teams in Europe, then that opinion has changed, and they qualified so flawlessly. I think maybe they dropped 0 or 1 sets throughout the entire LCQ run, and it was just beautiful to watch. And then went and won Queso Cup the other day. And their performances through that were so dominating as well that it's just, I'm pretty sure it's going to make any team so scared of them.
Ark, let's hone in on VN Esporting right now. Talk to me about, you know, their past fixtures. How are they looking up to this point? Are they looking like they're in dominant fashion? Should SK be worried at all?
Yeah, for me, you know, VN Esporting just coming shy, of course, in the last chance qualifier, but had a really, really good showing, let's be honest. You know, there has some roster changes recently, of course, not believing the roster going towards the Navi side, and Navi didn't qualify for this stage of the competition anyway. So, you know, whenever you're working with new players, it can take a little bit of time. There's certainly a bit of a honeymoon period to sort of get through, and I think for me, last season, they were just phenomenal. They were the #1 seed going into the Challenge Finals. But, of course, at the Challenge Finals, they didn't have their main roster, Casey, coming in. Again, a very established player, but this is what I'm referring to. Having a new player come in doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy sailings. And to Butzko's credit, though, he's been playing really, really well. And in that split 2 open finals, I think that VN Esporting certainly did cut the mustard. And, you know, I think their scorelines as well, when compared to some really tough matches actually in split 1, did themselves justice. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to fare. I was still a bit on the sidelines as we were in split 2 as to how they were going to look and what they were going to bring to the table. So I'm hoping for good things for them. But again, against a team like SK, it's a really tall order.
Yeah, Kenny, we've already spoken about, you know, this roster change with VN, Buzzco coming in. How do you feel like he's going to impact this team? Do you feel like he's going to bring what they need going up against a team that's as strong as SK Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, Buzzco is definitely a player we're less familiar with in general. I think the pressure's pretty high for him. He stepped in here at a big moment. This was the #1 seed last season. Expectations are high. They've been really solid. I mean, even LCQ, they beat some top teams like Clash, Chasmic Gaming in A. I mean, these guys are a very legitimate team. And so for him to step in with not having played with this team very long, to get to where they are is impressive. But to be a #1 seed, they're going to have to prove that.
Yeah, SK missing out on that chance to claim a spot for BSC, you know, in Season 3 Challenge Finals. You know, are they basically just coming back swinging and just looking to reassert their dominance and just show everyone that, you know, they've got what it takes? They're kind of back in the driver's seat because we know the SK of old are, you know, super dominant. So coming in against, you know, all these different challenge season teams, I know I'm kind of swaying away a little bit, but thinking about teams like Zeta, like the dominance of Nouns coming in from LATAM as well. You know, do you feel like SK still have the edge?
I feel like SK are the best team in, maybe even the best team in the world at the moment.
Okay.
That's a bold statement. Maybe the best team in the world. That's, I know. Spicy takes coming in right now, but genuinely they're performing so well. And it's not something that we've expected. You know, throughout the year, they've been fine. They've been all right. They've been good enough to show the faces in the BSC a lot. They've been good enough to show the faces in the Challenge Finals and SPS, but they haven't been the team. And I think at the moment, they're becoming the team.
He changes his mind on teams more than I change my socks, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, he changes seats and then suddenly he becomes, you know, really big, whatever. So, Ope, also coming to SK from Foot Esports. This is a while back. I know I'm tracking back quite a long time. This is like almost 6 months now, isn't it? But what kind of impact has he made on the team for SK as a whole? Has he been a really good addition to the roster? I know you said it's almost been more recently that SK have really bumped it up, but, you know, Ark, let's go to you. How do you feel about Ope and how does he fit into the SK roster?
For me, you know, OP was always that aggressor which they needed to have in their team units that they were lacking, and him coming in, certainly, you know, with, you know, what was, it's fair to say, a little bit of a lacking of experience, he was able over time to demonstrate his worth. And I think as well at LCQ, that was my kind of reservation with SK, was when it comes to a LAN setting, how is OP going to really kind of fare? Because obviously we saw a bit of a faltering in the Challenge Finals. You know, they were not able to get the, you know, the win over Foot Esports in that rematch. So, you know, was that going to be a consistent thing, or was that going to be something of a bit of a thing to work on? And I think he really thrived for me at LCQ. I think he really demonstrated that SK are that team to be feared now. And Now, looking ahead to the BSC World Finals, that's a really scary prospect. But I think that, when you look at their performances in, last season of the Snapdragon Pro Series, SK were always very, very much up there in terms of the skill set. I mean, in this very matchup, it was a 3-1 in their favor against VN Sporting, the former A&R team. So I think that they are a team that are just very, very consistent. And for that reason, many of the teams that are looking in should be fearing them. I think our draft as well should be coming in pretty soon.
Indeed, draft on. While we do the draft, we can do predictions as well at the same time. Trav, kick us off because I'm going to have to boot these two out very shortly.
I'm giving it a 3-0 SK.
Oh, I'll say 3-1 SK. I wasn't going to go that far.
SK's biggest cheerleader over
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, Kenny?
I'm not as big of a cheerleader as you, but I'm on the same side as you. 3-0 SK.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm going to go with VN. Just because, I'm going to be
We like that.
the hostess with the mostest over here. Right, talk to me about this draft very quickly before I shoo you out of here. Trav, kick us off, and then I'm going to get these guys to bounce.
I mean, Bull, it's proven itself in that last set that we watched. I think there's not really much that else needs to be said about that. Hypercharge is so strong. Cordelia's pretty solid at the moment. Kenny. Gale coming in, baby. Gale coming in. Barley as well for the side of SK.
Right, boys, I'm going to get you to hop up. Get out of my set. I want to see you over there, the casting studio. I want to see you lose your voices after this game because it's going to get hype. Do we believe that SK really are going to take this comfortably, or are VN going to give them a run for their money? It's time for our second game of Challenge Season 4. Let's go, boys.
Thank you.
Spooky Spike's a different beast, man. I don't know. He caught a loss earlier. He's kind of been messing with me, Ark.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm getting the treatment firsthand. I could watch it going down, and I was wondering how I was going to fare with it. Gale, by the way, thank you.
Did he give you an eyeball too?
Yeah, I know. I've got a gift. Bouncing around. Gale with SK is definitely dangerous, I would say. Ultimately, it's that delay strategy, placing the twister gadget onto the ball, into the corner, making it completely untouchable. I mean, this is kind of SK demonstrating maybe some of their passiveness. Barley for control, I quite like that as well. The Otis will be a great shutdown the bull, but ultimately, we've already seen once today. Once ball gets hypercharged, that's where he can really, really be at his greatest. And it's very hard to shut it down. I mean, Otis can mute for sure, but you've really got to be in play when that moment happens to be able to help your team defend against it.
Yeah, they've even doubled up. I mean, jokes aside, I love Gale. Brawler I've mastered, but they brought in Gale and Otis, I think, just to address Bull. And Gale has been showing up a lot in practices, I will say, but I think it just goes to show the threat that they find in Bull. So they're going to be looking to try and shut this down. SK is going to be kicking us up with a few shots, and of course, that Squeak Gadget, even though it did get a nerf, is still going to be really relevant. And there's a big pickup on that left-hand side. Buzzco making his debut here on the big stage. Let's see how VN Esporting takes to him.
Well, maybe it's there, placing the residue into the middle. That will have some great slowing effect, and you can already see there OP struggling with it. Full ping push through, maybe it's making a play, but shut down by Yoshi. Nicely done, as now SK will start to recollect themselves, push forwards. Chaos as well, looking quite dangerous here, out of the realm as well. And into position, Busker low HP, might go down if he's not careful, and he does. And now the last call from Chaos should make a massive opening here. Can OPE find the angle? Pass it to Chaos. Can Chaos walk it through? Can't quite find it, and that's good defense for me, VN Esporting.
They're going to be able to breathe for just a moment. Little recovery, and now they're not going to be fighting on their goal side. Back to the midfield here. Yoshi, iChaos are now in the defensive. Ope with a super of his own to hit the mute button whenever he so chooses. And it's going to be a slow push forward. Looking for 1 to 2 kills to just try and move their way up. Rama making a move now, but he's instantly shut down. iChaos survives. Little damage as a last call. A flurry of bottles just touching the ground. It's going to push down VN Esporting for now and halt their push.
Yoshi low here, but as is Buzzco, and one shot is all it will take there. The help of OPE, there it is, but Roman now has hypercharge, too low to realistically use it though. He will go down. All 3 members of SK are still standing. The pass to Chaos, can't find the angle, and maybe it's there muted out, but not gonna matter. As again, VN Esporting are hanging on. So we approach 50 seconds left on the clock. Rama now with hypercharge, full HP and shield gear as well. That is smelling like a recipe for the disaster here for SK. He's going in now, pops it. What a great deterrent there. The twisted perfectly timed, and I know that you're cheering that play.
I would argue Gale might be the #1 goalkeeper in all of Brawl Stars. He's got the twisters, he's got the pushback. It's hard to get through his line of defenses here. And SK doing a good job. I think they may have even had an opportunity for a goal there a little earlier. I think a slight missed kick there from Yoshi for a pass to Barley. But all good here. With 20 seconds to go, they're the one in control of the ball as Buzzco. I mean, hanging down that bottom left-hand side. They're going to grab this ball, just walk it to the mid for now. Looking for a final strike in overtime. And overtime going to be looking very interesting for both these teams, Ark.
Oh, what a perfectly timed move from OPE, just to completely eradicate what Rummel's going to bring to the table. But the ball is safely in the hands of Buzzco, not out of the wit skip by any means. Chaos there just trying to keep scrutinizing their Mavis on the left-hand side, keeping him low. Lovely little jump there from Buzzco, but he will go eventually down. It's a bit of a reset. Still, VN are hanging on, but it's these plays from SK that are just really wowing me in these moments of time. The defensiveness of the Gale and also just the landing timings of the mute from OPE, it just makes it feel like, to me, SK can certainly gain the momentum of which they need to get this goal. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, not much time to do it. Oh,
a big pickup there, and even a team wipe along with it. A wide open net in overtime, and SK are the first to strike here. Game number 1 going to the favorites.
you can just sense it. It was brewing, and the way that SK approached that situation, very methodical in process. I mean, VN though, hang on, they hung on a great deal in that match. It can't be denied, but they are shutting down Rama so well. That's the problem with the Twister, with the Mutant, that, as we've seen already today with Hypercharge, can be that game-turning moment here. So I want to see Rama try to maybe go towards Chaos a bit more, try to eradicate some of that control. And meanwhile, though, he's safely on the left-hand side and actually gets a takedown there of Buzzco. Maybe this is going to be quite low here on 3,500 HP. Great connection, help of OPE as well. This is smelling like another goal for SK. They've got to force this through, though, and Buzzco might be able to force into the realm. Now it's super, yeah, but he will go down regardless. Rama going to be able to come in, get this ball out of harm's way. Nonetheless, though, SK making opportunities for themselves here.
Yeah, and Rama not able to pick up a kill. I mean, did what he had to do, right? Just buying his teammates time to respawn, but it's still SK with plenty of opportunity. They're not pushing this. They're not over-aggressing. They're trying to play this moment just right because they know at any given moment a hypercharged Rama could streak down the sidelines. All of a sudden, it's VN esporting with an opportunity as Buzzco goes down. I think after seeing a fallen teammate, they're going to slow their roll and bring this to the midfield. So it's SK once again trying to establish some control.
Yeah, Rama as well, just continuously finding himself shut down and has that hypercharge, needs to have the super ready to combine with it. And that's the tough thing that he's struggling with at the moment. Going to swap into the middle even and try to have his chance by Chaos. OP though has super, they're a gadget from Mavis as well to have that residue onto the left-hand side. Yoshi though, is keeping their Buzzco at bay, and it's still SK just playing it slow and steady as they tend to often do. Now Rama makes the play, goes in with the gadget, stomps it out, but nonetheless still struggling to do much on that left-hand side.
Yeah, and now some really low HP for VN Esporting as well. It's going to be SK sprinting, trying to get this ball. Rama forced out of desperation to use a super, picks up one eye. Chaos with a super though. Yashi moving forward, and unfortunately for him, the Shadow Realm opened up the entire goal. It's going to be a free one for SK.
Bit of a miss for me, honestly. I mean, as soon as he went into the realm, it's just an open goal. You can't do that. Not when you know that your teammates are all down and not able to defend. Nonetheless, there is time for VN Esporting, but it's going to be a tough thing to force through as SK just seems to have an answer. Rama was thinking about going in alone there as well, push it to the right. It's still a 3 versus 2, and now with that move from OPE, they really are just shutting every idea down from VN. Last call from Chaos. This should be SK just able to secure this nicely with a nice little neat bow. If VN can push this ball forwards, it will be a miracle, but they're going to try for it. Buzzco pushing it forwards, but instantly there, the ball pushed away. I don't think it can happen now, certainly not with Chaos there to defend. A great opening set from SK.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, VN Esporting were there. They had some opportunities, but I just never felt like we saw them take that big step. It felt like SK was in control pretty much the whole time. Nobody's perfect. It's a professional level. There's going to be people making big plays, but I never really doubted at any moment that SK wouldn't put a ball through the net in both those games. I feel like VN Esporting never really had that big breakaway, that big offensive moment. SK were always present. I mean, even here in overtime. A clean team wipe, easy walk forward, OP just waiting by the goal. Impressive stuff from SK, and they're certainly living up to the hype that we gave them in the pre-show.
Yeah, I really love the way that SK approached the draft. For me, that mute from the Otis, the Twister from the Gale. Honestly, so many times we saw, didn't we, just how effective it was at shutting down Rama, and that really is a brawler which can just change the course of the play. And I've got to say, let me get your opinion on what we just saw as well.
Well,
wow.
I'll be honest, Ark. I feel like I should be playing more. I think if we pick me, we win. It's that simple.
It's a great opinion there. Yeah. Sure, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you know, in terms of the way that set played out, I think it was pretty fair to say that SK had it from the beginning, and they were able to, you know, continue forwards and seal it quite convincingly so, right?
I felt so too. I mean, SK looking very strong there. Again, the only thing that VN Esporting can do here, if they draft Spike, they pick me up, we're going to win. I have a hypercharge now, Mark.
You raise a really valid point, I'll be honest. The hypercharge at the moment is in such a great spot. But we have seen as well from SK that they are very attuned to how to defend against it. You know, if you were their coach, you know, what would you be thinking going into this next set? What advice would you give to keep up with this pace?
Look for the hypercharge, look for me. I mean, Buster's scary, but I do really well into Buster. All these squishy throwers out of the way as well. No Barley, no Sprout. SK, I'm a clear pick.
I mean, impeccable logic there. I couldn't agree more. As the draft coming in for Julian Beetles, bans being the Barley, the Sprout, and the Squeak there on the side of VN Esporting. Quite like those, as Julian Beetles certainly a map which does cater to a lot of throwers. And Squeak, we know, especially the full gear coming into play for the gadgets, that can be a really troublesome thing. On the side of SK, banning out the Grey, the Pam, and the Barley. Pam right now is in just such an immensely good position. I think you've got to now ban her and Julian Beetles. You don't really have much choice. But's the first pick for VN, Stu first pick for SK.
Yeah, sorry, Ark. I'm just catching up on the draft here a little bit. Had a little technical difficulties with my mic, so it looks like Buster was our first pick, Stu at the second. I'm kind of surprised Spike hasn't been picked here, but that's just me.
Well, I'll tell you what, as you say it, Gale comes into the mix. So, I mean, you get it one way or the other, don't you, really? I mean, it worked once in the first set for SK. Why not try it again? I'm still on the fence, actually, when it comes to Gale at the moment, just simply because we saw Gale taking a nice little stand when we had that kind of interesting meta when Hypercharge was brought into the mix, and many of the brawlers banned out for that reason. Gale started to thrive, and it's almost like it's kind of still viable, it seems, in many aspects. And, you know, it's just kind of interesting that it's almost reminded teams that, you know, Gale can work and has some abilities that we've not seen for a while. But will it work here on Julian Beetles? That's the question. Sandy for VN Esporting with Buster could be an interesting combo. I mean, Sandy's often forgotten about, and since a lot of the healing qualities have been now buffed along the way, we saw them in the last patch, just how many of those healing qualities have now been brought a bit more into the forefront of the meta.
Yeah, Gale's one that kind of surprises me too. I mean, he's my favorite brawler. I love him, but just as unbiased as I can be, he hasn't been relevant for a while here. It's not like he got some big buff or anything, but I think STMN at LCQ really reminded people, and maybe that was just a good kept secret from them that's now unleashed to the world. It's an option to try and deal with these. It's an option to slow down other brawlers. I don't know if it'll necessarily work as well in somebody like Lola, like Sandy. Don't think that's going to be his easiest matchup, but at least he can play a little bit of control with Buster there, and I think Stu alongside it, having the extra speed alongside his gadget, could be an interesting way to go about this. I'm kind of curious to see what their last and the final selection here is to piece this together.
I was literally going to say Bell, because into the Lola, it's going to be so good. I mean, it's going to ricochet go for the ego. You're going to mark up Buster as well and just eradicate him from the mix as swiftly as you possibly can. It's a good answer there from SK for me. I think that was the prime idea. Lacking some tankiness for sure. Stu is going to kind of certainly be a problem that they've got to be able to have an answer with on the side of VN in that mid. I mean, having the speed zone as well, just getting everyone moving on the zone. It's certainly going to be tougher targets to land your shots with. But I mean, the Sandy, that unpredictability, certainly if SK feed into those shots and that super's obtained, that's where the game can turn, and the control then re-established in that mid. So I really do like the Sandy, but it's not the easiest of brawlers to really earn your super with, and I think SK will be looking to not feed into Mavius in that regard.
Yeah, I can see VN Esporting comp really working out if they have control, but if it starts to crumble, I can see Gale putting them in a tough situation. The nest eggs can give them some control. Opay, we know he can pop off with his Stu, so I think it's going to be about an early start. If any big kills go down, it's going to make it very difficult for the other team. I mean, dueling Beetles, not the easiest one to get out of your spawn if you are trapped there, but so far, so good for SK Gaming. I mean, they're really not hitting any big-time shots. They're kind of just owning the map control as now they make a big move here. Gadget already clicked here for Buzzco as he's going to be looking to try and claim his first victim. Gets a pull into Chaos, but it's about even in terms of HP, and now the shots being hit for Chaos. The heals coming in from Rama, just not enough here, but more importantly, they are getting those much-needed percentage points, even with only 2 of them.
I love the fact that with the Buster, they can just eradicate that slow from the nest egg there as well, using the super with the star power. Lovely little interaction there from Buzzco. We've been looking to try to do that more frequently as well, and look at this. VN Esporting now getting towards 50%, and OP will falter as well, doing iChaos low into the mid, and that's 2 solid members of VN Esporting healing up and staying, most importantly, on the objective, as now approaching that 70% mark. SK Gaming, we've got to start to answer some of these issues, or this could be a game quickly going the way of VN Esporting.
Buzzco's not doing anything crazy here either. I mean, honestly, he's playing this wall perfectly. He knows it's an indestructible wall. He's using his super, getting those easy peek shots, and Ope, who needs that freedom to skate around like you just saw there, doesn't have any room to work with. Buzzco's just hunkering down as the last few percent points trickle up, and even a little flashy kill there at the end. VN Esporting, all of a sudden, 1 game up.
That could be a very important one as well, just to give them that bit of a lease of life in this set. Certainly they'll be feeling happy about the draft, as we didn't really kind of see anything at all from SK in that match. Some early control for sure, and VN Esporting were quite patient in that regard to not rush in and have some early deaths and just capitalize on the timings of the situation. This could be the time when VN Esporting tie things up. We want to see more from SK, certainly here, and a bit more of an aggressive stance might be something of a great thing to add to the mix here. OP going in, this is better already. Ricochet shots, Ron falls down there, Buzzco low as well. If OP can finish it, and he does, this could be a much better game for SK.
Got away by the skin of his teeth, but Ope surviving. I think that's going to be a big difference maker here. I mean, if SK Gaming are the ones with that little, you know, indestructible wall on that right-hand side, they're the ones that are going to have control. It's going to be harder for Buzzco to get out, but nicely for him, he can just hit a gadget and get a pull. It is a trade ultimately, but now it's Mebius Rama claiming the mid once again, even putting Yashi to sleep there. He's just forced to walk away, a pushback that's not going to do much good for them, but a nice launch pad in, and Ope right back in action.
It's better. OP does find the takedown though as well. Buzzco staying firm on the mid, and IKEAS can't really do much on that left-hand side, too low, but now healing up. It's just Rama now trying to get the takedown, which he does to his credit there as well. Speedo goes down for OP and his team. Certainly a good time for it, as we are so neck and neck in this game. OP now low, forced away, and certainly some great healing qualities coming in for VN Esporting to be able to stay on the objective, but a crucial moment really here. I mean, it can go either way, but with that takedown of IKEAS, going to give a much better upper hand here for VN Esporting, who are starting to take a bit more of a convincing lead.
Yeah, they're really showcasing why this draft can be so good, and they're piloting it very well as Ope. What's he supposed to do? He's being stuffed by the barrel right here with Buzzco. Got the mirror up, and it's going to be reflecting everything. Low HP, but Rama, plenty to work with now. 3 brawlers respawning here for SK, and they're going to have to play this pretty perfectly as they push Mebius off the point. Ope trying to claim this left-hand side, but it's Buzzco back already. Rama with the long distance. This is not going to be easy, but there is an opportunity.
They really cannot falter from this mid at all, but they are catching up in terms of the percentage here. VN Esporting going to push in though, going to try and force this. Buzzco low, force back, 96, 97 HP, Rama low though, and they were able to get it just in the nick of time there. But what a risky play, one that paid off. VN Esporting get a set.
Yeah, I mean, I started to doubt it a little bit. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I will say I started to doubt it. SK looked very powerful in a game number 1, in a set number 1 for them, and all of a sudden, it's VN Esporting tying things up. And I think down in my roots, I need to keep in mind, EUR&MENA has been so good the whole year. You know, I predicted a 3-0. SK has been looking so good, but all of these teams honestly have some good qualities to them, and I think I may have gotten a little carried away with myself, and VN Esporting proving me wrong. I think Buzzco put on a show there as well. I mean, just the buster plays, so important for them, and once they established some controls, it was very hard for SK to run away with it. I thought maybe they had a chance there in that game number 2 to make a comeback. I was super impressed. Literally about 300 HP making a difference there, but nonetheless, it's VN Esporting here tying things up. And
you're going to hate me to say it, but the Gale just, it didn't really do much. It didn't really kind of contribute from my angle that I saw things going down. Like the Stu certainly in Julian Beatles, I understand. Bell, a great answer for Lola. Mark up the Buster makes perfect sense. But the Gale just didn't really kind of contribute what I was hoping it would in that set for me. But on VN Esporting's credit, the Buster plays fantastic. I think as well the Lola with the Seal with the Kiss star power that we've seen a great deal in Asia at the beginning of this year. And now it's pretty much a staple diet in the EU&MENA region. It took a while to kind of trickle down, but you can see now like how important those healing qualities are as well with the Sandy. I think it was a much more polished draft for VN Esporting.
Yeah, I think they played their strategy to perfection. Man, he's back, isn't he? He's getting he's really upset with me. I've said some mean words about Spike today, and he's not having it with me. He just wants some playing time. If the pros could do me a favor, maybe just play Spike.
Hi.
Put him in action. That way he's away from me.
Hi, how you doing? Yeah, you good? Having a good time? No? Okay. Grumpy Spike.
It's all yours.
Yeah.
Take him.
I feel it.
You take. Oh.
Hi.
Please, somebody pick him, please.
Put
him on the battlefield. We need this.
Do you want to try?
It's got toilet paper in it. I don't know if he knows that. Oh.
I mean, it kind of works.
I'm not gonna lie. He kind of rocks it.
or not? I'm kind of worried. He's giving me a bit of an evil death.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't really love it. Yeah, he wasn't as in love with it. It's all right. I mean, he's already good looking as it is. I get it.
You're perfect. Please.
Yeah, you're perfect
change.
the way you are.
Yeah.
Don't ever doubt that. Oh man.
Hard Rock Mine, Kenny. My favorite gem grab map. Up next, bans are in. Sprout, an interesting ban, I guess, from VNE Sporting, but the 8-bit makes a lot more sense, and the Squeak as well. Carl, Buster, and Shelly for SK Gaming. Now, I kind of wonder, like, whether SK are at that point where they might consider Rico here. I mean, there are still 6 brawlers out of the mix from the most recent Hypercharge, but the new one's coming in, Pam. I love that. I love that from VNE Sporting. It's such a deadly brawler to have in the current meta. So much healing qualities as well. Many of the pros saying that brawler in particular might need a bit of a down tune actually, because it's just very, very hard to deal with the majority of brawlers struggling to take her down.
There's not a lot of hard counters in the Pam. I feel like Pam is one of those very safe first picks. You know, you're never really going to go wrong, especially in a tankier meta too. And her Scrap Sucker gadget does it really well into a lot of brawlers. And now that you can have 4 of them, she's lethal. I think you really can't go wrong with a Pam in most settings. Colonel Ruff's on the other end as well. Going to be somebody that's pretty consistent too. I mean, a lot of utility at a professional level. He's going to be able to shine a lot more than, say, somebody like me trying to use him in a normal match. Those pro players know what they're doing. They know what they're doing in the wall break, dishing out that star power. I think Colonel Ruff's can work a lot.
Lola for SK, quite like it. You know, it can be very good to have in the mid. The Vision Gear, of course, as well, can just provide so much information. But ultimately, you know, the heavy hitters haven't really shown their hands yet. I mean, you know, I want to see some tankier things. The Shelly ban is there. I mean, that's the idea of opening up some options. I think Spike here would be a solid shout. I think you kind of have to have that for VNE Sporting, because if SK get that 3rd and final pick in, and it's something taken like an Ashe or otherwise, you're going to have to have a bit of a contingency plan in place for that. Sandy, of course, I really like that as a mid, often again forgotten about. Now having a much more assertive role in the current meta, and in a map like Hard Rock Mine as well, once you are pushed back, it's very hard to push back into the map, and with so many bushes to hide amongst themselves, it's definitely a challenge. Rosa, of course, will not be seen as one of the new Hypercharged brawlers, and that would be a great idea, but one that will not be on the cards here. 3rd and final pick coming in from VNE Sporting very shortly.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. I'm curious to see if anybody really brings in the aggression, right? It's something this meta is very much known for, the W key, the big, bad, aggressive, high HP brawler that's in your face. You know, it's interesting here with Hard Rock Mine, because the way they've started, they've got a Pam, a Sandy, and they're going to go up with a Nita here. So that's somebody that I feel like has been pretty relevant in the meta as well. I mean, especially curious to see with the recent rework to the pet gear, if that ends up really helping Nita out. Bruce the Bear, already somebody that's pretty scary on the map, and now, you know, can kind of really rush a Colonel Ruffs, a Lola. It looks like Ems is going to be the way they try and address this. It's interesting drafts on both sides.
Yeah, Ems, I like it. I'm just kind of unsure still kind of what is answering. I mean, it can get some swift takedowns of Bruce, but ultimately can definitely have some struggles at close range. You know, on this kind of map as well, like you mentioned, Pit Power is going to have a great role because Speed Gear got a nerf, you know, down 5% from what it was. So ultimately, with a bushy map like Hard Rock Mine, it's certainly a consideration when it comes to what gears you want to bring into the equation. Vision, surely as well, again, on the side of the Pam and the Lola, I'm expecting that to be a standard. But I mean, the Ems, yeah, I mean, that was kind of a bit of a chance for me to go in with a kind of a tankier HP kind of brawler. There wasn't really a kind of hard tank counter there for VNE Sporting. I would have just tried to overthrow it, bring in a Sam, bring in an Ashe, but they're going to go with the Ems regardless, and let's see how it works out for them.
Yeah, I think the Vision Gear is a great shout too, and a reminder that Speed Gear, while still probably great, definitely makes you question it a little bit more after the nerf, so we'll have to pay close attention to see what these players end up selecting. So Rama's going to be taking the mid, has a high amount of HP, and again, Pam can kind of just walk in there, walk out with a few gems. They have to be careful as Chaos, making some good taps here, but on the other ends, it's really a stalemate. Both sides just not looking to make the first move, not looking to make the first mistake, so really this is just a mid-fight, but a perfect put to sleep. Everybody focusing their effort now on Chaos, who barely survives a rocket rain out of just panic almost, and Yashi just had to force the enemies away. Nonetheless, basically a tie ball game.
I love that. Honestly, what a play from Bosco there, and iChaos almost went immediately down. Maybe it's going here aggressively, I don't mind. He's going to be getting some value towards his super, and that's quite hard to attain as a Nita, so coming back in probably 1 or 2 shots away. And meanwhile, Rama with the healing station buckled in now is going to be in a much better spot than what he was. I mean, iChaos was getting some very consistent taps onto him. Again, support from the air support from Yoshi there, just going to keep Mavis back, but in the meanwhile, he'll be healing. Buzco in a good spot to go on the aggressive. That's another Sweet Dreams there from him as a bit of a deterrent there of OPE, so something to consider in the late game. Will he have enough to really work with? That's the third already, and possibly then running the fourth gear gadget.
And Mebius hasn't really been a difference maker, but now has Bruce the Bear and throws up the shield, but Yoshi kind of just able to keep his distance and put it down immediately, but more importantly, it buys some time, it wastes some resources, and now we have a blue team countdown.
Great opportunity there for Viennese if they can just hold on, but the gems are split between Mabius and Rama, and that's going to be a bit of a cause for concern as Chaos now coming in. Out of the bushes, healing station just in the nick of time. They should be able to hold on to it just about there. A scrap sucker for good measure. Viennese Sporting starting to gain some momentum now. Getting that first game of gem grab, very, very important for them. It will certainly act as a blanket if SK start to fight back, and that's really what SK need to do here. They need to fight back, and I get the M's pick. It's kind of decent at keeping your opposition at bay on those side lanes and having a bit more of an indication as to when they might be running a bit of a push, but it's not really doing too much for me at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of another instance for me of VNE Sporting just picking a really solid set of brawlers, drafting well, and putting them to work. I mean, last time we didn't see Mebius pop off as much as we probably should have, but early on, gets a takedown. He's already fulfilling more than he did last time. Bruce the Bear touching down on the ground already. Yoshi sprinting to try and cover this as Buzzco is now going to be hunkered down in enemy territory. Ope trying to chase this down, going to be pinching on the left-hand side. Chaos weak, barely surviving though, so SK dodging a bullet there. But it's still VNE Sporting. 4 gyms, no mid control right now, but certainly in the mix and certainly in the lead.
I like the shield gear as well, being around there as maybe this is having a flying round so far, just going supremely aggressive and really early Bruce Bear as well. But I'm liking the way that he's approaching this game. In the meanwhile, though, SK are adapting. OP is playing a much better role at the moment now, and there's a cracking super from him. Great pinch there from Chaos as well, as now the healing station really is what's keeping Rama and Buzco able to be in an affirming role in this 3 versus 2. OP should fall to here, and he does. Bruce Bear again for Mabius, and that's going to be a concern as the gems in the mid still under Chaos's control for now, but all Buzco will fall. That will change the flow of the action now as SK approach countdown.
Yeah, and I think Chaos being very careful here, very hesitant, knowing that this sandstorm could harbor some enemies on the line, but Buzzco was so weak when he threw that super, and Rama wasn't really in a position to get aggressive, so more than anything, it's just to kind of push the enemies away for a hot second. Now all they have to do is play defense on Chaos. 10 gems in his pocket. Nita trying to get a flank on the top, but Chaos in the mid and comfortable. Ope up, Yoshi up, and with 5 seconds to go, nobody really within striking distance. It got a little scary with the put to sleep, but all is good here. SK Gaming tying things up, and once again, Ark, we have another match where it's 1-1, 1-1.
Almost a very clutch Sweet Dreams there, but I was wondering going into that moment whether realistically VNE Sporting had the position that they needed to be in to ensure a reset. It just felt like it was a bit late to the party and didn't really kind of convince me so much so as, you know, they had some great moments, some great aggressive ideas, but Chaos was playing the objective just very much in the mid and didn't really get much of a contestant from the side of VNE Sporting in that regard. But let's see now. This is a very important game, honestly. Whoever takes this game will go up 2 sets to 1, and maybe it's on the left-hand side struggling to push forwards as a result of this air superiority of Yoshi taken care of as well now. Rama again in the same scenario, 2 versus 1, and just SK focused there on Buzco. Why not? In the meanwhile, the objective being played out better by Rama. 4 gems in his pockets, and SK now coming into that mid should have time to catch up.
Yeah, and KD not everything. I think Buzzco understanding his role in that moment is just to burn resources, buy Rama time, and now Mebius back in action. Buzzco preemptively popping a gadget, not the best play there, but in general, doing a good job of fulfilling his role of just being aggressive, being a lane brawler, and now all of a sudden, 4-4. SK certainly in this interesting way that they started too of how they landed. They just sent 2 mid, ignored Nita, and so far it's working out enough. Still a tie ball game here as these teams couldn't be looking more evenly matched.
I was going to say the perfect time for a bit of a sandstorm realistically there from Buzco. We needed that. We needed to push back SK in that regard and just keep them there on the back lines. It was for a moment there quite a struggle for them to realistically have much on the objective, but VNE Sporting, just for me at that moment in time, looked like they were starting to get themselves together as we're now back into the action. On the right hand side, Yoshi pushed back by Chaos as well, low HP here, getting aggressed further by Mabius, and it's 1 gem away from VNE Sporting in countdown.
SK Gaming on the top right-hand side, and blue team has a countdown. SK Gaming in danger of falling from their lead with 12 seconds to go. Opay, Yashi getting in position. iChaos looking weak as well. Rama, Buzzco have to stay up. They've got the gadget preemptively pop, makes the connection. iChaos low HP healing station down, and they get the kills necessary. VN Esporting take the lead.
Oh dear, oh dear, SK. I was going to come out and say it. They've got to take it now to the 5th and final set to win this matchup. And the way that VN Esporting now are approaching their drafts, and it just feels better. I don't think that SK are playing badly at all. I think they're making some moments happen, but it really is coming down to this draft for me. Some of the ideas are just not really what I'm expecting from SK, and it's a bit of a strange thing to see. I mean, that was realistically a set which had to be SK's to give them that chance of grace, but now they've got to just reverse sweep this series to be the favorites. I mean, they again got the win against VN Esporting in Season 3 of the SPS, the 3-1 scoreline. I was expecting to see the same thing again. None of us really kind of predicted this, except for Barney, actually, to be fair. He was siding with VN Esporting.
Ooh, a little spooky there as well. I mean, I respect it. Sorry, I'm holding my breath a little bit because I'm terrified at this point.
I was just
gonna take a deep breath. We're gonna move forward. It's been a spooky episode. Halloween's really giving me the creeps, Ark.
Production teams just falling like flies to the. Wow. Okay. We've got to keep an eye on everyone today. It's going to be one of those days, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching my back at all times. We've had Prickly Pete on our backs. We've had him even take my spot at one point. I'm really nervous. It's Halloween. We should expect these things, I suppose.
Yeah, we should expect the unexpected, shouldn't we, realistically here? But yeah, what a match, what a game, what a set for VN Esporting. I mean, that was, to me, the one that I thought SK were going to start to have a bit more of a back and forth on. And they did win the game, to their credit. But, I mean, I just feel like the draft is where things are struggling on their side. And, we always said coming into this one for VN Esporting, having some recent roster changes, Buzzco coming into the mix, I'm really impressed with how he's faring. It's not looking to me like one of those kind of classic ideas where the newcomer is maybe bringing the side down. He's really contributing towards what VN Esporting already have, and they are that aggressive team. So already, this could be a very dangerous set here for SK, and one they've got to survive. It's going to be not Hard Rock Mine, of course, but the draft will be coming up for Shooting Star. Bands are in Gene, Gray, and Fang. So you're banned out, none of you. Nani, Tick, and Piper, so they're like the classic Shooting Star bands here from SK, and an early draft of Bonnie, and that's a classic SK pick. So it's kind of similar for me that VN Esporting are inside the minds of SK. They're just getting the draft right and taking away from SK what they want.
It's hard to go wrong with the Bonnie as well, right? I mean, you've got the dive in, you've got the long range. Bonnie has a little bit of everything, and we haven't seen her yet today, but I still think the Circus Sister can pop off here. I'm kind of curious here. I mean, SK are in a tough spot, right? We've been hyping them up, all three of us, including Trav, 3 1s and 3
Best in the world from Trav,
yeah, I mean, goodness. I mean, he was saying they're winning the, they might win the whole damn thing. I think they might be the best in the world. They're making me hold my breath a little bit. Still, obviously, a great team, but I think we just have to put some respect on VN Esporting here. I mean, despite the newcomer, hey, rookie debut doing pretty good.
Looking out pretty well so far. Meg coming in. That is a very VN Esporting idea for Shooting Star, by the way. So it feels like SK are responding in kind, doesn't it? Like, okay, we're going to take our Body, we're going to take your Meg. Carl as well, that's a maybe's pick every day of the year. I mean, it's quite interesting that they're actually kind of just drafting each other's comps.
Sometimes you just gotta go for it. I mean, if it's a good comp, it's a good comp. Maybe they're just feeling inspired by each other, or maybe they're playing the mind games, but this is certainly one that I would not have seen. You're touching down on the field now, Mr. Morris.
Let's go. Morris. That's my nephew calls him.
I think it's funny.
Gonna make an appearance. I love it. I really like it, though, but it's a risky pick on Shooting Star. I mean, you've got to close the gap, and that's definitely a much easier thing to do now with the rework, the slight little rework for Mortis, so they can dash the long dash a lot more frequently. So I do worry a bit for SK, but, going into Meg, yes, you can cycle really nicely. And of course, when she comes out of mech form, you can just continue to cycle again. But if SK just keep that Mortis at bay, then it's going to be a troublesome thing to land. I think Bell is a much safer idea coming in to support with that, and the Mark going to help the Mortis. But the Bonnie, the Mortis, very assassin-style brawlers coming in. I think if SK kind of want to have a more longer-ranged affair and just keep them at bay, this could be an SK set.
Yeah, I think Mortis is going to be key here. If they can address the Mortis, great. But if Mortis runs loose, if he starts, you know, chaining shots and supers onto the mech, which has a lot of HP, can't necessarily kill Mortis immediately unless she's got the big baseball swing, that's something that the entire team of SK is going to have constantly in their minds. He's a big pop-off brawler. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but when it does, it excels. They're going to use RT to try and shut this down, maybe to use his super a little bit, maybe the extra marker in play. I think RT just a solid brawler overall, longer range map, makes sense. But I think if he can drop that super, especially when they're aggressing with a Bonnie dive in or a Mortis push, they have a way to drop the legs, eat some static, and get a instant kill.
It can certainly help on the defense, can't it? Just to like have that defensive measure in play, but it does leave RT vulnerable. And even if you get the kill, you're still out of leg form, and you can't really get back to where you need to be for your long-range approach until you earn it back. And it's one of the biggest weaknesses for me from RT. And I feel like maybe it's on it as well. We've seen maybe it's on Mortis, and he is just such a devil. I mean, when he pops off, it's just a delight to watch. And I hope for that very reason that he does pop off, because, you know, I feel like we could be in for something special here.
Yeah, big opportunity here. I mean, Mortis is either going to be the reason they win or very likely the reason they lose. It's somebody that has to do more than his fair share here. It's going to be a game of patience, but finding the right opportunity. If they can do that, I think VN Esporting may be walking away with a 3-1 win, but right now it is SK Gaming putting the pressure on Buzzco Mebius, forced to do something about this, and it ends up being a double kill. Rama, the only one left in low HP as well. So now it's SK sitting pretty, 3-star lead for them.
Yeah, maybe so far just been completely shut down. Rama has super as well, so that's a somewhat of a saving grace if he times it correctly. And now pushed down to being low again by Yoshi, who's just landing a lot of these taps on the left-hand side and has been since the beginning of the match. But a comfortable lead of 3 stars for SK now. Buzzco starting to get a few connections, which are going to be needed. They need to whittle down SK a bit so that when maybe this goes in, he can struggle, but also get a few kills along the way. Mark there onto OP as well. So VN Esporting playing this quite methodically so, but they've got to continue just to keep the taps coming in. Yoshi low on the top right. Rama goes in, gets the kill. Will he find OP? He does! That star's over to VN Esporting in just the nick of time, but returned in kind. Blue now with SK as well, and a 10-star lead as a result of that takedown onto Rama. OP gonna think twice here. I think it's the right play to make, as SK just managed to retain it somehow, some way.
I really thought VN Esporting might walk away with a lead here, but 15 seconds to go, 6-10. 4 stars being the difference maker here, and it's going to be Mebius in action immediately. Mortis down the sideline, Buzzco in the mid as OP looking for damage here. There's 1 kill, but they need more than that. Chaos in the corner, Yashi in the corner, threatening a super as well. They have to hit these shots. The slice is going through. The takedown there, and in the final moments, it's VN Esporting. Match point here. What a showing.
What a play! Mebius was so patient in that moment. He knew just not to go in immediately, so wait for his teammates' support. And they just stole it out of the clutches of SK in the final seconds. I mean, what a way to go. Going into this next game, SK have got to shake that off, and quick. That's going to be a tough call and a tough order. I mean, they can certainly reflect upon it quickly and turn things more into their favor, but it's a very tough thing to come back from now.
And the race for the blue star, it's VN Esporting who are going to take it as well between Carl and Mortis. A nice pickup there from Chaos, but needs to be careful. A takedown and a team wipe as well. SK Gaming responding with some of their own, but not without some damage and collateral. 4-6, blue star in VN Esporting's pocket, but once again, going to be tasked with trying to make a comeback.
And as well there, you can see Chaos has that explosivity coming out of the mech, so I think that Mebius has got to be much aware to that, and it can certainly be a difference maker in that regard with the Mortis pick. So supers all round for SK. They know they're in a good spot here, but 1 minute is plenty of time positioning wise. VN Esporting just can continue to push up the map here. And if Buzzco starts to connect yet again and whittle down some of his HP as he did in the previous game, it could be that challenging time for SK, and it could easily be a team wipe. Let's see how they fare. Again, VN Esporting not taking any chances here. Everyone on the map has super now and marked up as Yoshi, so they're just laying the foundations here.
This is going to get chaotic if we're not careful. With 45 seconds to go, I don't really expect anybody to make money moves until the very end here. I think this is going to come down to the wire, and I think it's going to be VN Esporting look for some big pop-offs here. They only need 1 kill this time. They've got that blue star advantage, so at least in that sense, 1 kill could do the trick.
Yoshi still marked up, but Buzzco is just focusing onto Chaos. He knows that if he can get the Meg out of the mech, it's going to make a big difference to Mavis. But Yoshi 6 HP, he goes in, cycles the super as well. A second, can he even get a third? He gets the kill, and another super for good measure, and just taking his time out of the spawn. Unbelievable scenes, and V&E Sporting are running away with this. SK1 final ditched attempt to be able to salvage some stars. They got 10, but no! V&E Sporting with a valiant response, and they take the series.
Welcome to the league, rookie. Buzzco being the big W on his first day. Trav, how are you feeling about your #1 team on the planet?
I'm not even casting, I'm catching strays, Kenny. I'm not sure what's going on here, but genuinely, like, that play from Mebius at the end there, and Ark highlighted it perfectly at that point as well, when he was just so patient. It was right here, so patient. Know he's going to drop his legs, so wait for the shot, wait for him to have to rebuild up this ammo again, and then he was just able to wipe the floor with SK's defenses. It really was gorgeous from V&E splitting all the way through, and, you know, SK, it's the same again, they looked so convincing early on, first set. They looked so good, but from there, it was all the end.
Yeah, it was. I'm not gonna lie. This is a bit of a struggle, I'm not gonna lie, guys. As I wait for the camera to pan back and to... Oh, there we go! I got one thing to say. Bang, bang, bang.
V&E Sports, baby. I had them backed. No one else did. SK is the best team in the world. V&E Sporting can't do it. What's up, Spike? Hope you're doing well, mate. You know what? I was very impressed there. Let's go back to the beginning. I'm really trying not to gloat too much right now.
It seems like it. It seems like
really
it.
Really trying, guys. You know, I'm internalizing a lot of this. And one thing I would like to start off with was VN. They had the pick of Bull on Brawl Ball, something that we saw incredibly strong in that first match, that we saw between Humble and Reply Totem. And they just didn't utilize him the way that we expected. We initially thought, oh my goodness, they've got the Bull. This could be, you know, a really strong start from VN. And it kind of looked like the opposite. Trav, what were your kind of expectations going into that opening map, seeing that they managed to get Bull for VN?
I mean, that's the thing. After the performance we saw from Bull in the first game, it was so dominant and the hypercharge was so good. I kind of expected more of the same. And I think it's fair to say, pretty sure everybody probably will have at that point, because it has been the most convincing hypercharge we'd seen so far up until that point. But, I mean, I'm still waiting to see a lot of the other hypercharges really show their face and show their worth, because it kind of seems like the brawlers without them are still just as competent.
No Pearl hypercharge, by the way. I think Pearl's a really good, solid option as well. But, I mean, for me as well, I think SK, to their credit, with that regard to the Bull, I mean, having the Otis, having the Gale, they really they doubled down on the defense. And Rubber couldn't do a thing about it. And I think, for me, SK played that perfect. They knew just the threat of the Bull with hypercharge, and they just were not willing to take the risk.
Trav, I'm going to get you to pull on that string to the left of you. I'm going to get you to raise the ghost, whoa, so that we can see the LED screen behind us with some stats. Kenny, if you can see them from over there, I know that your eyesight sometimes fails you. Sometimes, not all the time. Talk us through some of these stats. That damage is outrageous. Oh, we got it on the screen. There.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is so high. I think VNE Sporting, you know, you got to think Mortis contributed a lot there, especially towards that end game. I mean, some crazy stuff. The stars piling up. Look, VNE Sporting, I mean, the numbers say it. Our eyes saw it. They were legitimate. I slept on them too much. Confession. I said 3-0. I think that was more riding high on SK. Buzzco coming in new. How's he going to do? As I get haunted again. It's been a tough day in the audience. I mean, Spike's even sleeping in my seat, man. It's crazy out here. Spooky season. But nonetheless, congratulations to Buzzco more than anything. I mean, like I said before this, high expectation. They were the #1 seed last season, and they might do it again.
I mean, the teams with the roster changes have been showing the worth today. I mean, Filippo comes in, dominates. Buzzco comes in, dominates. Maybe everybody just needs a bit of a roster change.
I feel like we've got a weird little jinxing going on in our studio as well. But I've got to say, VN being put on the back foot coming into this as well. We saw the same thing from Reply Totem as well. You know, they put Humble on the back foot. VN went on the back foot, and we thought, okay, this is an easy one. Me and Trav kind of nodded to each other and thought, okay, fair enough. And they just came out hyper-aggressive from then on out. And I thought that was an extremely impressive showing, again, of the mentality, the mental game that these teams are coming into. It's almost like we've got nothing to lose, Ark.
Yeah, it really is. Like, at the beginning of the season, like, these games really do matter when it comes back around full circle. Sorry, did I disturb you?
That actually shocked me.
Really having a nightmare.
Sorry, Ark, you may finish your point, Spike.
Get coffee again if you want. I mean... Sorry, I feel bad now. Like, it's just taking just a little snooze. Sorry, mate.
Good.
That's kind of awful.
Sorry, we were talking about the mental game of becoming hyper-aggressive.
These are the matches that can really come full circle at the end of the season. You know, it's like getting yourself really off to a flying start just allows you to have a bit more of a chance of grace later down the lines. But I think, you know, for me, I mean, my predictions are out of the water today. I am doing terribly. Don't look like that's a normal thing, Trav. It's normally not the case. It's no. I've gone back in the vaults and I've looked at your predictions, Mastering. Tell you that. But, you know, I think this is the best thing in a new season when it comes down to it, because we are now looking at these things that we just come to know and are expecting, and our expectations are being averted. And I love that for the season. That's a great thing.
Yeah, we have a very interesting matchup coming up very, very soon. But half of our matches of the day are already over for day one of the Brawl Stars Challenge Season 4. We're having a great time so far, as you can tell, and it's been a very spooky day so far. Things have been a bit topsy-turvy. Every single prediction that we've had so far hasn't really gone our way. Will it continue that way? We're going to find out when the Titans Zeta Division go up against the LATAM's Nouns after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are halfway through day one of the Challenge Season 4, and we are moving. Our teams are ready to go. We've had upsets already up to this point, and we cannot wait to get things moving. So speaking of getting things moving, got Zeta Division going up against Nouns Esports. Kenny, I'm going to come over to you. Now, speaking of Nouns, right? They weren't in Season 3 of the Challenge. The Challenge Season 3, they were not there. Does that put them at a disadvantage coming into this, do you think?
I think it makes them more of a question mark, but I think they are a legitimate team. I think this is going to be a real opportunity for them to prove that they're a legitimate Worlds caliber type team. They've come over here, they're taking Worlds seriously, they're taking this challenge season seriously, and they made it through the top split. I mean, with credit to them, they were one of the first 4 teams to make it through. I think these guys are pretty legit. I mean, I kind of expect them to show up here today and put on a good showing against Europe's #1.
Oof, too legit to quit. I like this. We're going to have a quick look at Nouns' roster and obviously some previous matches that they've had leading into this challenge season. Trav, who do you feel like is going to be the impact player for Nouns esports? Who should our viewers be looking out for?
I think eyes on Pekka, in my opinion. He is the main man of this roster, I feel, for a lot of the community. Just say he's so good, so mechanically skilled, just amazing with so many brawls, and his aggression really is unparalleled by many players as well. So he's the man to look out for, but I think overall Nouns esports are just so good. They walked through the qualifying stages. It was really, really impressive to see.
They didn't have an easy path at all. Like, they knocked down Foot Esports into the lower bracket, VNE Sporting as well. Like, they are the top teams in this region, and now just come in and just are able to show that they can hang with everyone and put up a massive amount of fights. I mean, I think that for many that are kind of like maybe very frequent watchers to the EU&MENA region, maybe coming into this not really sure what they're going to do and how they're going to fare, but I can assure you that they are very, very good for this region.
It's brilliant. I'm really enjoying this whole narrative, the storyline of Nouns coming over to this region, sticking around. We've already mentioned it earlier today. I feel like this could be a good identifier for Nouns coming into this challenge season, kicking things off against the reigning champs. This is a great signal to the rest of the community to see, can they hang? We all think that they can, but this is their opportunity to show us. Being thrown in at the deep end against the reigning champions, Ark, what do you feel like Nouns what's their history been like up to this point, maybe in their own region? Do they absolutely dominate their region? And, is their region as strong as this one?
Well, this is the match that we haven't really seen much. We've seen it once in Split 1 Cup 1. It was a 0-2 in favor of Zeta Division. So they have historically got the scoreline on their side. But, Zeta Division did have, like, a very weird kind of qualification, in my opinion, for the Season 3 champions and for a team as consistent as them. I didn't really kind of see them qualifying through the lower bracket. That was the thing. And the scorelines that they had in that lower bracket were all 3-2s against Team Queso, against VNE Sporting. That was not a smooth sailing qualifier for Zeta Division. So today, I'm looking to see them kind of like brush off some of that dust. And I don't think that Nouns esports are going to give them it easy. I think it's going to be an absolute banger of a match. It's the only match today which features 2 teams that have both qualified for the BSC World Finals. So that makes me incredibly excited. Plus Hypercharge into the mix as well. I mean, I'm expecting fireworks.
Does Hypercharge make this more of a level playing field? Because we're kind of introducing something else, including the balance changes that we've already been mentioning throughout the show. Kenny, what's your thoughts?
I think it kind of has to, right? I mean, this is new to everybody. I'm sure these guys have scrimmed a bunch, they've practiced, but in terms of putting it on the field, we haven't seen a lot from these hypercharged brawlers. I mean, today's really our first day. I think this helps both teams a little bit. Chaos never hurt anybody. I think the people at home, especially given that this is the EU&MENA region, they're going to look at this as Zeta Division being a favorite, but I definitely think I can see a case where this kind of helps Nouns. The craziness may just give them a little bit of an edge and kind of even things out a little bit.
Well, Kenny, let's stick with you and talk us through some of these choices, when it comes to the draft before I send these guys packing.
Well, the double Shelly ban, the double Nita ban, I mean, 2 brawlers that I don't want to face off against right now. I think this is pretty standard stuff, though, for Super Beach so far. I mean, nothing crazy yet. We see a B come in, and then we see a Max and a Cordelius response. I think Cordelius is going to be a great way to kind of deal with some of these tankier options. I'm terrified out of my mind after what we saw from Bull. We've seen the highs, we've seen the lows, but I do think Bull is definitely an option, and they're going to be looking to avoid this.
I'm really enjoying this Bull pick. I really hope we see a little bit more of it, especially during this match. Trav and Ark, please step up and make your way into the caster booth. Take your hat that is filled with toilet paper and hold hands, please. I want to see that meme one more time. You better do it. That's right. Kenny, I'm really looking forward to me and you sitting here and just soaking all of this in because, like we've said, this is the match we've all been waiting for. Zeta Division taking on Nouns Esports in the Challenge Season 4. Boys, take it away.
El Primo, Sandy, B. That's a really interesting comp for me on Super Beach. I mean, certainly a risky idea to have going into overtime. So like Nouns are saying we're going to tie it up prior to then. Adding the Cordelius with the Max for Zeta, it's going to be a really dangerous thing, actually, on that front. I mean, just eradicating the Primo, I think, is quite a good shout for the Cordelius to focus their attention on, because if he's in the realm, he can't then defend as well on defense. Dynamite, I mean, that's kind of not what I was expecting, but I quite like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never going to complain about a Dynamite. I feel like it's really at the forefront of the meta at the moment in terms of Brawl Ball especially. It's been so strong recently, but that, bear in mind, was without the hypercharge brawls. I'm intrigued to see if them coming back in is going to, you know, elevate him a bit even more or kind of bring him a bit further down to where he was beforehand. I really like this Nouns comp. I feel like it's just a lot more well-rounded than that Zeta Division comp. Yes, Cordelius can maybe benefit off some of that max speed, but I don't feel like it synergizes that well overall as a composition.
Yeah, I think the Nouns comp for me is definitely like the safer of the ideas. The Dynamite is just like one of those brawlers that I don't want to discount because ultimately it's all about the hands of the player that's with it. I mean, it can do some incredible things, but they've got to land the mark. And already, look at this. Motive Stream forced into the realm again, but it's going to leave Pekka and Firecrow able to try and force this through. Gero is not going to be able to do much on defense, and Firecrow able to seal it in 15 seconds of play.
I mean, a little bit lucky that it landed directly at his feet rather than spinning the other way, but at the end of the day, he got the goal in, and now they're going for another one as well. That gadget from Pekka did connect all the way with Meow as well. Firecrow's got the stun, gets it on Meow, on Naui, and the Dynamite can't save it. Game 1 wrapped up so fast by Nouns.
27-second game. I mean, that's setting records, surely. I mean, Nouns were just wasting no time at all, and I think Zeta have got to rethink the way they're playing this one, or this is going to be one of the fastest sets we've ever seen. Incredible stuff. We did say that Nouns had more of the safer idea, but this Dynamite pick can work for Zeta, but it's just one of those brawlers that takes time to kind of really cycle the super and open up some of the walls, and then Zeta can really start to make this comp have a few more legs. Nice stun from Gary on the left-hand side, and follow-up as well there with a big old barrel of boom. And now a convincing push forwards as all three members of Zeta in a 3 versus 1 versus Pekka.
Yeah, super going to be missed there by Meow, but not really going to matter too much as they still got them in a really solid position here. Stuns there onto Meow as well. Nice shots from Firecrow. Doesn't get the finish. Shouldn't be too far off the super now as well. Did get a few connections in that little, in the mix there, but Motep's going to waste his super as well. Not going to be too happy about that as it's quite hard to get as a Primo again into matchup, and he gets taken down once more. Brings it back to Zeta Division in control, but now Nouns are pushing up quite nicely.
That super's going to open up the right-hand side, but Gary would have liked to have connected with more onto a player. Pekka low HP now as well, and actually forced into the realm, so it needs to pick up for Meow, pressurizing Motep as well. That is going to be potentially a good defense if Firecrow can just buy some time here, but Zeta are going to stay firm in this position now and trying to get Naui to bring in some speed, which he's immediately been able to obtain, and dangerous stuff for now. They've got to be able to defend this continuously, so that Sandstorm might have just come at the perfect time to do so.
I mean, what can Dyna do into a Sandstorm? Really, he's just giving up all control because he can't find a singular shot. Motep's going to sneak out into those bushes and provide some control, but Firecrow didn't cycle any of that. But here's the jump from Motep as well. If they time this perfectly, might be good. The jump goes in, knockback too, but he passes the ball to the left. Might still be a defense from Gero, but Pekka hits the shot anyway. Beautiful once again from Nouns, and they take goal number 1.
Lovely stuff. It was really nice footwork, wasn't it, from Nouns? The first plan A didn't quite go according to plan. Plan B did still follow through. Meow then forcing Motive into the realm. A nice jump over the wall and the securing of that one. But Pekka finds the pass in just the nick of time. The stun, the goal. Nouns will take the first set in style. And Zeta didn't really get much of a look in.
I mean, that was genuinely beautiful from Nouns. The gameplay they provided there, the defense that they did, it was really, really nice. Just overall, it was really, really nice from them. And I mean, that landed perfectly in Firecrow's hands. A little bit of luck there, and depending on which way the ball spanned. But from there, look at this. Beautiful from Motep. He obviously didn't realize he got the ball passed over to Pekka, but it didn't matter anyway because they had it under control. They had all the kills, and I mean, that was forced in. And then from there, it was just even more in the hands of Nouns, and beautiful little pass up here, found the opening, and you can't stop that. Nobody can stop a stun to the face there. Sweet Dreams comes in and wraps that set up.
I like the max pick, but the Dynamite, you know, it's, again, a risky idea. I mean, it can have some great moments, but in a game mode like Brawl Ball, where, you know, being on the defensive is such a key thing to have as a contributing factor to your team, you really do need to be present in those moments, and it's just, it can do the job, but it's just not always the easiest of things to do. Certainly many other brawlers can do so with, you know, much less of a you know, pressurized scenario onto your teammates. But I mean, for Nouns, that was a very, very convincing set. Zeta not looking like themselves at all. I think going into this next set, they'll take it a bit more cautiously, draft in a way that kind of really caters towards them being on the back foot here, which is a bit of a weird spot to find ourselves in with Zeta. I mean, again, coming out of split 2, definitely had a few question marks. Sorry, split 1, you know, qualifying, of course, in the first split, but the games were going to the 5th and final set, you know, and they were not the most convincing of scorelines. I think they've got to kind of rethink this second set a little bit here.
Yeah, the thing is, the Queso Cup run wasn't that spectacular either from Zeta. It really wasn't. So, you know, to see them taking the first set as a loss here against Nouns Esports is not the most surprising, and especially with the rest of the scorelines we've had today, probably 2 upsets in the kind of community's view of who the better team was. And now we're on the way to getting our 3rd upset as well. Bans are in. We're heading to Bell's Rock on Knockout. The B, the RT, and the Grey going to be the bans from Nouns Esports. Zeta Division do have the first pick. Their bans were Bonnie, Meg, and Grey, and Barley was their first pick, and then they're going to go for the Brock and the Nanny as 2 really solid picks in return.
And Nanny's a pick that Zeta really do love to champion. You know, that's kind of, for me, Nouns demonstrating that they really do understand how Zeta draft. And that's one of the things that many of the teams throughout the entire year have pointed out, that facing Zeta Division is so challenging because their drafts are just very, very much different to others, and they just always seem to work out. I mean, coming with the Barley is an early idea, quite like, because it's kind of a bit of a safer option, but the Leon as well, that's not a safe option. You know, that's got to kind of like have certainly the Lollipop drop and other attributes to be able to really handle this kind of comp, because I do prefer what Nouns are bringing in so far. I mean, where can you really go wrong with a Brock and a Nanny?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I feel like if Nouns bring out a thrower of their own, they're going to be able to deal with the Barley as well. That's the thing. So we'll see now if Zeta Division do have something up their sleeve, or if Nouns Esports are just going to have the definitively better comp going into this one yet again, because I think they did in the first as well. It's going to be Shelly. And I mean, you know, I'm not devastated by it. We've seen some good things from Shelly today, but we've also seen maybe some questionable things along the way.
Hypercharge is certainly going to be able to bring in an additional dose of speed, and I quite like that idea. I think a Sprout, final pick for Nouns. As you mentioned, a thrower. They've got the option to consider whether they want to go with it, but the Shelly's going to be a bit of a concern. Okay, I mean, this is quite a LATAM idea here. Again, I'm not really necessarily on board with it too much. You know, Mandy can certainly have some good pressure, and her super is devastating, but how frequently does it really land? I mean, you know, sometimes off the spawn, you know, going into your 2nd round or 3rd round, you might be lucky to connect with it, and maybe you had to cycle off the back of that, but often teams can see it coming a mile away and communicate it effectively. I don't know, but one thing's for sure, that if they can pop off with it, some of those replays are going to be insane.
Yeah. I was waiting for Mr. P, I will say. I was waiting for Mr. P to come in. I think that's the usual LATAM pick for when you've got a bit of range and you faced off against some tough opponents. We are going to be heading in now. Obviously, Unbreakable will still remain, and we're not going to see those be broken up by the Shelly or the Peep. And that's not a great match for Nawi off the start, is it, against the Nanny? But now Gero's sliding in with some help as well, and Motep can't really push too far up the map, or he's going to be punished.
Zeta popping there for Nawi, the Clay Pigeons, to try to get some damage onto Firecrow. The heals as well from Gero, we're going to just keep the position power. But Zeta are getting a little bit clustered on their left-hand side. That could be a little bit of a cause concern. Meow is out of position here, big time. And there, Motep will seal it. Great shots from Pekka to lead up to that moment. Rocket Rain, and there as well, Pekka finds Gero. A 3 versus 1 now, and what turned into what was looking like a pretty favorable scenario there for Zeta just came crumbling down so quickly.
And I mean, look, Pekka's already got his super back as well. That's more walls ready to be broken up, and that means that, you know, if he wants to stand on his own side, he's going to have to be on the left, and if he wants to stand on the opposing side, he's going to have to be on the right. So Gero just kind of out in the open, kind of questioning what he's going to be doing now, and now receiving some heals off that tonic, but Gero getting hit. Motep going to follow up with another shot as well. Gadget does connect. There's the super, but it does not find one of the opponents. That would have been devastating for Zeta if it did hit, but I feel like Nouns are still in control.
Yeah, with that map so open, Motep can just go to town. Nice follow up there with the peep from Firecrow, and there it is as well. Onto Gary, making it 3 versus 2. Clay Pigeons for now, he's just trying to find something to get to his hypercharge, but I mean, he's just really out of position. And yet again, Motep secures yet another one. It's just looking like a very clean first game here for Nouns. 3 versus 1, literally nothing here Zeta can do.
I mean, he's even used his invis, and I mean, why not? Because they're going to lose the game. But at this point, it's just completely over in this game for Nouns, for Zeta Division. Sorry, and I feel like that's more of the same coming up next, because that was so dominant. If the Barley can't get in position early on, then it's a bit worrying.
It just feels to me like Zeta really at the moment are just not able to put their plan into action, It's credit to Nouns. They're playing the safer ideas, you know, and it's working out better. I don't necessarily feel like the kind of creativity that we tend to see from Zeta on the best of days is kind of following itself through to have the results which they need to have in this early stage in the competition. But let's see, as the reset comes in, how Zeta will handle this and what learnings they're going to take away from it.
Bit of a wall break there to allow Motep to have a bit more maneuverability through this mid and now hiding in the bush. Gadget comes in as well, not going to make the connection, was trying to pinch it in with Firecrow there, who does already have his super, but if he activates that peep now, it's going to be really difficult. Super missed by Motep once more, and that's not the position that he wants to be in now. Pinned back into spawn by Gero and following up with some shots down to half HP. And Firecrow not really finding too much luck on this left-hand side either, and this is not the position that Nouns Esports want to be in.
Firecrow helping a little bit on the left-hand side, alleviating the situation. But Gary's in a good spot here as well, but Motep will find him actually just completely taken off guard and needs to get back a little bit faster. But now might be able to heal. No, I love it from Nouns. Every time that there's a threat, they just take care of it, and there's a huge rocket going his way there from Pekka. And that again was a round that honestly should have been a Zeta.
Even in the worst positions, they're finding wins, and this is really, really weird to see. Gonna see that peep come in, not find any connections, though. Need to stay on this lollipop drop if they really want a bit of a say here, but Meow does come forward and not really making any impact anymore, as he did come a bit further up, but now he's not in the best of positions here. Standing still, Motep's gonna have a bit of a higher range as well, so definitely something they need to work on. But the Leon Invis is there, now gets one, gets two surely, but actually Pekka gets the kill. Firecrow should go down anyway, and it's just Pekka remaining. Great play there from the Leon, but it's taken a game and a half to get going.
Well, that is going to be a round going the way of Zeta, and if one more goes their way, then it'll tie up this set in terms of the games. With Hypercharge of Endel to Naui, and last call for Geru. Oh, almost Geru goes down immediately, and he will follow it down as Pekka connects with there, the Rocket Rain, and the Shirley's not available for the push either. Motep gets the super, does find it. It's a 2 versus 1 now, and now he's in a really tough spot.
I mean, that was just gorgeous again from Nouns, and they're going to take the set as well. 2 sets to 0 for Nouns Esports, dominating the #1 seed in Europe at the moment. Both of these teams are World Finals, and I think South America have got a point to make.
This is what we were saying, coming into this matchup. You know, I'm sure many watching Nouns are just kind of wondering how they're going to fare as a team that the majority of viewers may not even recognize the name of, coming from the LATAM South region and showing EMEA and the EUR&MENA region how it's done. I mean, this is really convincing and just not what you necessarily expect, but for us, we've watched Nouns play in this region for a couple of months now. We've been able to keep an eye on them, and again, they've been really impressing us with how they've fared, and they really are standing the heat. Zeta are all over the place at the moment.
It's not looking good whatsoever for Zeta Division. Now going to win 3 sets in a row in comparison to the 1 set that Nouns Esports now need to win. A little bit of an eyeball moving a bit back and forward here as Spike's back again.
Yeah, seems that way. Yeah. You having fun there? Yeah, it's nice.
Just kind of doing circles. It's not really doing a lot, is it?
Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween!
Well, thanks for that. Anything more? I can scratch your back if you like. It's quite a good. I've been trying it out. No, okay. He doesn't really seem to have much charisma.
Don't get
like,
much
I don't think he likes us. I'll be honest. No, I see it. Yeah, eyeball. It's great. Yeah. So sad. Thanks. Hey, that's.
I mean, the draft's coming in, Spike. Hey. It's attached
your
to me.
best
I'm
friend.
sorry, you actually can't take it. It's attached to me.
Yeah. It's attached for the entire show. That was the deal.
Get lost, Spike.
Yeah.
Draft's in.
Nice to see you again, though.
Draft's in, mate.
Yeah. Sorry. See what you just did?
I don't think they saw it, but...
Ring of Fire, Trev. Ring of Fire.
Ring of Fire.
Ring of Fire. Draft in. Buster Tara. Squeak for Nouns. For Zeta, Lola, Amber, and the Grey. I'm loving what I'm seeing for Zeta, actually, so far. With the Pam, the Penny is... I mean, that's okay.
Good.
I'm not sure about it myself. It can work, though. As we know, Eve and 8-Bit for Nouns. It's kind of a bit out there.
Yeah, I mean, even 8-Bit are going to be... There's a lot of piercing available there for Penny, really. And I mean, that's going to do a lot of splash through it. Otis coming in as that kind of last defensive measure as well against some of those tanks that could still come in for this Nouns last pick. But I mean, it's going to be Carl, and that is dangerous. Very, very dangerous on a map like Ring of Fire. Now they've got the ability to kind of, walk across some of this water, free up a bit more space in that mid, and Carl can just go so aggressive. I do prefer the Zeta comp. I think it's a bit more well-rounded, but Nouns Esports in a very, very good position, and that could put even more pressure on Zeta.
Yeah, I do wonder how the Otis is going to kind of fare with this one. Sure, you can shut down a Carl, but you have to preempt it. There's no point muting a Carl when it's already, with super and making it, putting it to good use. I'm not too sure. I mean, 8-bit is certainly in a very good spot, as we know. I haven't really seen it too much necessarily in this game mode, but I'm all for it. Ultimately, the range is so good. If you're connecting the shots and getting your damage booster down frequently, I think that it's going to be potentially a sweep here. I mean, I'm not going to lie. We need to see more from Zeta. They are behind here massively, so 2 sets down. They've got to show us something in this set or this is over.
I mean, who would have thought we'd be saying Zeta are going to be getting swept today? Definitely not a lot of people, I'll tell you that, but Nouns yet again getting a lot of damage in the early games. Zeta do have a bit of a percentage lead at the moment, but not really too much to be scared of for Nouns. Good little booster there over the right side. Going to give him a bit more speed away from that fat splatter. Perfectly timed from him. And obviously, going to have another 3 of those in the bag, so can't really complain.
That was disgusting from Firecrow. I mean, the amount of milliseconds that were on his thumbs there, because that was going to land, that was going to take him down. A great use of Gadget to evade the situation from him. And it's going to be Nouns Esports going forwards then in terms of percentage value, up to 30% now. Geru trying to be a bit of a pain in the back left-hand side pocket. He will be able to help out and get Firecrow taken care of, but Motep going to take the mantle into the mid, jumping away as Pekka's muted out, but will heal now, getting back into the thick of things. And I think Nouns are still not really playing the objective, but they're seemingly in control, getting some good pinch work.
Yeah, I mean, Penny getting kill on the right-hand side now, though. Great shot coming in, but the super's there from Pekka once again. But the knockback from the turret, I mean, that's going to put it out of a good position on the left-hand side, but it keeps him alive. Do still have a slight lead for Nouns Esports at the moment, but the mute available there, the Penny turret up, the Pan turret up, everything's on their side at the moment. And not really a lot going on from Nouns.
Very close, though, but Zeta will itch ahead as they're spending much more time on the zone. The sort of pacing has been disrupted for Nouns as a lot of the defensive capabilities that Zeta have got to their disposal really showing their worth, but this Pam unshakable on that healing station. They've got to really buckle down and take care of it, but in the meanwhile, Meow able to take care of Pekka, and that should be itching more towards the game here for Zeta, as it just feels like Nouns had a great start, but just not really now in the swing of things. Their synergy is kind of gone, and they're just looking a bit deflated.
Yeah, I mean, moves his turret and it instantly gets taken out, and that's what I mean about that Penny. It's just so much splash value available. We've got the babies coming in from the Eve, the turret there, all 3 brawlers are there as well, and it's just not really too easy for Nouns to find some free room away from the Penny turret, be able to get the Pam turrets down, and at the moment, this looks like a Zeta set.
I think Nouns can recover and respond, but they can't feed into that Penny too early. I think that turret is just being so much of an issue for the Carl, and the value that the Carl's able to obtain by it, it's just deflated so much as Zeta just hunkered together in those moments. They know that they can work better as a team, as a unit under pressure. Pekka will have to try to kind of reconsider himself just a little bit here, giving a lot of shots over to Meow. That was not the start, and Meow's probably like 1 shot away from Super now getting turret, and that was not the play. Nouns have just gone too aggressive, giving up so much over. The utility is all going to be with Zeta in just a few moments. That's the first healing station already down.
Yeah, and Pekka went in and fed a lot more as well. Might have got some super for himself, but I don't know if that was really worth it. We're going to see that turret eventually coming up now and a spin available, but it does get instantly knocked back from Meow, and this is just, it looks like a different Zeta, but it also looks like a different Nouns as well. They don't seem to be playing as well by any means.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, Zeta are just clearly knowing that they've got a good counter draft here. Their responses are on point, but a mismute there from Geru will leave an opening, and then the aggressiveness of the Carl going in. Now he, though, comes out on top regardless and comes back to continue it. So Motep falls. All 3 members of Zeta now are just in a fantastic spot. Only 5% has been gained from Nouns. I mean, it's over. It's a set drafted, chalked up.
This is not good whatsoever for Nouns. I mean, they are still up in sets. Obviously, it's still 2-1 to them. But now all of this is being provided directly over to Zeta, the momentum, the control of the game, and they only need 2 more sets now. It doesn't seem as far-fetched as that entire reverse sweep. It's become that little bit closer.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced on the draft either. Like, I could be mistaken, but I think the Carl pick was after the Penny, so they were picking it into it, which is a bit of a concern, but I thought that the Nouns had a good start, but as soon as they really started flowing, Zeta shut down the ideas like that. That was the gadget, and just in the nick of time, that cheap cartridge from Firecrow really does just show a great deal of skill and awareness from Nouns, but it just felt to me like the tides definitely shifted. And as soon as they lost control, Zeta were that team which came and took that control and just didn't falter. They didn't leave the zone, and that palm pick, as we've already discussed, it's just so hard to shake off the objective.
And that penny turret was an absolute nightmare for the Carl as well. That's the thing. It just the knockback after knockback, and the penny just stayed with the Pam as well. Like, take the heals, get the super when the Carl comes aggressive, because you know he's going to be going towards that Pam. That's his prime target. Just gets the super when he goes towards the Pam, drops it, and they both survive pretty nicely. Pam turret was always there, penny turret was always there, and there just wasn't really a lot that Nouns could do.
Yeah, it just felt like, Zeta had a good response and under pressure as well, because that was a very important time for them to get it right. And, despite the draft in the early stages not being to my liking, they were being a bit too risky on the side of Nouns, actually. I just didn't kind of think the whole thing through. That second game could have gone the way of Nouns, actually, if they just played it better, but immediately feeding that right-hand side. I mean, Pekka really should have been a bit more cautious in that approach, because we saw in the first game just how much the penny was contributing, how defensive it was. And, I mean, immediately he went down, fed over like 4 solid shots, and it just then went downhill from there. Hard Rock Mine, though, is another chance for Zeta to be able to bring this forwards. And 8-Bit's a great first pick. The Crow, the Nita, and the Spike ban for them. For Nouns, banning out the Nita, the Otis, and the Shelly. Really liking all the bans that I'm seeing. Ruffs is a good, safe idea, but I'm loving that 8-Bit first pick from Zeta, honestly. Piper, ooh.
I mean, the 8-Bit's incredible. It always is. Piper coming in, though, from Nouns. I do feel that's a very South American pick in my eyes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good against the 8-Bit early game, but as soon as he gets a bit of speed, if you get pushed back into spawn, there's so many different things that if a single one of them goes wrong, then you're going to be pinned in spawn and you're not going to be able to push out at all. So it's a good brawler against the 8-Bit in that early game. But
yeah, I do like it.
Changes quick.
Exactly. You nailed it. It's... Homemade Recipe got a recent nerf as well, so a lot of that's not necessarily going to lock on as much. The wall break can certainly help if the kind of more aggressive brawlers like Buster comes into the mix. I mean, you can then help to get out of those spawn sides that you might need to, but I mean, this is looking good for Zeta so far. I love Piper. I mean, certainly Nouns can pop off with it. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but it's certainly a bit out there.
I think so too. It can work, but it can also not work, and the majority of the time it doesn't work, Like, that's how the kind of thing. And I think with Buster especially, it's going to lock her in spawn a lot more as well. As soon as he gets in that bush, he's going to have a lot of problems, because it's not that you can still deal with him when he's close, to a small extent, still have a chance, because if he's close, it's over for you. Sandy along with that as well to push them even further into the back lines with those sandstorms. And I think this is a Zeta game. I mean, unless something absolutely miraculous comes out of Nouns in this last pick, and there's not really much that I can think of that would do it, I think Zeta have got this.
I kind of agree. I would like to see Nouns, though, put up a nice game with it, Ash. I mean, it's certainly the right idea in terms of tanks. I mean, that's kind of what I'd be thinking to go in with. I mean, there's not really much of a heavy counter on the side of Zeta. I mean, Buster versus Ash, not necessarily too sure who comes out on top. I think Ash would potentially, with the robotic rats, if you're able to get that super, cause a bit more of a problem. I would like to see this Piper pick really pay off. Personally, I think it's too exciting to watch that kind of long-range affair in Hard Rock Mine, but it's certainly risky. And cheek cartridge on the side of 8-Bit, you've got that escape mechanism in that final shot moment for the Piper. You can be able to keep the gems aside and keep them safe and sound, but the Ash might be that deterrent of it. You come back with a cheek cartridge, but there's an Ash waiting for you. It's going to be tough for Nouns to make work, but maybe they'll prove us wrong.
Yeah, well, we will see. Some good start from Motep here as he does get Rage early on, but he's providing a lot of that super charge to Meow now, and going to see him go down as now he did rotate to that side, and now we're going to see Meow moving over to the side against the Fire Crow, which should be a good matchup, and instantly now he in this bush is not a good sign for Nouns, but Motep should be able to push him out quite nicely, get some shots through, but the barricade goes up and the kill is there, and this is what we said, if you lose control early on, Piper's doomed.
Yeah, Pekka just, I had the right, I did try to actually kind of break them all the right-hand side, but just got his ranges a little bit wrong, and Gary punished him massively so for it. Just didn't see it coming. Now Pekka's forced to break, and that's not really going to help it. It's going to get a little bit too tile bush of that mid taken care of, but I mean, prior to that, it could have just opened up the entire right-hand side, and now he would have nothing to be able to show for himself, and still, Nouns are back in the spawn, and Zeta are punishing Nouns heavily for this mistake.
9, and that's 10 now with that spawning as well from Gero, but even goes back for the kill before picking up that 10 and starting the countdown. Pekka's going to have a power-up, but for what? What's that going to do? It's not really going to do a lot for them. We're going to need to see a completely different game in game number 2 of Gem Grab here from Nouns if they want to stand a chance, because as we expected, Zeta dominate.
I mean, Pekka jumping in that final moment as well, what is that going to achieve? It's just kind of strange, and I think you summed it up perfectly in a previous set where, it's a different Zeta, but it's also a different Nouns. At the moment, Nouns are just kind of making these mistakes and plays that are just very uncharacteristic of them. When you look at their performance in Brawl, that set was over in 27 seconds. It was insane. I mean, that first game of that set. And now, it's a night and day difference as Zeta are really starting to cook here. I mean, they've got the perfect draft for me in this scenario. I was hoping to see more from that Piper, and there was actually kind of more mistakes than plays on the side of Nouns. That's got to change, or this is going to the 5th and final set, and the way that Zeta are leading into it, I've got to feel like they can reverse sweep this.
Well, I mean, Pekka just absolutely tapped Gero up so hard, brought him down instantly. He's spinning in spawn. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. I don't know if it's just because he got destroyed or they all seem to be kind of standing still in spawn and shooting back. I'm not really sure what's going on right now, but I mean, Nouns are in control.
Yeah, not sure myself, even to be honest, because Zeta are clearly kind of in motion, but not really kind of playing the match out, and I'd like to kind of obviously hear from the admin side as to what the reasoning is for it. I was hoping to see Pekka kind of go very quickly into break early on. He didn't choose to do that, and Zeta just kind of clearly protesting for some level, but I can't kind of think as to why.
I mean, they're not here. They're not going to have an opportunity to just say their Wi-Fi's gone out because that's their problem at home. Like, it's not a problem here, so definitely intrigued to know what's going on as Nouns did take this 10th gem and start the countdown, but you just really haven't seen a lot going on from Zeta. Nothing's really happening, and it kind of just seems like something maybe have gone wrong on their side, or because I'm not seeing any brawls that are banned out.
Well, that's the thing that I was immediately thinking, was there some sign of a brawler pick that, you know, was kind of off the table, and like the first game was played out and it was relatively normal. There was nothing that really caused of concern for me from my side of things. Clearly for Zeta in that second game, there was an issue that they were not happy with, and I don't think it was a connection issue because they were clearly moving around and they were shooting at themselves from time to time.
Connection issues is their fault.
Yeah, if it is their fault. Yeah, absolutely so. Regardless, at the moment, as it currently stands, Nouns will take that game, and that's a match point scenario. We'll get an update as well, I'm sure, in a bit of time. But now, Zeta are playing it normally, it seems.
Now Meow is a bot.
Oh, hold on. Sandy could still have that issue whereby if you get taken care of whilst you're in mid-super, then it can crash the game, potentially.
Well, he didn't have super in the first game.
We've already seen Otis, who was struggling from the same thing. So
is Sandy still banned out?
Potentially, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be completely honest, because Otis had the same issue, but Otis has been played quite a few times today. So we'll have to check in that. That's the only thing that I can really think of.
It looks like he's back.
I thought it was patched out. I thought it was patched.
He is back though, so we'll see if this is just a continuation of the gameplay. Great taps coming in from Pekka there, making it 6 gems now, and only one for the side of Zeta, but does force out a jump from Pekka there, breaking up his own home zone, but they're not in a bad spot now. They are in spawn, but the map's a bit more broken.
Certainly having a bit more of that opening mid is going to favour Pekka if they get back the control, because now he can't really hide and lurk as well as he'd like to. But so far, it's the damage station down, and Gero's got to heal up. This is the prime time for Nouns to get back into the thick of things, as Firecracker is going to itch towards there. That's a nice bait there. Now he potentially wasting a bit of super value there, but it will protect Gero enough to get some gems, and Pekka's getting a lot of shots conceded there. Now he should fall, but they've got to find the shot first, and there's actually a trade that really should have gone the way of Nouns in a more convincing fashion.
Motep up top, Gero's stuck behind him, no super, but gets it now, but he's pinned, the Piper's back there against him, but he's not finding the shots, misses by a tiniest bit of a tile, and he does go down now, but the gems are all surely in the hands of Zeta still, power up being provided to Pekka, and we're just seeing the Sandy go around that bottom left-hand side. I can't help but feel like Pekka maybe could have got a couple of gems there. That's just waiting it out, playing it slow, and Motep now coming back, but way too aggressive.
This could be a chance to retake and turn things around, and Zeta will know it. They won't be giving up much room for error whatsoever, and a great gadget from Naui and a follow-up kill. 3 versus 2 now, and Pekka might have to force the super here if Naui gets too close for comfort. There's only 1 gem to reset, but this next one is surely going to be going to the pocket of Zeta, and it is, and now it's going to be Gero or nothing. Pekka jumps away, low HP. He's surely going to be going down, and it should be Zeta being able to take a set and just hanging on here, taking it all the way to the 5th.
I mean, we're going to a 5th set, but that was possibly one of the most confusing sets of my life. Not sure why Zeta didn't really play, as it seemed like all 3 of them were moving in that first game, and obviously no supers could have crashed the game because he didn't have the super, so that might be the thing, unless it kind of crashed his game in the previous round. I'm not 100% sure, but at the end of the day, it's 2-2, and I mean, Zeta managed to bring it back regardless.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look at that being the scoreline, I mean, that couldn't have really gone Zeta's way anymore. I mean, they literally gave a free game over to Nouns and were able to bring it back and still be in a good spot now. So I think that that's probably like one of the best outcomes, because I'm assuming that something happened for Zeta that was out of their control, but it didn't look like connection issues to me. It looked like they were very much within the game. So, but nonetheless, the final set now is where this will be decided. And if you look at how things have fared so far, Zeta have been able to turn it around in pretty convincing fashion. And we got our friend back again.
Happy Halloween!
We drop Happy Halloween as well.
Happy Halloween!
It's quite scary. I'll be honest.
It's quite scary, yeah.
Yeah. What? Huh? Keep talking. I was like, so yeah. So I understand now what yeah. I'm his ventriloquist dummy. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah. Don't give up the day job.
Oh, don't come to me. I don't want to have to deal with you.
Thank you. Nice gift.
I'm being jabbed in the ribs. Oh, I mean, I'm now apparently being his ventriloquist dummy as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's. I think at this point, he's very much entertaining himself and using us as the expense.
He's got a weapon.
Oh, yeah?
He's got a weapon.
Coming back with some
weapon
aggression.
in hand.
I've got to be very careful here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he wants me to do, to be honest with you.
Wow.
That was uncomfortably
It's
close.
really hard to know how to behave and react a lot of the time. I'll be honest. It's putting me out of my comfort zone somewhere here, Trav.
Yeah, you're out of your comfort zone. He stood next to me. What do you mean?
But not for long. Oh, yeah. Hi. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. I mean, I wish we had a bit more of a heads up about today.
Yeah.
I knew some things were in the works, but you know, like this, ESL just had this lovely way of just taking you by surprise, didn't they?
Yeah, and it wasn't a pleasant surprise either.
Well, you said you felt threatened there.
He was threatening me, and I'm not pleased about it.
He is smiling though. I can see that he's enjoying himself.
You can hope so.
Yeah. Well, from what you've seen so far, like, how did you see this one going? Because Nouns started off so strong. I mean, they looked like it was going to be we were saying a 3-0 sweep was on the cards, very much so here. And I'm sure a bit of downtime was, Zeta were probably communicating to admins about their concerns of whatever happened.
Sweep was on the cards?
I absolutely was. If you weren't, you're
Zeta?
crazy. For Nouns.
Oh, right. I thought you meant before the game started. I was like, you're
no.
crazy.
Yeah.
No, I mean, after we saw the first 2 sets, I thought so. But honestly, I was very 50-50 in this matchup. I feel like now with this momentum, and even after giving a game away and still winning, I think Zeta might have this. And
yeah,
be a little bit embarrassing for Nouns after those first couple of sets, because it kind of just seems like they've just switched off.
It's looking like a very convincing reverse sweep potentially here, but this draft is so important now for Zeta to get right. I mean, that is their strong suit. There's no doubt about it. Dry season, of course, being bounty, it's one of those troublesome maps and modes where, it can turn very quickly. And actually being in the back spawn, in your own spawn, can go very much in your favor here. Bans for Nouns, being Shelly, Gale, and the Gene as well. On the side of Zeta, the Grey, the Delis, and the Nanny, and the first pick of Piper. Yeah.
Not sure how I feel about that as a first pick on dry season.
I like it, but
like you just like Piper.
Exactly. I was going to say
biased.
It's the brawler.
Yeah, you just slightly biased towards the brawler rather than actually being picked on this map. It's good. Dry season's decently long ranged, but up to a certain point, it becomes quite short ranged if you get pushed back. And it's the same as we saw in that last one, where Mortis coming in, but it was the same as we saw in that last one. It's good up until it gets pushed back. It's good up until it's not, and a lot of the time it can just not be.
And also, it's at such an early stage of the draft. I mean, giving plenty of time for Zeta to get a contingency plan. Sure, on the gadget side as well, auto-aim are going to come in for Piper as a bit of a slow-down deterrent stun. I mean, Piper is going to be really tough to make work. I mean, especially if you're behind, pushing into that situation, what are you realistically going to do? You can break and open things up, but, time might not be on your side in that regard. 8-bit as well is a risky... I mean, this is kind of wild draft ideas from both sides.
It's weird.
It really is.
I mean, Mortis worked in, hypercharged Jackie.
The first time today, right?
Yeah, I mean, the first time for like years, I feel like we've seen a Jackie come in, to be honest here. First time in years I've seen a Jackie being drafted. It's rare to see it, banned or picked. So intrigued to see how this one plays out, especially with that hypercharge as well. Obviously, it's going to be very good against the Mortis, but if he can change some bats, I still think he's going to be all right.
This is weird. Like, it's really, really weird. I mean, in terms of the damage booster as well for Nouns, where are they going to be able to get their value from? Is it just going to be for the 8-bit, or are they going to try and combine something with it? Brock, I mean, it's still on the cards here, good for opening up the map, but now with the Bull, you kind of need to have a notice. I mean, the Gale is banned. You need that to be able to shut down the Bull, to have some way to deal with it. The Mortis can get a bit of value from cycling, maybe, but I mean, this is kind of really wild stuff. I mean, the Jackie and the Bull for Zeta, a brawler picks, which can definitely be a cause for concern for Nouns if you get pushed back into your spawn. What do you do? You know, I mean, Mortis can only do so much in that regard, and the 8-bit as well.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Very solid pick, I feel. If Bull gets super and comes aggressive, it's going to tank a lot of those shots coming forward, though. That's the thing with Hypercharge. But I still think that B's going to be very solid against this. Like, up to a certain extent, Mortis doesn't really have to do a lot. You can just get the Piper down a bit and obviously go in when there's a chain possibility. But, I mean, you know, 8-bit and a B, buff up that damage, and you're not really going to have to do a lot as a Mortis.
But I mean, Kenny summed it up perfectly in the last series by saying that, you know, Mortis is that brawler pick where, you know, it can either, you know, save the game, win the game, or be the reason why you lose the game. And in the 5th and final set, you know, these are times where it's just not really ideal. And I'm hearing that one of the players actually from the side of Zeta had some lag issues in gem grab. So we knew the reasons why that they were not feeling things. And I mean, that's, like you rightly said, that's on them. Going into this set, they're going to have to really focus now on brushing off that dust and focusing on the task at hand. It's not going to be an easy one.
And that Rattle Hive hits completely, and it was a bit of a wasted pneumatic booster there as well. But Fycro finding some shots and finding the super, but that's going to quickly be taken out by Jackie. Surely Meow's quite low, does go down. And now, as I said, Pekka just doesn't really have to do a lot as long as his teammates are a bit switched on and doing some stuff themselves. Second Rattled Hive going to be coming out, and the booster comes down now. And be boosted booster, not going to be plugged in. So now going forwards, a little auto-aimer bait out there, but Pekka's still very, very low, and Blue Star in his hands as well, so definitely not something that he wants. Jackie's going to take out that booster as well. Slow comes down, hits both. Beautiful from Pekka as well. That charge comes in from Meow, but gets taken out by all three of them simultaneously. Beautiful from Nouns, 7-0.
Just in the nick of time, and saving the stars in the process there from Nouns to ensure it, but still not out of the woods. Damage booster goes down yet again. No speed as well for Fycro, so it's going to be tough. But look at that. That's where the B gets the value. Motive finds the shots. It's a 9-star to 0-star scoreline. And it feels like we got the Nouns back that we saw in the first and second sets.
I mean, Garrow's using these auto-aimers like nobody's business as well. Pekka's just baiting him out. I think that might be his third that he's used. So with 30 seconds on the clock, he's not going to really have that many defensive measures against this Mortis up to a certain extent. I don't think now he's had that many shots to get towards his Hypercharge. 25 seconds down, they're going to pretty much need a team wipe. In they go though, the pull back comes in as well. We're going to need to see something from Pekka. He gets the kill and keeps the lead in their hands. But there's still 20 seconds on the clock, but only 2 of them in a position to aggress at this point.
If now we can get Hypercharge, Jackie is the brawler that can absolutely turn the tides, but as quickly as that, Motep finds Garu, increases the lead for Nouns. It's going to have to be one heck of a push here for Zeta, and this is no time to do it. Meow is slowed, Hypercharge is there, but the connections are nowhere to be seen, and that is Nouns moving on to match point yet again.
I mean, Nouns, Nouns from sets 1 and 2 are really coming back now. They're working as a team, they're picking their moments, they're doing everything right. But Zeta have flipped back again. They've gone to what they were in the first 2 sets and playing not very well at all. It's not looking good for them at this point. I feel like they just overcompensated for that Mortis. There's brawlers that can deal with Mortis that aren't Jackie and Bull.
Some learnings for sure for Zeta. They've got to get that utility down early, and just, you know, if it means speeding over some stars, you know, dare I say it, I think you kind of have to dare a little bit to get that Hypercharge in motion and to get Meow and Naui able to synergize. Left it just a bit too late in the previous game. This one now, though, is looking better so far. It's a good start, but Nouns be, again, waiting for that time to strike. They've got the blue star. That's all they need for now to keep the lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the scenario we had in the last game as well, and instantly, you know, Zeta stepped out of line and they get punished. And that's exactly what Nouns are looking to try and doing again. Shots coming through from this right side now, but the booster is coming down. Rattle Hive as well, Gadget there, and he gets a couple of hits on Meow, quite a lot of damage as well. And just in such a defensive position, and Motep being here just helps Nouns out so much.
Good connections yet again from Motep. Amplified shot now available. Now he's going to try and get rid of the damage booster. That's kind of wise, as now Zeta's starting to push together as a team. Now he goes in, not really finding much. Meow gets a pickup, 3 stars to 2 in favor of Nouns and that blue. Garrett's going to be going back now into the mid. He's low HP. Pekka just going forwards a bit aggressively so, but just trying to bait out yet again some of those gadgets from Garrett on that right-hand side now.
Well, both of them have super, but neither of them have hypercharge, which is exactly what they want. That's what would change this game. Jackie's quite low as Motep gets a few shots forward. Rattled Hive coming down again. Another follow-up shot as well. He gets the killing blow. 25 seconds on the clock, and now it's extended to a 3-star difference. And only 2 members of Zeta are in this aggressive position.
Now it's keeping the pressure on. Now we're back into the mix for 15 seconds on the clock. It's going to be one heck of a push now. Meow's got to go in. There's no hypercharge available for either of them either, so it's going to have to be just sheer connections. 10 seconds now. Here it comes, but the slow is there. Meow goes in. Motep will fall. It's 5 stars each. Blue star still at Nels, but shifted over. 7 to Zeta, and they hold it. They're staying in the game, and we're all tied up. It's match point, match point.
Double match point coming up next as Zeta Division take that win in the closing seconds. Timed it to perfection. They didn't need to aggress anymore. They had both supers. One's going to drag towards you. One's going to charge in perfectly in unison to be able to get those kills. And only Mortis remained to get those refrags. And it just was not going to happen for Nouns Esports. Now, one game will decide who wins between Zeta Division and Nouns Esports.
I really love that from Zeta because they had no hypercharge. It was going to be a really tough thing to work, but if they have hypercharge this time round, I mean, what a difference that will make, and that will be ensuring a team wipe. And if the match is going on, I can hear it in my earpiece, but I can't see it as of yet, but surely at the moment, it's about getting that early head start, that early aggressive lead, and surely some utility going in now to find out where we're up to. 1 star, so nothing has happened except for the blue in favor of Nouns, and just in the nick of time, see Motep take down Garu.
I mean, this is not good for Zeta as well. The right-hand side wall is gone, which means that must have been the Piper doing it to themselves, and that is not the position that they want to be in. Another super available, and Garu's looking quite low. Bull and Jackie need all the walls they can get when it comes to this kind of scenario, and then locked back in this right-hand side is exactly where Zeta do not want to see Nouns. But some great taps coming through now from Gero, getting the connections, bringing that damage booster down. Now it's time to aggress.
Oh, Motep does find Naui though. Pekka moving forwards to the left-hand side, but look at this Firecrow back into the corner, and it should be a result here. Firecrow survives, still on 16 HP. How? Wonderful defensive measures, but it did not look like it was that easy. Honestly, for Nouns, it could have easily gone the way there of Zeta, but that's a healthy lead with 30 seconds on the clock.
I mean, Pekka came in with the perfect tanks there, and now dashing towards that right side, trying to bait someone out of position, because this is the spot they were in the last game, and it didn't play out well for them all. Now he's going to go in, get the shots through, not even find a receiving shot on him either. And now it's only 3. That's just Firecrow needing to go down, and Pekka, Motep's going to go down as well without even any shots on yet again. And now 15 seconds, and they're pushing.
It's doable. Zeta can absolutely do this, but they do need to find another kill. Big tap from Firecrow there as well. Gonna keep things back, but Nouns are in a corner, and Meow is lurking, going in now, but he goes down, he will. Pekka comes in, 10 stars. Nouns will take it by a single takedown. Oh my word, it came down to the wire, but Nouns survive it.
Last game, last set, and 1 star decides it all. Nouns Esports take the first win and put Zeta Division on the first loss of the season. And I mean, that is how many losses they got in the entirety of Season 3. And they've already been provided with it in the first game day of Season 4.
Unreal stuff, Kenny. What did you make of that banger matchup?
Whew, I mean, I'm out of breath. That was exhausting just watching. I thought I was going to have a great moment queued up. The Zeta comeback. They make this insane push there in game number 2 in the last 15 seconds, but Nouns prevailed anyways. Insane plays. I mean, what an absolute banger of a match. I mean, just down to the wire. Look at that 10-9 at the end there. And there's Fido, our good pet spider alongside us.
We've named it, have we?
Yeah, that's my pet Fido.
I didn't know.
We all figured it was going to be an uphill battle for Nouns. Coming out of the gates, it definitely didn't look like that at all. Zeta seemed to find their feet, but then ultimately at the end of the day, Nouns took the dub. What an incredible match, I've got to say. Now, highlight for me, we like to do this, don't we? We like to rein it back in to the beginning of that matchup. Nouns, Brawl Ball. 27-second opening game. I mean, they just took the aggression to Zeta. Doesn't matter who you are. Don't care if you're the reigning champs. I'm going to absolutely sprint at your face, Trav.
I mean, it was really brutal, and all the way through that Brawl Ball, they played together perfectly. Nouns just came out the gate swinging. It was really, really entertaining to watch that kind of aggressive gameplay that has definitely taken a bit of a back foot. And obviously, in the recent meta, tanks have been so prominent. Getting a hold of Primo is just, it's a nail in the coffin for a lot of the teams.
It was so hard for Zeta to do anything about it, That was what was... And the second game was equally as fast, really. I mean, that set was over in the blink of an eye. And that's how you've got to approach things going up against the Season 3 champions. You've just got to keep them on the back foot as quickly as you can and show them that you mean business.
Yeah, we love to see individuals also rise to the occasion on the main stage. I know this is online, but still, nevertheless, it is a big occasion. We are in the challenge season right now. Firecrow. What an incredible performance from him. I know you were saying Pekka coming into this as well was one to look out for Nouns, but Firecrow, I think he stole the show.
I'm just impressed all around. Nouns are really living up to the hype that we were hoping that they would. They were one of those first 4 teams as well. You mentioned it, Zeta. Little shaky, though, not perfect, and that's something I think we're more used to seeing from them, and that was anything but. Today has been a day of, I think, upsets, to be honest with you. I mean, Nouns getting a victory here, legitimate team, but I think Zeta being the champions last season, why would they not be the favorites here? I mean, this is a team I expected to win the whole darn thing, and I just don't think any team's going to have it easy going through this challenge season. Everybody seems to be gunning for the top.
Kenny, grab that string to your left, my friend. Let's lift up Mr. Ghost over here and take a look at the LED behind you, because we got more stats coming your way. Ark, talk us through this differential between the damage, because again, much like the last series that we had, it's a huge gap.
Yeah, Nouns with the damage boost of the 8-bit as well. They're really cutting all it's worth. Combined with that B, there's no surprise there really for me as to why they had the more damage. But Zeta made some good moments for themselves, but just such a close back and forth affair towards the end. 29 stars there for Nouns to 24 of Zeta. And, I've got to be honest, with how Nouns really faltered in the third and fourth set, I was surprised that they were able to look as good as they did under pressure. I thought that Zeta were going to take that there, but it does make me a bit concerned for Zeta, because we're getting into this stage now with them where these series are going to the 5th and final set more often than not. 3-2s in their qualifying stages in the open finals, and 3-2 here under a loss. I mean, the times that Zeta was sweeping things seem to be kind of getting to a point where they could be beyond us now.
It also seems to feel like a huge amount of the issues that a lot of these teams are facing, especially today in the challenge season, are lying in draft mistakes. Like, a lot of these mistakes are happening early days in the draft. You were even talking about it 60% earlier on. You said that 60% is essentially the differential that we're looking at when it comes to, if you get a bad draft pick, you are heavily on the back foot. Nouns seem to be making mistakes coming into that third game, in fact, sorry. And I feel like that was their issue. But then coming obviously into the 5th one, they seem to find their feet again. Do you feel like the draft made that much of an impact, Trav?
I do, and I mean, especially in that last one, it just seemed like they overcompensated for the Mortis, because at that point, Mortis just didn't do anything. He didn't need to do anything. Every now and again, he came in, dashed forwards and backwards, tried to get a super and tank some shots. But it was just the B and the 8-bit. They could 2v3 the brawlers that Zeta brought in that last set. And I think the sets that Zeta won, they just weren't being stupid. They weren't drafting randomly. They weren't picking out of the ordinary brawlers. They just went with what was good. And I think that just works for them if they do that.
Piper panic pick, we'll call it, for Trav, because he's just not enjoying it. As soon as someone picks Piper, he may as well just flip the table from what it looked like. So generally, let's have a quick overview of what to kind of focus in on for Zeta coming into tomorrow. They're going to have another match, and what do they need to do? They need a quick fix. They've got 24 hours, Kenny. What do they need to do? You're the coach. Talk to them.
I think drafting was a big thing. I mean, you could tell a real difference maker, and maybe that was, for me at least, a lack in Nouns really excelling in that draft stage. I thought the Piper on Gym Grab was one interesting one on the side, going into an 8-bit. That's a challenging thing. I was wondering if they were going to do something with, maybe the wall break there a little bit, try and open the map, and then they picked Ashe, which doesn't super synergize well. It was just kind of all over the place for me. I don't think Zeta needs to hit the panic button. They're a good team. Let's just take a loss. It's okay. Last time they lost 1-2 and they still won the whole darn thing. They could go out here with 6-0. I think a realm of possibilities for them, but I think you just got to wake up tomorrow, do it all over again, forget yesterday, and focus on today.
Well, they also did win 5 in a row before they lost one in the last season. That's the thing. So, maybe it is time to hit the panic button after game.
Swings and roundabouts, who knows? Right, we have our 4th and final match that's going to be taking place very shortly. We've got Foot Esports, and they're going to be going up against Team Queso. It's going to be a banger to end out the first day of the challenge season. 4, and it's an extremely spooky set because you're gonna want to stick around. So we'll see you very shortly after this quick break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween!
Welcome back to the spooky studio of the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is the challenge season for Brawl Stars. Spike's on the camera. That might be why everything's going haywire right now, because he is causing chaos over here. We've got one match remaining before we round out day one of our competition, and it's been an absolute blast so far. We've had upsets, ups, downs, and spinning around, and we've got lots of spooky things happening around here. Between me and Ark right now, we've got a very cool ghost that's just floating there. And, you know, things just seem to be a little bit devious today, don't they? So, Kenny, I mean, let's just keep things simple. Have you enjoyed the matches today so far? You were on the edge of your seat during the last one.
How could I not be? I mean, it's been a great day, honestly. I think a very surprising one for me. You know, the first couple predictions didn't go well. We didn't really make predictions off camera, but I told you I was kind of tilted to a point where I was like, whatever I think is going to happen, I'm just going to do the opposite. So let there be chaos. I think it just kind of reflects how good this season truly is going to be. The competition level has been really high, and some of these teams that I thought were good, maybe I'm underestimating even. So I think that's a good sign for competition throughout the entire regular season.
Well, as you can see on your screens, and you can see on the screen behind us during that last segment, we've got two teams lined up for our final match. It's Foot Esports. They're going to be taking on Team K. So let's kick things off with Foot Esports. Ark, let's hone in on how their season has been so far, leading up to this part of the competition. I've mentioned it earlier today. I already said it's kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride situation with FUT Esports, isn't it?
A little bit, but at the same time, they came second in Season 3. I mean, that's, pretty much as good as it gets. If you, Zeta, yeah,
It's not first, is it?
True, but at the same time, they did get themselves locked in for the World Finals. So, they didn't quite necessarily lift the trophy, but I'm sure as far as they were concerned, the job was done and prevented SK from doing it themselves. I mean, certainly, Semantic Drage and Lenan, this season, I feel like they're going to be riding high off the back of that. I mean, historically, though, against Team Queso in the qualifying stages, didn't go their way. Actually, Team Queso have got a 2-0 in terms of the head-to-head. So, and they've been doing pretty well recently. I mean, it's kind of weird to see actually Team Queso really flourishing off the back of having seemingly less pressure on the circumstance.
Yeah, you've mentioned obviously Drage, Lelan and Semantic kind of joining forces at the beginning of the year. Almost like a bit of a super team that got thrown together, but do you then worry that there's kind of like a possible gelling issue because you've got 3 players who are fantastic kind of outside of not playing together, but now that they're together, how has it looked? How have they looked like they've gelled, Trav?
I mean, I think for all 3 of them, it was a bit of a weird one, really. Never expect to see any of them on the same team. At a certain point, I think all 3 of them probably hated each other, to be honest with you. But if you can put your differences aside and play Brawl Stars and become friends along the way, then that is something exceptional. I think that's exactly what they've done. They're now comfortable playing together, and they've been playing very, very well recently. To put the differences aside, and they're really just focusing down.
And I feel like we can now kind of turn our attention to Team Queso. Season 3 didn't really look like it was their season. And to be honest, they haven't been playing really up to scratch. When we're thinking of the other teams that are taking part in the challenge season, they're all looking very impressive. And Team Queso seem a little bit like the outsider. Kenny, what do you feel like they've changed? Or do you feel like they're just on a particularly hot streak right now? What do you think is the situation?
I'm not sure what's changed. I mean, maybe it's the mental, like we were kind of talking about a second ago, but this is a team last year that had a pretty good showing. I mean, 2022, Team Queso kind of start the year really hot. They end up making World Finals. They don't make a crazy run, but a solid showing, and now they're not being a part of that. They get 7th last season, I believe. They win 1 match. I mean, that's not the Team Queso that we saw in 2022, and 2023 just hasn't really gone their way. But more recently, they have been performing better, so I don't want to rule them out completely, but I mean, FUT should be the favorites here.
Which means Team Queso are going to win.
Exactly, I was going to say.
And I was going to throw all logic out of the window and probably go with Team Queso because that's working.
For perspective, Team Queso have won 1 game in the SPS since Season 2. One
and
game.
It could be a second game.
And they're going to double it.
They're going to
double it right now.
Take us through.
To put it out there.
Take us through the beginning of this draft right now, as my beautiful purple leggings are shown right there. I mean, I'm going to have to cross my legs, I think. So take us through the beginning of this draft, and then we can have a quick look with the other guys before they dive over onto the other side to begin their cover.
Well, if it's safe zone as a map, this is kind of wild. I mean, not that bad for FUT, but Piper first pick is definitely unusual for this region. Nani, I think, is definitely safer for Queso, but the bans being Cordelius, Gray, and Bell, Eve, 8-Bit, and Bonnie. Quite like the bans in that regard for sure, but Piper's definitely a risky one to have, especially on defense. I always like the pick. We already established that in the previous series, but Otis, certainly a bit more of an insurance policy for the eventuality of some tankier options for sure. But I think banning 8-Bit, you kind of have to do that now in safe zone. We know what that particular brawler can have in terms of damage onto the safe. And also got to remember, no Colette now, because Colette's obviously got a recent hypercharge, so Brock going to come in for Team Queso. I really kind of like the way things are actually shaping up on the side of Team Queso over FUT so far, I'll be honest.
Oh, I like that. Well, Trav, Kenny, up you get. Shoot on over to the caster desk because we have our 4th and final match of day 1 of our competition of the challenge season to get underway. I'm extremely excited. We got FUT Esports and they're going to be taking on Team Queso. Take it away, guys.
I mean, as sad as it is to say I agree with Ark, I agree with Ark. I think Team Queso's comp at the moment just seems like a little bit better, and Carl on top of that as well really amplifies that, I feel. Nanny. I'm quite confused why they picked Piper into a Nanny as well, never mind just like Piper overall.
First thing that jumped in my brain. Historically, you've got Return to Sender, you've got Nani, who's a heavy hitter. It's just a toughie. Bull was the one I was looking out for. You see the Carl come into play, you see the Brock come into play. Squishier brawlers, and obviously the shotgun doing well into Carl. I think Bull's not the worst idea here. I mean, to be honest with you, they're not going to be able to take him down very quickly. Maybe they get a protective pirouette out there. You know, maybe they find some options to chip some damage, but it's going to take a full team effort to bring down Bull. And if he gets on that high safe, especially with the hypercharge he's at right now, very scary stuff.
mean, that's the thing, clearly taken over from Daryl. Daryl's the tank that would usually be picked on this map, usually be the tank that's picked into Carl, and I'm quite surprised they didn't just go for that Daryl. The self-charging super is so valuable on a map like Safe Zone. In comparison to Bull, he's going to get a super from hitting shots and getting hit, but you can't just sit and be passive at the back of the map, and I think that's what Daryl does so well.
Definitely think it's a big value that he brings to the table. So very interesting stuff here. Some advantageous matchups for both sides, to say the least. It's all going to come down to mechanics here. So they're just going to let the Nouns just kind of walk it up here. Boss going to trade out as well. And it's going to be a little bit of a base race here to kick things off. Shotgun blast going down as Black Sea looks to play some defense on the other end. Drage, nice little pop of the gadget here. A follow through as well. So Drage with the 2-piece as Lenon keeps putting in work. Shots being fired from long range, close range, damage piling up, and Foot already close to 50%.
I mean, I don't know how he got straight to the safe, but nobody really shot him. So I don't know if he was just invisible to Team Queso or he just able to manage to walk just directly straight up, but got his super and pretty sure that's like half a hypercharge already. Stomper goes through, but actually doesn't make any slows. Still gets the kill though. Peep coming forwards now as Drage does evade that quite nicely. Gets a couple of shots on as well. Gets the follow-up, but no, does get it as he lands. The Rocket Laces can't keep him alive there, and Drage gonna jump away from Boss to stay alive. Oh, not for long.
I will say, though, Drage on the money there. A couple big pop-off kills, and now Lenon looking for a pop-off of his own. Hypercharge inbound, protected pirouette, not enough. Lenon gets the first, going for the second, and the heist safe is all his. Well down to 20 cent and below now. Shots being fired by Foot, and a huge surge there from Bull to pave the way for Foot to take game number 1.
I mean, Hypercharge and Super, pretty much just domination right there from Lenane. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from him to be able to get into that position and instantly off the start as well. Just walks straight over the map, straight to the safe, gets 25% off it, and then after that, Foot just seemed to dominate. Team Queso didn't get a look in, and it really was some great gameplay.
Yeah, they got to watch for Lenon here. I mean, it really did genuinely feel like they just let him walk on through, and maybe that was a trade they were willing to make with the Carl. Not sure what the math was there, but either way, they can't ignore him this time. He's up in their faces once again, and 2 brawlers now focusing him, but Lenon has so much HP, the footwork good enough to dodge out some of these shots. It's taking an entire super from Boss just to get rid of him. Much better shots from Hobby this game as well, and Drage, although he had some beautiful ones in game number 1, couldn't quite find the same there. Nice fat splatter from Semantic to buy some time. Boss low HP, won't have an opportunity for a breakaway. It's actually Lenon this time back in action.
I mean, Peep used directly onto him, which is actually going to break up a bit of the grass in front, which will help them out when the Bull gets there. It's going to be a lot harder for him to kind of fly under the radar at that point now, but Drage can throw some shots towards the safe, and only 5% done for Team Queso, and Foot Esports already got a lot on that safe. Boss going forward, so going to get the kill, and Lenane just choosing to go up. A Hypercharge is available, but Team Queso clean up shop and getting some damage on the safe. Foot Esports still in the lead, but now it does flip.
They're going to have to be careful here because Lenon ideally going to want to use this for offense, but not going to be afraid to use it for defense, and a little good defense can always play into a good offense. Drage joining the party now, too. A little bit more of action for both sides. Back and forth, Boss racing the other end. It's neck and neck right now. Going to come down to the final moments here, and they're going to be forced to play defense. Other end shut down as well, 12-13, Trav. Next one to strike that safe may be our winner.
Yeah, it was a TP forwards, didn't actually use return sender. Semantic just evades it. Nice super from Lenane there, but actually doesn't get the knockback out of his super, but Boss can't get the hair anyway. Drage gonna clean up. Lenane's got super 13% on the safe, and Semantic in a beautiful position too. This should surely be Foot Esports' game. Foot Esports is set, but Boss is going forwards, gets the spin towards safe. Can they defend it? Drage goes down, but Semantic and Lenane can't be stopped. 7% on the Foot Esports safe, but they still take the set.
They were very patient in those final moments. I mean, if I'm in their shoes, I am panicking. I am getting in there as quick as possible. I'm trying to steal my win and get out of there. But you know what? They waited for Bull to charge up all of the HP he could, and it's hard to take your eyes off Lenon in that moment. Bull just such a dynamic playmaker here. I mean, look at this. A dive in. Boss trying to use an entire super. Can't do it. Lenon goes for a first, gets a second. Semantic joins in. Drage for the long distance. I mean, look at all those damaging numbers piling up. And game number 1, I think, really showcased the ceiling of what Foot in that composition could do.
Yeah, I mean, that really was incredible from Foot Esports there. The second game, Team Queso definitely seemed a bit more lively. Seemed like they'd woken up a bit more, but still couldn't really play against the might of Foot Esports in that one. Just seemed like Lenane, every time he got a super, not even with the Hypercharge, he was making moves. And then as soon as that Hypercharge comes through, the game's won. That just seemed as easy as it was. Get Hypercharge, charge forwards, and win the game. And that is what Lenane did beautifully.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with what they did there, and I agree with you. I think Team Queso did make a much better showing. The scorecard, of course, reflected that as well, but I do think Team Queso are very much in this. You know, we are giving them some good credit here. Last season wasn't their season, but I do feel like they have been genuinely playing better. I've been more impressed with them recently, and again, this is one of those teams, too. They don't have Worlds to look forward to, and, you know, this is a big deal. Worlds is a big deal, but this is everything for a team like Team Queso. No World Finals along the way, and now they can start off their season with a win if they want, but last go around, last season when we were here, 3-0 foot. So Team Queso got to put that in mind. Brand new season, brand new opportunity, and that starts in set number 2.
Well, we are onto Shooting Star in Bounty, then Tick, Nanny, and Piper going to be banned out of the way. Gray, Jean, and Pam on the Team Queso side. Bell going to be the first pick that they do choose to take. I don't mind the Bell. A lot of these long-range options obviously banned out, but I still feel like maybe there are some better ones. RT still on the board. We've seen a lot of good things out of Brock as well on these long-range maps. Meg's going to be the first pick coming in from Foot Esports, though. I notoriously absolutely despise Meg, but I know it can work. There's the RT as well.
Good shot from the RT, and I'm glad you can put your hate aside, at least for a moment, just to be as unbiased as possible here. I see that it can work, too. It's not the easiest thing in the world, especially on Shooting Star. It's a wide-open map. If the other team's hitting shots, it could be a little difficult, especially if they knock Meg out of that turret. And we have seen some crazy plays with brawlers like Mortis, some other tankier ones. I'm kind of curious to see how they address that here, because that would be a bold call, especially with Foot having an extra pick down the line. They also pair this with RT, who can, you know, kind of drop his legs, start stomping on people, and do some big damage, not something some of those aggressive brawlers like dealing with. So they're going to go with 8-bit to start things off. Not the most traditional thing for Shooting Star, but it's something that has been more relevant recently.
Yeah, I mean, when they've already got Bell and Piper's out the way, you know, and Nanny's out the way, I don't hate it, you know. I don't really hate the 8-bit. They're going to bring in the Sprout after that as well, and then Grom as the last pick from Foot Esports. Needed a thrower. Obviously, when that Sprout came in, you kind of want it, but also just to top it off, it's going to be pretty good against the 8-bit, pretty good against the Bell with those unbreakable walls. You can't really complain either with these comps here, but I do kind of just feel like overall, maybe that Team Queso comp seems a bit better to me.
I get you. I think the HP side could certainly help out with things like 8-bit, but they kind of have a response with Meg there too. You know, it's a little bit of well-rounded compositions for each side. It's a little more modern Brawl Stars, I'll call it. I don't think there was a time where we've really seen compositions like this come together. You know, RT, one of the more recent brawlers. We've had Meg join the fold, and I think just the high HP and the aggression that Meg can bring can really allow you to kind of pin the enemy in their spawn, make one good push, and walk out, which is something that's so common in Bounty nowadays. But it's hard to go against a good Sprout pick here. We'll see if Lenon and the Grom can pop off here like they did with Bull last time, but it's going to be a race for the blue star to start things off, and it's Lenon who puts his pinky toe on it, takes it home. No kills yet, but advantage Foot Esports.
Yeah, Samantha did take some heavy damage early on, though, and now Boss is doing the same. Well, I mean, that's exactly what they have to do. That's exactly what Semantic has to do to get position and then get some damage done. Mark's going to be onto him now as well. So when he comes out of that mech, it's not going to be there anymore, but getting him out of the mech is the absolute best thing for Team Queso. They are quite heavily backed off, had to switch sides to make things amend things, just make them a bit easier for them on either way.
Long-range fight on this left-hand end as Semantic tries to deal with the high DPS of Boss, who's also embracing the spooky season with this nice little gingerbread skin, a Grom Bomb in play. Connects to Boss, he's a slow arcade machine, a little bit easier to make those tabs, but a nice dodge from Blacksea. And right now it's Foot kind of battling for some mid-control, a wall contributing as well, so Blacksea going to try and give his teammates some kind of positioning here with a minute to go. Still plenty of opportunity for Team Queso to grab what might even be the first kill of this game.
Yeah, I mean, wall comes down on this right-hand side as well. Semantic still being marked up is not the best thing for him, but use that gadget, get some heals back. And now Drage taking the front lines, trying to get some damage done, but actually doesn't manage to do anything either. 8-bit has to TP back. Semantic going to come out of it here. Lenane pinned in the right-hand side, and there's no trade as we see Semantic go down there as well and couldn't get the kill onto Blacksea. That was 2 kills and now 3-star lead for Team Queso.
Blacksea was not taking prisoners there. I mean, he
was.
Yeah, I mean, he did, and then he eliminated him immediately. I mean, he was not playing around. I mean, that was just a big flex on the enemy team. And now Team Queso up 5 stars. Lenon forced away. The bounce shot going back and forth. They have to be careful here as Team Queso not backing down. Well, then they drop a wall. Keeps things simple for them. Another pickup there as well, giving themselves 10 stars plus a bonus one and a TP away. Foot, 0 kills in game number 1.
That's disappointing stuff from them, but Meg just really couldn't do anything, I feel. Couldn't even step forwards at all, and that's the aggression that you want with Meg. You want to be able to push forward, push them back into spawn to be able to get the damage done with her. So really nice stuff from Team Queso there to be able to win this game. Still a long road for them to go. Need another one to even things out.
Yeah, I mean, they're well on their road to doing at least better than they did last season, right? This was a 3-0. And again, we kind of laugh. They haven't had the biggest track record in ESL, but they've been playing better recently, and that game was a good reflection of it. But they got a long road ahead, like you said, one game at a time, and still plenty of work to be done here. And this time, it's going to be a huge fight for this blue star. Blacksea with a lot of damage, and I think they're just going to walk Semantic up this map, try and get an easy one. I think they ideally want Lenon to grab it since he can be less aggressive, but better to have it than not. So Semantic going to be picking it up. And blue star control going to be with Foot Esports.
Yeah, but Semantic's going to be taken out of mech instantly. Just have this shield, obviously, thanks to that star power, but the wall comes down from Blacksea, destroys all of Lenon's grass, which means he won't be able to fly under that radar anymore. A gadget used as well to get that back, the recycle. And now a turret available from Boss as well, if placed in the mid. It's going to be taken down from Lenane, so just holding on to it for now.
I think a very intelligent wall break there too. You know, nowhere to hide for Lenon there, and it's something that Blacksea is certainly still going to be able to take advantage of and such like that. Semantic fully in action with the mech as well, the wall cutting him off, so just buying some time, and again, a very passive kind of game. Game number 1, it started piling up for Team Queso. Once they found one kill, it just seemed to all go well for them. They backed off the enemy team, but Sprout can have to buy some time for himself, a teleport away. That's one of the advantages Blacksea has, but Drage with a big pop-off play right there. Nice little 1-2 punch, and it's going to be Foot with the lead with 40 to go.
Yeah, the gadget was there from Drage, which did get Javi down. Now they are going to need 2 kills, as the blue star is still inside of Foot Esports. Semantic trying to relieve some pressure, but doesn't really want to relieve it too much. The name goes quite low as well. Going to have that watchtower placed down to try and tank some shots, but Semantic comes out of that mech, and that's going to provide a lot of pressure for Team Queso now and put Foot Esports in a tough position. Down one goes, but instantly traded out by Lenane on that left-hand side. Great stuff from him to get that revenge.
15 to go, and Team Queso need to respond. It's a 2-star lead. A lot of distance between them and Foot Esports. They need to start climbing now as Boss lays down heavy fire. Javi's firing shots. Damage amplifier not going to be enough here as Blacksea looks to get a kill. Lenon in the corner, safe and sound. Foot Esports squeezed by 1-1 in set number 2.
Yeah, well, now, as I always say, this is make or break for Team Queso, and can put Foot Esports in a great position if they do manage to win this game. It's either going to be 2-0 or 1-1 if Team Queso do manage to clutch this one and bring it back. But after that performance, I just feel like there wasn't really a lot going for them. When Semantic didn't step out of line and get out of these, well, get in these really unfortunate positions, then I feel like Foot Esports were pretty confident.
Yeah, they kind of held their ground, right? That was the big kill from the first game, is that they literally threw a Sprout wall down and Lenon just had to sit there and accept it. Not this time. No big mistakes like that, not giving Blacksea the space. I think Blacksea's been impressive throughout this whole set. I mean, another Sprout wall already charged up, going to take out those hiding areas. And I mean, he's gotten some big kills, moved down some lanes, and there's another pickup for him too. So now a 3-0 lead for Team Queso, a much better start from last time, and they get that blue star as a bonus. I mean, that's the dream trap.
Yeah, want to have the control as well, all in hands of Team Queso here, and a couple of nest eggs already up on that left-hand side. Ball comes down to stop Lenane from rotating back to that mid, has to loop all the way around spawn. Rage now not having the best of times against Boss, needs a lot of taps in a row, and that's really tough when those cheat cartridges are still available. Finding the shots, but just not finding the kills. Gadget was used and hit another shot as well, but still nothing to show for it.
And now they're going to have a little protection for Boss as well. He's just going to be able to breathe for a moment due to the space rocks on the ground from Blacksea, who, again, some great footwork against Lenon. I mean, the dodges have been unbelievable. He's really not taking that much damage this game. He's got another super in the back pocket as well. Javi buying his time. I mean, Team Queso just don't feel like they're too pressured right now. They're not rushed with this. They have positioning. They haven't received a lot of heat. I mean, Foot have a lot of legwork to cover here, and it's still only 3 stars, but it feels like now it's going to keep compounding, especially with a big shot like that.
Yeah, Lenane puts himself in a really bad position as well. Should go down, but actually gets Javi, and Boss has to TP back to safety. That puts them in a little bit of a better position. Just Blacksea needs to go down now for Foot Esports to be able to win this one, but there's a wall in the mid, and still got gadgets as well, and there is another nest egg pop. Brings Semantic out of that mech. Needs to get back into it if he wants to make any big moves, but Lenane's there on this right side. Semantic puts himself in a tough one, but he does get out again. Boss trying to find the shots, but he gets back into mech in time. 8 seconds, and now the Pidgey goes down. The clutch from Semantic, but Drage is low, and the trade again back into the hands of Team Queso, and they take the set.
I thought Semantic just almost clutched the heck up. You could see 8-Bit lying down the shots to try and get Meg before she got back into the robot. It was perfectly timed, and all that hard work for Team Queso to just clutch up. I mean, so close. What a fireworks of a set there. I mean, we got a little bit of everything there. Again, Blacksea was somebody for me that was a huge contributor. I feel like he was a part of a lot of these kills, and especially for a Sprout, you're not really expecting them to be a top fragger. They're kind of there to use the Sprout walls, get some chip shots in there, but no, I mean, he was following up with good shots along with Javi in that clip. We see this moment here where Boss with a little TP away. How on earth did Lenon survive that, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, this as well, look at this. Semantic gets straight back in super, pops it instantly as soon as he gets it. 105 to get back into that, and then they managed to pick up Boss, but Drage just couldn't escape. Surprised to see him not drop his legs and try and tank some more damage. Obviously, one of them will be provided with a shield. So maybe would have been the better choice, but at the end of the day, I think he was going down inevitably anyway, but I feel like you've got to try for something there. We shall be going to this third set, even at 1-1 between FUT Esports and Queso.
I think both teams are playing well. I don't really think this is a situation of somebody making huge mistakes. I feel like Team Queso's bringing it. I feel like FUT's bringing it. That's what I love to see. I want to see both of these teams bring good stuff. You know, again, Team Queso is one of these teams that 2022, it felt like they were starting to put the pieces together a little bit. In 2023, they just really haven't found that, whether it's BSC, whether it's ESL. And I'm really looking forward to see if they can bring it and start exploding here. And obviously, it's going to be a really interesting one, too. I mean, this meta's changing thing, and now we're in a day and age where we're even seeing somebody like Bull in the ban phase. I mean, even 2 months ago, Trav, that's not something I would have imagined seeing.
Yeah, no, I would not have imagined it either, but 8-Bit is going to be the first pick in Hard Rock Mine. Who would have guessed it? I mean, it's so good at the moment, and it is going to be Team Queso who did manage to get that as well, so that's a big, big bonus for them. Obviously, winning that last set puts them in a great position with momentum. But Sandy's going to be the return pick from FUT Esports. I really do like the Sandy pick at the moment.
I think so too, and I think some of those balance changes may have impacted this decision as well. I mean, Sandy was kind of around, not necessarily an every map, every set kind of pick, but I think now it's a little bit more relevant of a choice. I mean, the damage reduction can be solid, and now they add a Nani into the mix for Hard Rock Mine. What are your kind of thoughts on that? I mean, that's got to be the mid here into 8-Bit. What's that interaction look like?
I mean, Nani should be good. Like, it should be fine against 8-Bit, right? But just overall, I don't know how I feel about it in Gem Grab in general. I just feel like it's a bit, like it's just a bit out there for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not super used to seeing it either. I mean, this is normally a bounty, a long-range map.
Really.
And now we got a Stu in the fold. I mean, this is some unique drafting right here. I'm not super used to seeing Nani, and I think we're just going to have to experience to really learn from it. I think the long range can be advantageous into 8-Bit. You know, Piper, somebody that we saw earlier go into 8-Bit, we know that generally does not work out. So maybe this is their way of going around that, still having the range that they want, maybe the big pop-off play potential with the peep. And this might be their way of going about it. I mean, even in scrims and stuff like that, this hasn't been something I've really seen a ton.
But why not the Bello or something like that? Rico comes in as the last pick from Team Queso then, and I do like that pick as well. I really like the composition that Team Queso have got here. I'm starting to fear a bit for FUT Esports as their composition just isn't as attractive to me, I feel. So we'll see what they do take for their last pick, if it's going to be able to stand up to the might of this Team Queso comp, because, as I said, they're going to have momentum on their side as well. Everything's kind of lining up for them to be able to win this set, with quite a lot of things banned out, and Team Queso having such a good comp. I mean, Ruffs is going to come in. I usually like Ruffs, but I just feel like it's a bit of a throw-together comp by FUT here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the Team Queso one is a little more traditional. I mean, Rico's no stranger to this map. 8-Bit no stranger. Stu's picked as a lane brawler from time to time, too. I mean, he's not an every down kind of player, but he certainly is in the mix as well. So this is really interesting to see kind of a Nani, Ruffs, and Sandy combo. I do kind of agree with you. It's not like they necessarily have some super crazy synergies. I think they're just going with what they think is going to work. And I don't dislike the brawlers. I'm just kind of uncertain of how the puzzle pieces are going to put together here. Yeah. You know, it's kind of
Nani that throws me off. That's the thing. Like, it might be an incredible comp that I'm just kind of overlooking because Nani's in the mid, but we'll see how it does pay off in Gem Grab here. The name pushing forwards, gets a couple of shots there, good entry, some good charge for Super, but Javi seems to be dominating this left-hand side against the Ruffs, and as expected, really.
Interesting stuff here to see the lane matchups. It's going to be Stu versus Lenon. So Lenon just going to keep some space, walk it on back, hit the shots necessary, and at any given moment can always put the enemy to sleep here if they really need it. So Sandy's somebody constantly to put your eyes on. I think Nani's going to be one of these brawlers that you're going to have to hit your shots, and if you don't, Boss is just going to have his way. He's got a ton of HP. He's going to be able to teleport in and out. I mean, Drage is going to have to be on the money here, and we saw what he could do with a sharpshooter earlier in Piper, so I'm expecting big things from him here too. Again, positioning here for Team Queso. Javi with the nice gadget pop. Stu in the fold as well as Lenon looks to get a little more aggressive. Drage stepping up towards the map, and that's a big kill for them, and now a put to sleep as well. A double for Lenon. The dodges on Javi too. Nearly gets away, but the damage already done. Drage now has mid-control.
Yeah, looks like Javi's using that bouncy castle instead of the multi-ball launcher as well, which is so strong at the moment. Multi-ball just seems to be one that people go towards, but I guess on a map like Gem Grab where you need to survive, the heal might be quite good in that bouncy castle, but another super from Lane available. Gets it placed down and keeps Black Sea very low now. Drage pushing forward, getting some great shots on spots, even gets the kill, and the name's there to pick up the gem. Surely has some help to be able to get out as well. Return to sender, I think, was just popped there by Drage. Helped take down the brawlers on the side of Team Queso's side, and this has been foot dominance. I take everything I said back, because that nanny has popped off.
Yeah, Drage is just piling this brawler so well. I mean, some insane kills there, and TQ in the final moments just not going to be able to find the enemy. Drage just hitting big-time shots. I mean, Nani has the capability. If you connect all three of those together, it's going to do so much damage. But even still, we saw him clipping around angles and walls. I mean, Drage was a huge factor there, and this is more of a bold call, like we said. This is a little more unknown. There's no track record with Nani in the BSC and ESL. We haven't seen it a ton on this map. And I think it worked out really well in that game, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it worked perfectly for the nanny there. I mean, it was the Sandy was dominating that lane, though, and that's kind of what it opened up, you know, Drage to be able to get the pinch and get the win. But I mean, he was winning that mid regardless. Some great shots coming through now, and the speed zone helping out Boss, but not helping him out enough to really be able to do too much. Great shots from Lane there coming in from the pinch, but now Blacksea having a bit of free roam availability.
Yeah, maybe a little too aggressive here, as Blacksea's now going to be able to do the exact opposite of what Lane did last game. This time it's Blacksea hovering on enemy territory. Manon can get some really nice peek shots as a Sandy, but Blacksea with a nice super there to dodge that out. A wasted shot and just buying time, trying to skate away. Doesn't have a super anymore, but at least the side of Foot will have a super. So Team Queso need to be careful as Manon's going to get sneaky. He's walking up this top right-hand side looking for blood, and he smells it in Boss, but Boss with plenty of HP. Semantic trying to deal with things on the other side as Drage is nowhere to be found there. Nice pickup. They destroy that, but it's still back and forth. Despite all the chaos on Foot's side, they're still doing well, and Drage even connecting a beep there.
Yeah, I mean, Ruff's gem carry is not ideal, but it's better than the opponents having the gems. Lane's going to go down again and not having the same success in this game as he did the previous. Power-up going to be given to Drage yet again, and even though Drage got Heavy down with that peep, he hasn't really had that much time to progress up the map. Semantic trying to fight off against Heavy here, but instant bounce castle to heal him up, and now Peep coming in once more, trying to assist, and just going to break that wall, but not even entirely. And that is not good for Foot, but a miss super from Heavy will give them a chance to show their faces again.
Still neck and neck. I mean, 6 gems, but Foot are certainly contending for this mid right now, and Semantic even grabbing a kill there, a 6th gem in his pockets. It's back and forth right now as Boss looks to hold on. Blacksea is very distant from the enemy, does have that super he can hold, and Drage even popping a return to Cinder just to grab this gem. It's a tie ball game, and I think it's really anybody's game.
Yeah, Lenane's got this stun activated, which isn't the best for him, but Peep coming in now, looking for Blacksea, and he does get the connection, should give Lenane a bit of room, but he's just too low, but he actually turns back and finds the kill, gets the super down as well, which keeps Heavy very low. No bounce castles available to heal him up, and he stays very, very low, giving the control and the countdown to Foot Esports. But sure, Team Queso are going to have something to say, but Boss going to fall as well, which is going to mean Blacksea gets the gems, and he might not even get them himself, because Lenane gets the kill, and Foot Esports strike.
Huge disaster there for Team Queso. Boss going down there, they have no chance to grab that 1 extra gem they would have needed to tie things in the mid. Foot, just discipline, get stuff done. And they made the 1 kill. I think that was important enough to kind of isolate the enemy team, get the safe play, and man, that's a real bummer if you're a Team Queso fan. I mean, they were certainly in that. They could have tied it up, could have made 1 good push, and, you know, even have the capabilities of making a teleport play, but Drage was on the money in that first game. Game number 2, you have a little bit of a blunder there, I would say, and that's got to be a disappointment. That 1 that could have gotten away from him.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a completely different game if Team Queso, you know, hadn't fallen in those closing stages and managed to get that gem. But I mean, Lenane, he had a really tough second game. The first game was flawless for him, getting kill after kill, getting super after super. Second game was very tough, but that little turn back there allowed him to get the kill, allowed him to get super, and that put Foot in a great position. And then from there, it was kind of all just panic from Team Queso, and Foot Esports just stayed composed as they usually do. So 2-1 now to Foot Esports, and that puts them in a brilliant position to take this in the 4th.
Yeah, and I like how you called out too. I mean, I think there were a lot of moments there where I was looking at Drage as a big playmaker, but Drage was able to put himself in that spot because Semantic was doing his job and Lenon was getting those kills, especially in that game number 1. I mean, it really feels like all 3 players from Foot doing their jobs allows the other to kind of excel, and I think that's what makes a really good team come together. And, you know, despite not a perfect set by any means, Team Queso was in it. I think they made less mistakes. They were a team player kind of game. It just didn't feel like Team Queso could really put it together there, and they were close, but just not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close set, and, you know, every set so far has been pretty close. First did seem quite Foot-sided. That second one especially, though, was very close, and the third, you know, equally so in that second game. First game was all Foot Esports in that gem grab as well, though. So, you know, the Queso, they're fighting back, but just not fighting back hard enough. It's not close enough for them to be able to get the win. But they might be able to get this set, I feel.
Yeah, moving on now, we're going to be heading over to Dueling Beetles. Pam going to be the first overall selection. I think for Dueling Beetles especially, Pam makes a lot of sense to me. It's a safe pick, like we said, and they go into this with a little bit of a healing station, high HP, the scrap sucker if they want to go the tanky route. It's just a solid brawler. It's one that I don't think gets enough credit. However, Griff going to be a little bit of an interesting one. It's not that he's a bad brawler. It's not that he hasn't shown up here. He's just not as normal as he used to be.
And then Ruffs is going to be the brawler that was missing behind us, by the way. Ruffs comes in along with that Griff on Dueling Beetles. Means they're going to be breaking up quite a lot of that map. Obviously, there is one of those sides with an unbreakable wall, which makes it very tough to break. Impossible. So we'll see if that does help them or if it does hurt them. Pam and Lola are going to be the side of Team K. So I like both of those brawls. I think so far it's a pretty even draft.
Yeah, Lola's really felt like she's shown up a lot here. I mean, historically, it's been a more prominent one, I would say, in EMEA compared to other regions. I mean, other regions have used her, but I think Lola's kind of more stood the test of time compared to, regions like NA, East Asia, things like that. But I do think we're really starting to see her, and Buster obviously been very meta-relevant despite the balance changes recently and his damage going down. He's still been showing up a good bit today. I think as a tank, he's still very valuable, and it's nice too, right? He can kind of just march his way down the map and throw up a shield, and then Pam can lay down fire. Lola, high DPS, and an Ego on the map as well. That's a lot to deal with on the Team Queso side.
Yeah, it is. Oh, they're going to bring in the Brock. Ultimate wall break coming in from Foot Esports here. And I mean, obviously, as I said, you can't break that unbreakable wall, so there's still going to be some things left on the map. But it seems like they're just going for a complete obliteration to try and face off against this Buster here. And obviously, they were kind of going for that idea before we even saw any tanks come down as well. So it seems like they were expecting it quite heavily from the start. And even though they have all this break, I still do prefer that Team Queso comp. Buster, Pam, Lola, I love that.
Yeah, it's a really solid composition. I'm a little surprised that we didn't see somebody like B come in there. They already have established like several wall break options, and a lot of times when we see that kind of strategy come out, it's usually with a B, and B also one of those brawlers that it's not perfect. Buster can still reflect shots, but it's a tank at the end of the day, and that's what B is meant to do. So very interesting choices here. I think they're just going all out. Drage going to be trusting the sharpshooter skills, and he's put on a show with them today. So I'm going to trust the process here with Foot.
Oh, it's actually going to be a Pearl. There must have been a placeholder. Ruffs must have been the placeholder for Pearl there. I believe that's Pearl at least. It looks like it. Quite to tell, but it does work out pretty well off the start, at least, as Foot have control.
Wow, so interesting stuff here. I mean, Pearl's somebody that we mentioned we were a little surprised to see. The hypercharge obviously a factor, but one of the newer brawlers that at BSC time didn't necessarily get the opportunity to be played a ton, so I'm really curious to see how this performs. Very exciting stuff as Team Queso try and reclaim the point, are immediately shut down. Drage hits the follow-through along with shots from Lenon, and it's just a lone hobby, even though the Ego's there, very low HP. The Incendiary going to make it a little tougher with the extra spawner to kind of work with that, with the shots that hit the ground as well.
Yeah, well, Pearl makes a lot more sense. The gadget is very solid. And now has the super as well. Lane trying to bait Boss in there, but Boss does actually get the kill. Drag forwards and the shot through as well. Javi was pretty low, but Drage making some great connections here. Still has that one shred of wall keeping him in the mix. And Boss just pinning Semantic in the corner, but he gets a beautiful super off, brings Javi low as well. Boss pinned back in spawn, and he should be falling as well. That is a big percentage lead for Esports now and a good amount of control too.
Yeah, about as much time as he could, but now they're well over 70%. Semantic back in action, a wide open right-hand side for the sharpshooter Brock. He's going to have the extra long range here. He's got the thunder that he can rain down from the skies, and that's exactly what he's going to do onto Boss. Few little chip shots, but not enough to be a huge difference maker as Team Queso look to reclaim this. Drage with low HP, Semantic with low HP, Lenon getting in the mix as well, but can't do enough. Maybe an opportunity here for Team Queso if they play their cards right.
Well, that's sad for them as Boss does go down, and Drage now trying to hit some shots yet again, but Lenane with 9.3 KHP and hypercharge activated as well on Lenane here. Gets the kill. Semantic still alive as well. Super goes out, and only one of them needs to survive to close this game out as Foot Esports move on to match point.
That hypercharge really laid down the heat there at the end. I think things really start to come into question for Foot if Pearl doesn't pop off the way she did there. But all is good. Foot do their job. One more game, they could be taking match day number 1. So Team Queso gonna need a strong response here. Again, I don't mind their composition. I don't think they played it super poorly, but I think Foot got the kills necessary. They had so much time onto that hot zone as well, and they're just gonna have somebody between Boss or Blacksea with all that HP to kind of hover on that hot zone and push the enemies off.
Yeah, I mean, a good gadget there from the lane as well to keep Boss low for a bit longer. Wastes a gadget too there in Boss. And Javi does go quite low, but still remaining in control now as that Ego and freeze frame goes down. Blacksea quite low, but Lenane can't get the finishing blow onto him. And Team Queso dominating game number 2 in Hot Zone.
Yeah, and a little healing station to block there, but unfortunately for the side of Team Queso, it's going to be piercing shots from the piggy bank there. And the cash register man popping off, even going to be opening up this wall on the left-hand side as Blacksea looks to duel with him here. A kill there on the other side as well. It's going to be a trade, a lot of action going down, but ultimately it's going to be Lenon and Semantic coming out on top. So they finally crack a double digits, drop one more piggy bank just to get rid of those bushes. Now it's going to be left for Foot to try and resurge back to a lead.
Well, an ego's being placed down. That's not going to last very long as Rage gets a few shots. That built-in incendiary gets the kill, and Team Queso instantly re-establish this control. Javi's going to retreat back over to that Pam healing turret, and Semantic throws that super to really no avail, as Blacksea does stay at full HP. Rocket Rain coming from Drage, but it's just not really going to do too much. This is surely got to be a Team Queso game at this point, as 30% is all that Foot Esports have managed to get, as Team Queso finish this one out and move it one game closer to a set number 5.
We might have a set 5, Trav. Look, I think we had a great reflection of game number 1 of what Foot's comp can do if they're hitting shots, if they're focusing the enemy, they're picking them off one at a time along with opening up that map. But it's a lot of HP to deal with. So once Buster ran rampant, we saw Buster kind of bullying Pearl there in the mid at 1.2. And I think that's exactly what they have to do. They have to establish control early, rotate brawlers on that hot zone, and make sure that Pam has proper matchups and a healing station down. Big dodges here from Boss, but he's still receiving a lot of fire, even going to go down here, and that's the start that Foot Esports need. They need to find a way to get some kills here as well. There was Blacksea looking weak, Drage getting chip shots, a few in from Pearl as well, and Semantic able to claim it. But nonetheless, it's already Boss back in action, and they're at 25%.
Yeah, already as well. Lenane rejoining the mix and trying to get some shots in, but it just seems like a cycle. Boss will go down, but then Blacksea will take over, and Blacksea will go down, but Javi will take over. Endless streams of percentage for Team Queso. The ego's there, but Javi does remain one shot, as Lenane got some great connecting fire onto him there. Semantic going to use this piggy bank, break things up a little bit as well, and Super comes out from Semantic from the left to the mid portion of that map, but Foot just aren't getting the desired kills.
Yeah, and Boss allowed to go aggressive here because Javi and Blacksea are doing well. They even grab a scrap sucker there, a healing station as well. Somehow Semantic ends up winning that. It's actually a team wipe. All of a sudden, Foot gonna be able to establish control of the mid. They're dropping a piggy bank on the other side. No hiding spots available for Team Queso. And all of a sudden, future is bright for Foot.
Hypercharge ready then for Lenane as well. Gadget was played out and he gets so much damage down. Super comes through as well. And that extra usage there from the Hypercharge comes through. Now Scrap Sucker comes through from Blacksea as well, but he's getting some good damage in. Foot do have the lead, but is it going to be enough to keep hold? Evened out now by Team Queso. Lenane having to retreat, and Boss establishing himself high up the map.
Boss looking for dominance here. Going to be bullying his way up the map as well. Shots being fired on all sides as Javi claims the right. Lenon forced to switch the route that he's going on. Boss grabbing Semantic, pulls him in and grabs the kill. And alongside it, Team Queso gonna be claiming the set. They drag it on to a set 5.
I mean, deservedly so after those last 2 performances as well. Foot dominated game 1 of Hot Zone here, but Team Queso bouncing back so fast and dominating the following 2 games, dragging this to a set 5. And I mean, Pearl is a genuinely incredible brawler, but I just feel like the Brock was just so difficult to connect so many shots. You need more DPS, I feel, rather than going for that single sharpshooter shot.
Yeah, I feel like Lola is going to cater more to the DPS, and I think they may have Brock there to go for the extra range, some extra damage. I'm not necessarily used to seeing, Brock show up in this map. I wouldn't say I've never seen it. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's definitely one of the brawlers I consider towards the end. A bold call. And we have seen Drage pop off at some of these more long-distance brawlers. It had some big moments. The Rocket Rain can kind of push the enemy off the entire hot zone, at least momentarily. And we saw Foot, another good performance. Again, this has been 2 teams clashing. Team Queso living up to the hype that we gave them. I don't know how the general public really felt about them coming to this. I'm sure Foot were a heavy favorite for chat. And I don't want to put words in their mouth, but it's just not been Team Queso's year. And this is an opportunity to kind of rewrite their biography, move forward, start a new chapter.
Yeah, it really was. I think everybody expected Foot Esports to come into this one the favourite, but going by the trend of today, that means they probably were going to lose coming into it. And as I said before, it just seems like, and you said as well, every favourite has lost pretty much today, and it's really, really unusual to see. But if we follow that trend, Team Queso should be able to take this one, but Foot Esports are going to be wanting to fight back against it. Nita's going to come in, as obviously that gear for the pets did raise 20 to 25%. So Sandy, Dynamite, Barley banned out, getting rid of a couple of those throwers. And then the Team Queso are going to ban out the Stu, the Shelly, and the Cordelius.
Yeah, it's clear that Foot are addressing some of these throwers here. I think Willow's still somebody certainly in the mix for me that could show up depending on how this draft shapes up, of course. But Nita, somebody that we haven't seen a ton tonight, I think because partially she's hit that ban stage, but I think Nita's in a pretty solid spot, and this is definitely one of her better maps. B on the other end is going to be a clear mid choice for them, and B's just been a long time choice in Brawl Ball maps in general recently. But on Super Beach, it's a nice little medium range kind of map in the mid, not necessarily long range, but if the map starts to open up and things hit overtime, be just a good general fix for any tankiness or any shenanigans that the other team wants to pull.
Yeah, I feel like B can heavily struggle against that Nita, though. As soon as that bear comes down, it's so difficult. But obviously focusing on your own matchup instead of, you know, Anita coming down the lane. So hopefully that for Team Queso's sake, that the lane brawl will be able to deal with it. And that's something that Willow can bring to the table. Just not feed the bear entirely, and that'll bring the same result as being able to take it out quick enough back over to Foot Esports than it should be. And obviously, with Willow, they might have to take a throw of their own, but with Dynamite and Barley banned out, what are the options?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going for Tick here. You're not going for Grom. I'm not thinking that they're going to go Thrower. Instead, they may have to go Wall Break, and by combining that with...
Come on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be upset. I mean, let's see, Arc get some playing time on the field. He's had some good success today. Let's just throw in one more. I would love some representation. By the way, Fang has not been played much. I feel like a roundhouse kick is exactly what we need. I don't know if we're going to see him here travel, be honest. But Bull does not surprise me. And Bull, I think, going to be a way to kind of clash against the Willow. That's a wall break option, an aggressive option. And we've seen some big plays here today from Bull. I'm kind of excited. Combining that with an Otis too, now they remove one of the counters that would have been an option going into him, and I'm curious to see if we're on Gale watch now.
It's all laughs and jokes until you've got a hypercharged Bull playing for the other team when the Willow mind controls it. Otis is going to be there as well, though, so obviously going to be able to mute out quite a lot. Fat Splatter really, really helpful as well. Can hit things through the wall. Pretty useful against those honeypots if that's what they use. But we've been seeing a lot of rattled hive in the recent meta, so I'd imagine that probably will be the gadget of choice coming in. But Spike is obviously going to be the last pick from Team Queso. Has that hypercharge recently coming back into the mix of today. So intrigued to see if we can see a bit more from that Spike hypercharges. I don't think it really showed us that much last time we saw it.
Yeah, Spike's going to need some representation. He's been pulling too many shenanigans on the studio today. It's time to get to work. Spike needs a big W here, and Spike could be the reason that Team Queso ends up clutching this. I mentioned Gale just as a way to kind of address Bull. It's something we've seen a lot in the current meta. It's something we've seen today. Spike kind of fulfills those shoes as well.
We hate Gale.
And okay, buddy, well, we're going to ignore that. But Spike has a hypercharge and Gale does not, so that's what we're going to go with, and that's my copium for why maybe Spike gets picked here.
I'm sure that's the reason.
Yeah, but I do think this is a good, solid composition overall. I mean, if you're putting all your eggs in the basket, I think Team Queso have a very safe approach. They got their thrower in Willow, they got Spike, and they got B in the mid. On the other end, it's hypercharged moments, and they're going to have to make some big plays, and I know that side can definitely do it. As Team Queso immediately on their back heels, but all of a sudden surging on offense. They've got ball control. They're going to throw it against the mid wall here and establish themselves in an offensive position here early.
Yeah, they got ball control, they got mind control, they got everything they need to be able to score, but Fat Splatter quickly shuts down that Willow, but Boss using that super on the Nana there, and now has that life plant in hand as well. Can't really find the pathway through, but did cycle the super out. Samantha's going to be slowed, and that might be an opening. Surely you go left there. He was slowed down, couldn't move, but they might still be able to do it. Dre should be able to have this defense though, but life plant trying to tank it. Mind control, I think, as well there, but the mute on the other side as well could not make it happen. Linane still there, but I genuinely have no clue what just happened. Everything just happened at once, and my mind is just gone.
I think the one thing I can safely say there is Team Queso should have had a goal, right? Like, I'm not crazy. They should have had a goal there. That's a big opportunity for them, and Foot's going to take advantage. Now Lenon, hypercharge inbound. Willow going to be taking refuge. It's a stop for now, a super kick away. Black Sea going to corner this, but it's still 2 Foot brawlers standing in a wide open net beside Bruce the Bear. What should have been Team Queso, shoulda, coulda, woulda, is now Foot Esports.
Yeah, well, hypercharge available from Boss. An old super there from Linane, but instantly mind controlled, and Linane going to move over to the right-hand side. Big shot hits as well at the 3K, and Linane's going to pass the ball straight back to Semantic's arms to put it into the corner. Try play this defensively for the last 55 seconds. They've got their goal, but is there enough there for the defense?
And Black Sea already with another supercharged up as well. Picking a great and aggressive brawler is awesome, but Black Sea's punishing them for it. He could do it again here too if he wants to. I think he's just going to save this super though, even willing to cost him his own life. Ooh, treading lightly there with 16 HP. It's Team Queso. 2 brawlers now standing, a big pickup there as well, and they need to find a way to get the other side of the field, and they don't have much time to do so.
Semantic got slowed out there, but it actually did eat up Javi's super, so he can't complain about that. Lenane against Boss on this side. No hypercharge there for Lenane, but still has the super going to go towards Javi. Stomper down onto him as well. Mind control is the last thing that Team Queso have got in the bag, and he's going to be surely be able to get Drage. But even if he does, Semantic's going to be there. Full HP, hypercharge Lenane straight into Boss, and I can't help feel like Foot have robbed this straight out of Team Queso's hands, as I think it should have been TQ match point.
Team Queso, another moment in this match of what could have been. So close. Now they're going to have to put themselves in a spot where they have to go 2 straight. Look, we saw Team Queso get so close. They could easily just repeat, and this time maybe get the goal, and Foot's not in that spot. But that's not how history's going down for now. Foot Esports, another opportunity now to close out this match. Game 2, set 5. Let's see if anything changes.
Hive comes down there, and we're seeing a lot of shots for Blacksea, and not so many for Lenane as he gets pushed straight back into spawn, taken down, and a super availed for Blacksea early on.
You're going to see some aggression from Bull very early. He's likely going to be looking to charge up that super. That's a big shot coming in from Blacksea. A follow through from Javi, and now Boss in position as well. It's just alone Lenon. The pop-off, though, puts the foot down, stomps and looks for Boss as well. The life plant barely keeping Boss alive. I thought maybe that Bull was going to do something crazy, maybe find some pop-off opportunity. But again, that's a moment right there where Team Queso have a big opportunity and a huge moment there from Lenon to keep them afloat.
Yeah, Semantic does a nice job there as well, deflating that pressure. Lenane does have his super, he's got his hypercharge, big plays can be made, but Boss on the other side has that hypercharge as well, so they need to be cautious about him getting a super and putting it in this defensive zone here, because that's going to be very, very dangerous. How much tiles that thing covers. Lenane just dominated by Blacksea, but they do actually manage to get the trade with a little bit of help from Drage. Semantic fighting Boss on the left, but Javi just keeping composed, and I think composure is what Team Queso need right now.
Yeah, Boss, I think, trying to make the other team forget about his hypercharge right now. He's just hovering on this left-hand side, looking for opportunities. Lenon's going to be the first to draw. He's going to strike here, going left-hand side. Now the hypercharge popped at a terrible moment for Boss. He's got 1, he's got 2, he's looking for 3, but stopped by his enemy. Lenon playing defense against his own team, now walking it forward. The slowdown, the push through, and he gets it in the back of the net. Low HP, and they are going to take the lead.
You know, usually if you're controlling someone, you take their ammo, you move them into a bad spot, not put them in a prime position for a pass straight from his team. Foot Esports match point and a goal in hand. Semantic going to be placing that ball straight back in the corner once more, and even less time to burn this time. But Lenane is being mind controlled. Won't last as long though to be able to get the full job done and kill Semantic. He's pretty much just instantly going for that respawn cycle.
30 seconds to go. Team Queso cannot make a single error. Last season was a season of them not getting the job done. They're looking to change their track record, and now Blacksea sprinting for the ball with 15 seconds to go. Dumps it, goes for the mind control. He has Lenon. Drage mutes his own teammate. Lenon respawning, doesn't have an opportunity to shoot. Blacksea forced to go under the ground with 9 seconds to go. Ball's on the left-hand side. Drage sitting comfortably, dribbling down the sidelines and off into the distance. Foot Esports shut down any opportunity of a comeback.
But only just though, that's the thing, it was so close. I mean, that was really incredible from Foot Esports. Can't help but think maybe Team Queso could have won that one. What do you think about that, Ark?
Really quite impressive. I mean, Drage muting his own teammate. I mean, that is something that I've never seen on the side of Willow, and like, what a creative way to ensure the defense. I mean, for Foot Esports though, again, coming into this matchup, historically, I was a bit worried for them because they've not really got the win over Team Queso in Season 4. But Lenon on that ball as well in the final sets, just so exciting to watch. I mean, landing it every single time. I mean, credit to Blacksea. A lot of the mind control was on point, but it just wasn't quite enough to hold them back.
Yeah, what a way to end the first day of the challenge season. What an incredible matchup. Going the distance once again. We've seen some absolutely phenomenal matches today, and you know, I can't wait to see what the rest of the season brings as well. But let's hone in on kind of how this all began with this matchup, right? Between Foot and Queso, we had, you know, a strong heist proving us right. We all kind of thought to ourselves, Foot, they're going to come out swinging. They're going to come out looking dominant. I know that Ark's obviously mentioned already that, you know, they haven't beaten Queso in this point, so this is almost coming out with a point to prove. But then the pace really started to slow down with the bounty, and it started to look like Team Queso were taking control. Was there any kind of worry looking at that, Trav, when you kind of saw the bounty slowing down and you thought, oh, Foot might not have this in the bag here?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when you're playing such a long-range game like Team Queso were, you're inevitably going to be able to get control at some point. It's kind of just playing the waiting game, finding those connecting shots, and that's exactly what they did. You know, when they got the chance, they took it. I think that's a really big thing that Team Queso did so well. But I thought, you know, pretty much all the way through, FUT Esports seemed like the dominant team, but overall, it just Queso they took their opportunities well.
They did, yeah. Ark already knows what he's doing because he's holding this ghosty up because we've got some stats behind us once again. Look at these differentials. Kenny, do you think this is a fair representation of kind of how the game played out?
It's a little wild to see, right? We see Team Queso with 151,000 damage, but you know what? They didn't have the goals, and that's what FUT Esports did. Sometimes it's in objective mode. The numbers, great. I'm an analytics guy. I'm a big, you know, like to look at the numbers, see what happens. But this is a case of FUT simply played better. And I think Team Queso had their moments there. They definitely took advantage of some of them, but there were definitely still moments where they didn't quite get the job done. I felt like they made a few mistakes there, especially in Brawl Ball, where there were opportunities where they had those goals. And, you know, sure, really hard to deal with Lenon and the Big Bad Bull, but I do think Team Queso could have had this in a different world.
Yeah, I know it's definitely a lot closer than we thought it was going to be. FUT, aka Football Esports. They didn't have they got the goals, didn't they? See, you like that one.
I like that.
Ark, talk to me about drafts, because something that Trav and Kenny kept hammering home the entire time over there was how, you know, drafts. We've been talking about it all day. They've been a huge impact in this entire thing, and FUT Esports seem to have some quite odd draft picks coming out of Game 3 especially, but seemed to pay off. So, I mean, was there method to the madness?
They've always been notoriously good at kind of like experimenting, and sometimes it works out. I was surprised to see the ball coming in actually on safe zone and not the Sam. So they are kind of like keeping us guessing sometimes. The Pearl as well, which we haven't seen at all today, coming out in Hot Zone. Really like to see that from Lenon. I like some of these ideas from FUT. Sometimes it doesn't pay off, but for the most part, it does tend to. And just to bring it full circle, this does mean that out of 15 matches, over the course of seasons, Team Queso have only won that one game last season.
You're hammering it home. Get out of my studio, go over to the telestrator. We're ready for you at the telestrator. Get over to your screen. Team Queso are going to come for you, mate. You know that. In your dreams.
I don't doubt
it. It's Halloween after all, isn't it, mate? You better watch out tonight. We're going to see him tomorrow morning. He's going to be like, guys, I'm exhausted. But having said that, let's maneuver over to the telestrator where Spike is waiting for you. Distractions are real, Ark.
Yeah, this is just not going to go well, is it, at all? Right, are you going to help me with this, or are you going to hinder me with this? I feel like it's going to be the latter. Yeah, I'll pop you. I've got a nail in my finger right now. Right, well, if you look at this player over here, so I'll wait to take a bit of a note of semantic. I don't know whether you're going to be able to see that. Maybe I'll make it even bigger. Can you see that? Still not making much of a difference? Probably not. Yeah. Well, what I will say is that semantic in that mech at the moment, soon not to be, but I mean, the way that he was able to actually have something done on this left-hand side was quite to be marveled at. Drake is one at the moment, absolutely going to be tapping a lot of shots over towards both Boss and Javi, and like that was for me what really almost brought it back in favor of FUT Esports. But if you watch their semantic as well, going to be out of mech and surviving on, but these taps from Drake, and it helps actually secure the takedown of Javi on that left-hand side. If you watch as well here, Boss in a moment is going to get taken down by the hacks gadget of Drake in just the nick of time, and that was the play which actually gave FUT Esports the lead, which almost got them the victory. You'll see it in just a second there. Low HP from Semantic, who gets back into mech in just the nick of time and instantly taken care of. 6 stars to 5, and then Team Queso were able to bring it back in just the final seconds. A really exciting moment, and one that the casters absolutely nailed perfectly. One of my favorite moments of that entire series so far.
Thank you so much, Ark. Over at the spooky screen, we look forward to you rejoining us over here on the couch. I'll tell you what, guys, you really did smash it. You know, hats off, pats on the back all round. What a day one so far. Now, I've got to say, we've got to kind of do a little mini crowning over here of our own, of our little kind of MVP of the series. Who do you think outplayed, stood up to the plate, etc., etc.? Pick your pun. Who was your player, Kenny?
I think Lenon, but I really enjoyed all three of them. I feel like there were a lot of times where we call Semantic's name, we call Drage's name, we call Lenon's name, but I think Lenon did some of the heavy lifting in some of the lanes. He played some of those pop-off brawlers. It's something he's known for, right? A very aggressive, just in your face. And I think some of those boulder picks, they left to him. And I think he did a good job overall. You know, it was a close one, 3-2. But at the end of the day, I think he's a big reason why they won.
Yeah, no, I think so as well. I think Lenane made the flashy plays. He made the big plays. He was the one who gets given the big brawlers. But I think quite a lot of the time, being that rock is quite underappreciated. I think Semantic. I think he played really well, and I'd give him my MVP.
And I like Drage. So there you go. There's all three of you. Ark, I want to come to you, mate, because, you've been talking a lot about, Queso struggling a little bit, etc., etc. I'm not going to beat the dead horse a little bit too much. However, I do want to ask you, we've had this opportunity to see them go up against arguably one of the best teams in the world for esports. Now, from watching this, what would you identify as an issue that they're having? Because what could you identify ahead of tomorrow? A quick fix, something that you feel like they're lacking?
For me, I'd give them some stick, right? But this is the best Team Queso have ever been, in my opinion. Like, they haven't got the sort of BSC hovering over them. They've got through that. They've got past that. They've accepted the reality of the situation. And at the moment, they are just playing really, really well. I feel for them because I feel like that could have been that win that would have really just ignited the start of their season. I think that we'll see a much better terms of results as far as they're concerned this season. I think that we will see them get some big wins on the board. I think that there will actually be a real contendership there for that top 4 that will come from them. Like I said, looking ahead at other competitions, they've never looked better. I don't think it's really changed much. I think that today it was just down to that 5th and final set, and it didn't quite go their way. They just underestimated a little bit the effectiveness of that bull with hypercharge. It happens. I think tomorrow, if anything, they're just got to shake off the defeat of today and come in fresh, because they are capable of much, much more to come, I assure you.
Taking foot the distance is no small feat, let's be honest here. So there's definitely plenty more action to come in the next few days, and obviously in the coming weeks as well, as we round out the challenge season. Now, we have a very interesting leaderboard to show you, which to some people may seem a little bit redundant after day 1, but let's have a look at it nevertheless. Just as a reminder for those of you who might have been joining a little bit later on in the show, VN Esporting, Nouns Esports, Foot, and Humble all taking victory. Something that, let's be honest, if you were a gambling man, the house would have made a lot of money off you today, because everyone would probably have backed Totem, Zeta, and at least SK Gaming. Am I wrong, Kenny?
You're not wrong. And I mean, there is a world that we live in right now where some of those teams that you just named could start 0-2. That's pretty wild to me, especially considering how good SK was. Had that fact that Zeta Division won the entire thing last time. The fact that Totem won Masters. These teams could start 0-2. I mean, that's a real possibility going into tomorrow.
Speaking of 0-2, we can actually see the next matches that are going to be coming up in tomorrow's broadcast with our schedule. Trav, have a quick look at these and tell me which looks spicy.
I'm looking at 2 and 4. I mean, Totem versus SK, one of them is going to be 0-2, as you say, so that's going to be the case. And Zeta could be 0-2 as well, because Foot Esports are a very, very capable team, as we have just seen. VN versus Humble and Team Queso versus Nouns, not bad games either, but definitely feel like 2 and 4 are going to be the ones that I'll keep my eye on.
I feel like VN and Humble is a really good one, because they both showed up today, or more or less in a small way, unexpectedly. I know that, these are the 8 teams that have made it to the challenge season. Like Ark just said, these are 8 of the best teams in the world, especially EUR&MENA. But so I feel like we can't count them out. So I feel like VN and Humble might be a bit of a banger. I know I kind of go against the grain here, but Ark's nodding at me. Are you in agreement?
I quite look forward to seeing how Humble are going to fare in that circumstance, because again, VN Esporting with that roster change, and we saw how they thrived today as a result of that very thing. If Humble tomorrow come out with a win and are 2-0 going into the next week, that is just going to make things very, very exciting. Because again, I feel like both of those 2 teams in particular at the moment are playing really, really well and often get forgotten about. And I think that you'll be mistaken to do so. I mean, VN Esporting last season, the #1 seed. Just that, change of team name and change of players. But for Humble, I think this is the best we've ever seen them.
Kenny, favorite series of the day from today?
I mean, it's hard to argue against Nouns versus Zeta. I mean, that was just a thriller of a match. We got to see 2 of the top teams from the respective regions go at it. And tomorrow, I think we're going to get more good stuff from them. I mean, hard to complain about any of the matches, but I think going into the day, that was one that I was really looking forward to, and it certainly lived up to that hype.
I think Nouns Zeta as well. I mean, as Kenny says, it's hard to argue against it, but I think that last one, Foot versus Queso, was the most, well, not the most surprising in terms of result, but the most surprising in terms of how close it was.
Well, well, well. I had an extremely fun and spooky day today. You were terrified at one point, let's be honest, Ark. But having said that, I guess there's nothing left to say, but thank you so much for being with us for day one of the challenge season. We've had an absolute blast, and there is so much more action to come to sink your teeth into, and we cannot wait to bring you all of that action to your screens. So thank you so much to all of my fellow talent. You've been fantastic. To production and all the players, thank you so much for your hard work. But most of all, thank you so much to you for watching, the viewers at home. You've been absolutely brilliant, and please continue to do so. And please continue to support and watch your favorite teams throughout the competition. So tomorrow we're going to be back here, same place, same time, and we cannot wait to see you. My name is Barney, and be safe and happy Halloween. See you tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
back up for a minute.
Pow!
for a minute.
Can you see me? Hello? Can you find me? Can you find me? I'm here. Behind you, look. Behind you. I'm behind you.
up for a minute.